In a distant Murim, a guy and a girl were lying by a rock. The guy decided to remember the past and told the girl that there was a sport called running. The girl didn't understand anything, so she asked the guy what he was talking about. The guy replied that he was a slow runner. No amount of training helps him. The girl took it all in and replied that she understood. But the guy stuck to his guns and said that it's not like that. She doesn't even realize how slow he is. When he was a kid, he was always the last one to arrive. And he was often teased for this. His friends first took offense and then quickly ran away. The girl told the gentleman that he didn't have any friends. But suddenly the boy heard something and told her to be quiet, but he still chased the bullies. Probably they thought he would never catch up with them. The girl answered the boy that it was like that because he was a slow runner. The boy said that, however, he was able to catch up and kick them all. The girl was surprised and asked him how he did it. The boy replied that he just wouldn't give up. He didn't stop even when at first he thought his heart was about to choke on blood. So, this time too he will go all the way. The girl was badly hurt and said, "Whoever said anything, he is a very mature person." The lad replied that he refused to give into the hands of the assassins so easily and would not surrender until the last. The girl listened to him and said that he was weak, but she was still glad to hear it. The boy replied that even if he was captured, he would run away again, and he swears to her that he will take care of his health and take the medicine she recommended to him, and he will live to be 100 years old. The lad thought long and decided to tell the girl to rest in peace. But suddenly the enemies shouted for them to examine every corner, and one of them is injured. They couldn't have gotten far. The boy got angry and covered the girl's body. He promised to come back for her and give her a proper funeral. But here the enemies shouted that they had found blood in the place and one must be hilarious to everything to find the fugitives. The guy in his head realized that there was no way he would give up. After all, he had promised Wa. In his past life, the battle with cancer had been insanely long and painful. At the very end, he thought he would soon be able to rest. But instead of a well-deserved rest, he was reborn into a Murim family they could have read about 14 years ago. He had the great fortune of being in one of the family of great clans. He became part of the Baek clan, founded by the greatest martial arts master, the sacred blade of immortality. And his life was not without some problems either. After all, his new body suffers from blocked chi channels. Such an ailment was critical for a member of the main branch of the warrior clan. So he decided he would leave his family in his 20s. He decided to go to a remote place to wait for death. But he had Wa to keep him company. He even began to think that this quiet life wasn't so bad. Until one day death almost caught up with him. The boy tried to run away from the enemies, but found himself in a dead end again. But there was only a rusty sword in front of him. He realized that he couldn't even chop vegetables with his help. Still, it was better than nothing for him. And as he grasped it, he felt that it was very heavy. Someone behind him said that the boy had been caught. It's not proper for a son of a noble clan to run away like a rat. The guy pulled out that sword and said that it was not befitting for a wretched worm to open his mouth on it. How dare he point the blade at a Baek clan member? The fellow told his enemy that if he would name himself and fall at his feet, begging for forgiveness, he would have a chance for pardon. The boy prayed and begged the enemy not to take off his mask. The enemy said that he was such a wimp, but he had a lot of nerve, and so he will give him his name. Chok Pra is standing in front of him. The boy asks him, has he come for his soul? Pa replied that the boy was a quick thinker. Surely he would bring the master his head on a platter. The lad took courage and said that his blade would cut off his serpent tongue. Pa replied to the guy that he was braver than the rumors made him seem, and he would let him make the first move. The guy at this time wondered, would he be able to resist him? All his techniques are nothing more than child's play. But suddenly the spirit of an old man appeared beside him and told the boy that swords are not held like that. The boy did not expect this and was very frightened. The spirit looked at the guy and said what a weak and inept descendant he was. The boy asked if he was seeing a ghost. He didn't understand what was going on and asked the guy what was wrong with him. The guy replied, can't they see? Grandpa came out of nowhere. The spirit told the kid to mind his manners. Pet told him that he must have gotten mad at the guard. The guy was a little surprised, and after thinking with his head, he realized that they really couldn't see him, and it looks like it's the ghost of his ancestor. And it turns out the afterlife is real. He thought about it and said that he and Seo Wa would soon be reunited. They'll be spending time just the two of them. He said loudly that wasn't the point, and he overestimated him. And it's time to get it over with. The boy looked at Pe and saw that he was stronger than he looked at first glance. But he would still have to fight to the end to face Seo Hu with honor. The spirit asked the boy, has he not had sword training? The stance certainly leaves a lot to be desired. The boy replied that his chi channels were blocked. The spirit told the guy that somehow he spoke without respect. Apparently, their meeting was fated. Let him leave the sword to him, the sacred blade of immortality to Baek Jongsong. Chan told the guy that he would borrow his body for a while. Immediately, he felt the spirit himself being possessed. He was already too angry and yelled for him to stop suffering bullshit already. He immediately rushed to attack, but everything changed in a second. The guy was able to resist against Pe and repelled the attack, saying that the assassin would not dare to point his blade at a Baek clan fighter. Pe was surprised and asked how? But Pe didn't dwell on that and began to make his own decision in the attack. The guy was just as angry and said they'd pay with their lives to see it. The seventh form of the blade of heaven and earth. He felt like his body was moving on its own. In addition, the last 3 heaven and earth blade forms were lost, so there were only 6 of them. And that's when Chongs told the spirit to repent, and decided to use the 7th form heaven and earth blade. Behind that went the one-handed splitting moon. The guy saw that this ghost was indeed a sacred blade of immortality. Chan asks the guy if he saw it. He asks him if he saw it. The guy was lying on the ground tired and asks what exactly. Chan replied that the blade of heaven and earth. The guy replied that he had seen it all, and he thought that Wa wouldn't have died if he had been able to do that. Zhang said that was fine. It was a final act of kindness to his dying descendant. The guy asked, is he dead? Chan replied that he was, and there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he himself had pushed his broken body to the limit. Miraculous medicines like the purest milk of heaven and earth or the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng could save him. The guy remembered and asked what if he ate it a year ago. Chan was surprised and replied that he wasn't sure. At this time, everything in front of the guy's eyes began to dim, and at the end they closed. The doctor at this time was shouting in the Baek clan's medical room that this was the ultimate miracle. The boy asked, meaning his brother would live? The doctor said yes. He's already looking much better. Young Mr. Gang didn't take any miracle drugs at his leisure. The Baek family's second son, Baek E. Gang's younger brother, Ha said they shopped at a pharmacist in hopes of curing a blockage of meridian qi. The doctor said he was talking about snow ginseng, for example, or Shaolin medicines. And then he stepped aside and realized that he doubted anyone would waste such valuable resources on a living dead man. So Gon came to his senses and started coughing. The doctor smiled at him and said that it looked like he was about to wake up. The doctor asked Ha if he would like to wait for the young master to awaken. Ha replied to tell the doctor to tell him to stop by the Red Dragon Hall once he's recovered. The patriarch of the family wants to ask him something. The doctor said that even after waking up, the young master would need rest. But all doors closed before him, and Ha left without listening. He realizes the young lord's situation would have been improved if his older brother had died. And yet he is too callous. Gon suddenly woke up and started shouting Wa girl's name. The doctor was surprised and told him he couldn't get up yet. Gang asked where Seo Wa was. The doctor replied that if the master is about that maid, the funeral is over. It's been 2 weeks. Gon replied that he understood everything and asked where his sword had disappeared. The doctor said that he had taken it from his hands and afterward had given it to the patriarch. Gon asked, the patriarch is waiting for him, isn't he? And he will go to him after all. The doctor asked him to be careful. Isn't he in pain? Gon realized that compared to the seizures due to the blockage of chi clans and chemotherapy, this pain was nothing. He replied to the doctor that he was used to it. Gon thanked him for saving his life. The doctor said he shouldn't. He was doing what he had to do. In his head, the doctor thought and remembered that there were rumors that he was lazy and a weak fool. This is definitely a lie. Gon made his way through pain and suffering to the patriarch's building. The guards told him that Gon had come. The patriarch told them to let him enter. Gon sighed before entering and tried not to show that he was worried. And suddenly Chan appeared in front of his eyes and told the guy that he was awake. and he was very happy to see the descendant. Gon at one point was very confused to see him and asked Chan what he was doing there. 200 years ago, when the era of the reign of the sacred blade immortal ended, and the number of bearers of the surname Baek was inexorably decreasing. The great Baek clan, which was in danger of extinction, finally found hope thanks to Patriarch Baek RB San and his outstanding fighting skills. Kong Ho had given him a nickname, the Ruthless Iron Blood. Gon could never have imagined it. The patriarch turned to Gon and asked, "Did he have something on his face?" Chan asks the guy, "Why does everyone here have such disgruntled faces?" And the interior, of course, they did a great job. "Is that the current patriarch?" Chan started mocking the patriarch and grabbed his beard, saying it was too thick. Gon was frightened for a moment, for he thought he would really pull it off. Then the patriarch turned to Gon again. Gon knelt down and apologized, saying that his body wasn't fully healed yet. Did the patriarch call him? The patriarch replied that is correct. Does he know what kind of people carried out the assassination attempt? Gon was surprised and realized that the patriarch wanted to test him. Gon ventured and replied that he assumed it was those guys from the demonic alliance. They are just in the know as they continue to amass power. And then the patriarch hesitated, but Gon said it was unlikely. They hadn't seen their techniques, but the assassins were unlikely to belong to the demonic alliance. Those people would never touch a Baek clan member when they were in their right mind. Even if they were crazy, they wouldn't attack him who wasn't the heir. The patriarch told the guy that he's changed a little bit, but he doesn't have a ready verdict. Gon replied that he was right. The patriarch told the guy that no one survived but him. Doesn't he have a guilty conscience? Gon thought for a moment and replied that he was glad he had survived. He must live to avenge the fallen. The patriarch thought for a moment and told the guy to come up to him. Gon was surprised and asked again, "What?" The head replied that he told him to go up to him. The head asked the guy with a look in his eyes, "How did he get rid of the assassins?" The heaven and earth blade technique had definitely left cut marks on the bodies. Gon wondered how he would be able to kill all those assassins if he couldn't even use his internal energy. But even if told the truth, he would say that the spirit of the sacred immortality blade had entered his body and fought over it. And here he doubted that everything would go smoothly. We must add as many true facts to the legend as possible. Gon thought for a moment and said that at the end of the secret passage, he found a strange space marked by a streak. The head asked in surprise, "Strange space?" Gon replied that it was like that. As soon as he stepped there, he immediately felt something. His body moved on its own as he fought the assassins, and then he lost consciousness. The head said, "What a strange phenomenon. Too weird." And immediately the head grabbed the guy's hands and used his powers. The others turned to the patriarch and asked him to calm down. He told the boy that his illness had not receded. There was no increase in his inner energy either. The patriarch checked everything and told the guy he was free to go. Gon didn't want to leave for nothing and asked them to return his sword. The patriarch asked him, "Is he about this rusty piece of iron? He likes to play warrior." Then the patriarch used his powers to lift the sword and handed it to the guy, telling him to take it. Zhang asked the guy, "Are there eyes for beauty or something? What other rusty piece of junk?" They couldn't even recognize the legendary sword. Gon replied that the shaping wasn't that rough. "Is the sword really that big?" Chan replied that that was correct. It is forged from meteorite metal. It's his favorite sword, and his name is Meteor. Gon said that it was kept in the elder's courtyard, right? Zhang replied that it's probably fake, although he doesn't understand why they did that. And the patriarch is as cold as a serpent. How can a father hate his own son so much? Gon replied that he didn't think the patriarch hated him. Otherwise, how would he have gotten the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng? There was a situation where the father was talking to a doctor, and he was told that the guy is a patriarch and he is so rare. The patriarch then said, "Let Gon take it too, and let the doctor keep quiet about it." Gon continued that his father had gotten it for him secretly. It was like a mountain off his shoulders. Chan asked what kind of hand he'd gotten him to help with healing internal injuries. Chan said that the guy's father was the kind of guy who didn't know how to express love openly, right? Gon hesitantly replied that he probably was. The servant was telling the patriarch that he had given an internal energy massage and the elders hadn't noticed anything. It must have been difficult. The patriarch replied that no. And it's much more difficult for Gon now. His body is in a terrible state, and he was only able to do so thanks to the efforts of the healer. The servant replied that he should be honored. The patriarch went to the clan manager and said he was too harsh, right? It had been so long since they had seen each other. The manager replied that not at all. He was sure one day the young gentleman would understand him. The patriarch said it would be better for him not to know anything. Perhaps it would be better to blame him, and yet the young gentleman's words caught him. The patriarch asked the man in charge, "Is he about the strange phenomenon?" The manager said that maybe he was starting to wake up to his fighting prowess. He said the same thing when Gon was very young. Two geniuses were born into the family. The patriarch said he was wrong. Even if his words were true, they would only encourage people to make Gon the heir apparent. He wants the finger to spend the rest of his life free. The manager apologized and said he shouldn't have said that. The patriarch said it can't be left as it is. Have the manager send a red dragon unit. At this time in the Ruby training room, Chong said, "Something there is Gon wants to say that his father is behaving so negligently toward him to justify the second son's position as the main heir?" Gon replied that's exactly what it was. Zhang immediately said he's a weakling. The patriarch of the Baek clan is being manipulated by the elders. Gon replied that it was all thanks to him. After all, martial artists of immortality live unusually long lives, and because of that, many elders of the Baek family are still alive. How can you defy the elders? Chan replied that the ancient sages had fostered reverence for elders in youth for a reason. Gon said that the old man was avoiding answering. Gon immediately stood up and said that in general he was ready. Chong replied, "And how can they use internal energy now that chi is separated from the bloodstream? It's actually easier than it looks. He just needs to die. Not literally, just a different approach." Does the guy know what the essence of chi channel blockage is? Gon replied that it is a rare disorder in which the meridians of chi flow are blocked. Zhang said incorrectly. Chi circulates inside all living things. If he really didn't have chi energy flowing inside him, he would have died long ago. Chi is the ox and the meridians are the riverbed. When the chi channels are blocked, the river is more like a low-water brook. Gon said that he would survive and could even learn martial arts if he expanded the channels. Zhang replied that it would be glorious, but unfortunately it's impossible. He chopped up many people, but never once with his own eyes did he see the meridians within them. In a man's body you can see blood, bones and flesh. Neither soul nor God can be found in it. However, once he became omnipresent, he became the connecting part between the chi channels. God is directly connected to the will and energy in the inner core of the body. He used the will of his mind to trick his body and chi energy, in other words, body and mind, and then the mind connected to the will changed under the influence of the sacredness. The will became a god when chi. Gon was confused after saying that and asked the old man to tell in one sentence. Chong said that it was labor. If you work hard enough, you can use your will to reconnect the chi channels. Lest it be another lecture on the importance of hard work. First in his home dimension and now here. Chong said further. He further understood that Gon had not learned the mind technique of the flaming sun. What about the Taiyin meridian? Gon replied that he trained to be able to take care of himself. The Baek clan's family secret, immortal martial arts, lies mainly in the mind techniques of the Flaming Sun and Taiyin Meridian. The Flaming Sun mind technique allows you to gather a lot of energy quickly, and the Taiyin Meridian is needed to purify the mind. Chong asked that this is as a basis for the Flaming Sun mind technique, is he right? Gon replied that yes, and many people complete the Taiyin Meridian training at the age of 7 and begin the Flaming Sun mind technique. Gon replied that it was because the Taiyin Meridian was not completed, and since he eventually completed it, I'm sure it would be of use to him. Gon got excited and asked, really? He didn't know that the Taiyin Meridian was incomplete. Chong said correctly. It was not in his power to cure his blockage of chi channels, but he could teach him something. Since the sacred immortal blade himself says so, it really could be possible. Even he would be able to learn martial arts. Gon began to rejoice and asked the master to teach him. And about 6 hours later Gon labored through sweat and fatigue. Chan said the guy's morale is nothing, but his tenacity is impressive. Let him start over. After all, the real purpose of the Taiyin Meridian is to express the will in reality. He himself will understand everything when he manages to touch his soul. Now let him put all his will into his fist. He's a quick learner, so in 3 years he'll catch up with him, and in 10 he'll beat him. Chan thought that the more he learned about the boy, the more he liked him. Just the thought of training him filled him with joy. The reality he seeks is unattainable unless he dies and then resurrects and overcomes adversity time after time. In the moment Gon spoke, he needed to remember. The last moments of his past life, he still hadn't forgotten how he felt at that moment, what he was feeling and thinking at the time. And now, through training and perseverance, the awakening is coming. He will put that moment in his fist, and through the will, he will achieve his success. And then, at that moment, Zhang said he was about to give up his spirit, and after a while the guy lost consciousness. Opening his eyes slowly, Chan said he finally woke up. And he almost disappeared because of him. Gon asked what had happened to him. Zhang replied that he had put so much effort into trying to send him back to the next world that he had passed out. The boy asked the old man if he was okay. Zhang replied that he hadn't been discreet. It won't happen again. And while the guy was lying unconscious, he thought it over carefully. Touching the incorporeal was the first step of mastering the Taiyin meridian, and it cannot be passed in a quarter of a day, unless he had previously experienced death or the loss of his bodily shell, after which he was in the state of disembodied spirit. Chan asked the guy, "Is he reborn?" Gon was surprised and asked with a surprised look. Chan replied as he jabbed his finger in the air, but he still guessed. What had he been in his past life? And then So Shang thought, how would he explain it to him? He said that he was a person who lived in the distant future, not in the Middle Ages. Zhang said he was surprised. If the old man from the green forest found out, the place would be upside down. Gon wondered who the old man was talking about. Thank goodness he accepted the truth quite easily. Chan said that in general he was indeed reborn. Since that was the case, he was the perfect candidate to learn his techniques. Gon is the only one who can accept his legacy. Now let him try to cut the moon. Gon thought that in his past life, and in his present one, he had always felt like the world had betrayed him. But is that all he's capable of? The guy got excited and replied to the master that he would do it. Chong remembered and said that the completed Taiyin meridian could easily be confused with the Taiyin meridian, so could pick another name. Since this is the first time this technique will be completed, can we add Jin at the beginning? At this point, Gon replied that no. Zhang tells the guy that he hasn't even listened to him and he's already turning him down. Gang replied that his uncle's name was Jin Day. Master asked, what's wrong? Jin Day, Jin Taiying? Immediately he got the point. Gon asked, what did he understand? So it's not going to happen. Gon was still practicing. The guy said that he had been practicing for 4 hours already. They thought the young master would give up quickly. But a month passed. The guy said maybe he's grown up. Like he's doing something useful. The guy asked his brother, is this a workout, in his opinion? I mean, he's just waving his arms around all day. The brother replied that that's what it looks like. He's really changed, though. It must be all because of jealousy, since his younger brother would be the heir. The boy asked Wang why he was so cruel to the young master. Wang asked, wasn't it obvious? He's just an ordinary lazy bum. No respect for his elders at all. Did you forget who he drunkenly overturned the ancestral altar 3 years ago? Also belatedly trying to look good in front of the elders because he's jealous of his talented younger brother. Just then a guy came up to them and said curiously. The guys were surprised and said, Master Nung, Baek Ha-jun's mentor. Nung Ji said, wow. Servants pouring mud on their own master behind his back. The servants immediately bowed down apologizing. And they all apologized to Grand Master Nung. Nung said they'll be flogged anyway. Now get them out of here immediately. Noon watched the guy and thought that Gon was using such cheap tricks that even these idiots realized everything. If he wanted everyone to believe in his changes, he should try harder. Time after time, he's convinced that he's the heir. Only young Mr. Baek Ha is worthy. Intelligence, talent in martial arts, nobility, and good looks. Unlike the lazy and arrogant eldest son, who only wants to drink, sing, and dance. He'll never be the leader of the clan. Of course, it doesn't make any sense. And yet, he's trying to master the Taiyin meridian. The Ruby Training Hall is a precious structure obtained by defeating the Sacred Blade of Immortality, the leader of the Deathstrike cult. After all, the Ruby said Nung is purified by the purest water from Chan. And he dares to cook in it. The only thing he knew was that he couldn't let that happen. He would make sure that Gon would never dare to think of eating Chan's food again, and along the way put him in his place. But suddenly Gon told him to stop and stand where he stood. And Wen was surprised and thought the guy heard him approach. Couldn't be. Gon told him that no, he hadn't guessed. And Wen thought the guy could hear his thoughts. Gon asked, how was that possible? Is cooking really against the rules of decency? Without food, people die. One thing Nyn realized is that the guy anticipates everything he does, and realized that blocking the chi channel not only weakened the body, but also greatly sharpened one's intuition. The wave of cold air coming from the young master was enough to break through the gift from the yang chi of the ruby. Gon asked the guy why didn't he just come over to say hello. Nyn understood it differently, seeing what the gentleman wanted to say. How dare he try to hide his presence, and he noticed him at once. Gon said that it was him, Grand Master Nung Ji. The guy saw that Gon was pretending he didn't know. How many times can you mock him? Gon outside said that it was cold. Chong replied that he had warned that the completed Taiyin meridian would absorb all of his yin chi. Gon said that was why he came to the Ruby Hall, but even that didn't help. And there's a coldness coming from his body. Gon said after seeing the food that it was definitely making things better. Zhang replied that replenishing internal energy with food, he can be overly savvy. Gon said he had already boiled the broth. All that was left was to add the dampingas. Zhang smelled it and said it smells amazing. What kind of dish is this? Gon replied that it was stewed dampings based on a recipe from his previous life. The master replied that it looked delicious, and who would have thought he had a talent for cooking. Gon told the old man to stand where he was standing. Chan asked the guy how he would have guessed how much seasoning to throw in now. Gon replied that no, he hadn't guessed. The boy tasted his dish and said that it was the same flavor. The master saw this and replied that his descendants really had no manners. Gon asked the old man, is cooking food against the rules of decency? Without food, people die. He learned to make this dish when he was about 10 years old, and his father always praised him for it. His younger brother loved it too. That was the last compliment he got from him. And why didn't he just come over to say hello? The master thought and answered that there might be descendants. And why is this man silently staring at him? Gon thought, what is the leader of the secret fog squad doing here? And he would definitely not forgive him for that. Gon turned around and said that it was him, Grand Master Noonji. Nyn replied that he apologized for his belated greeting. And may the master forgive his impoliteness. Gon asked what impoliteness is he talking about. Nyn apologized and said that he had forgotten his place. Gon was surprised and thought, what was that all about anyway? Grand Master Nung bows to him. Where is he in the parallel universe? Nyn bows and says he will go. Gon allowed it and said let him go. And in a moment he saw that this master had silent footsteps at all. Nyn is nicknamed the superior blade of the purple demon. It earned this nickname by its stealth. Even top-notch masters cannot recognize its presence. Chan asked the guy what was wrong with him. Gon replied thinking that the most important thing was that everything was all right. Chan said to the heir, could he let him use his body for the duration of the meal? Gon replied that the master had said he would die if he ever entered him again. So no. And let him get the hell away from him. Chan asked the boy if he really needed the ladle. Gon replied that yes, he should definitely go back for it, or one of the maids would take it. It's precious to him. He has been practicing the Taiyin meridian for a month now, but he never feels any progress. Zhang replied that it can't be like that. Let him strike his palm. Here, let the boy stroke it. He's getting much better at concentrating his will in his body. Even if he doesn't feel like he's making any progress now, he's bound to feel a change one day. Zhang remembered and asked the guy, turns out he doesn't get along with his brother? Gang replied that with Ha-jun, right? Master asked, was it like that from the beginning? The guy said no, they used to be friends. He had carried him on his back all his childhood. The master asked what had changed. Gon replied that he himself had ruined their relationship, destroying all his favorite things and pinching his cheeks until they began to bleed. By the time it was time for him to leave his family, their relationship had deteriorated to the point where he didn't even come to say goodbye. And his tactic worked. Master told him not to worry. Brothers in warrior families always end up raising swords against each other. Gon said to the master that he thought he had said that harmony should reign in a family. The master replied that brothers were the exception. There can be no harmony between brothers. The boy asked why that. The master replied that he had a brother too. And one day he sent an assassin to him. When he dealt with him, he didn't kill his brother, but destroyed his dantian, and severed the channels of energy flow so that he could happily spend the rest of his life. Gon said he didn't know that the sacred blade of immortality had a brother. And then walking into the room, he saw his younger brother. The master asked the lad, "Is this really his brother?" Gon realized that he would pick up the ladle and go, and apologized to his younger brother that he didn't know he had a visitor. Gon could feel his younger brother looking at him and thought he was about to drill a hole in the back of his head. The master told the lad that he looked at him with an annihilating stare. Gon replied that he had told him what he had done to him. The master saw and said there was no worse enemy for the boy. Gon replied that he knew, and it was time for them to go. But suddenly Ha stood in front of the door and he was greatly surprised. Master said that this moonwalk was amazing. His light footsteps are nothing compared to his. Gon said he could hear everything. Did he tell Ha that he wasn't taught that if you're blocking someone's path, you should at least speak? He completely forgot the rules while he was gone. And then he walked by and hit his little brother with his shoulder. Ha immediately grabbed his hand and told his brother to stop. Gon turned around and asked what with the surprise. Ha saw his brother turn around in a second but was confused, and began to address him esteemed brother. His brother used to be a temple treasure. Though sickly, he was wise and courteous in character from childhood. It was impossible not to like him. Sometimes he would make him spicy wonton soup. In those moments, his 9-year-old brother seemed so. He was happy next to him, and then it seemed to him that this happiness would last forever. However, everything changed in one day. My brother was constantly in a rage, refusing medication. He no longer wanted to spend time with people from the clan. Soon, even his father turned his back on his obnoxious brother. And the vassals whispered that since his brother had already lost his mind, he was sure to become patriarch. He had no idea why it had happened. He just hoped his brother would go back to his old self and play with him like the good old days. Ha had said that there was a strange smell in here. The boy replied that it was probably because young master and Gon had cooked soup here after training. Ha was confused and turned to his brother. Nan replied that it was like this. He spent about a month in the Ruby Hall practicing. Ha squeezed his hand sharply and remembered that this was what the soup his brother himself had made him as a child had smelled like. Since he had started learning martial arts, suddenly everything would be back to normal. Ha held his brother and realized that he had made such a mistake. And now there was an urgent need to excuse himself. Ha tried to say that he called him brother. And here Gon actually thought everyone hated him. I guess he was wrong. Gon told his brother that he was too old to call him that. He should just call him brother. Gon said they passed and asked why he stopped him. Ha replied to his brother if he wanted to practice together like before. It's been so long after all. Gon was surprised and asked, was he joking now? After all, he can't even use chi energy, and he's offering him to train together? It seemed like it was another attempt at revenge. Ha was surprised and replied that it wasn't like that at all. That's not what he meant. They are supposed to practice qigong today, so he thought he wouldn't need chi energy. Zhang told the kid that the first impression was deceiving. He's very naive. Gun replied that he was just a kid. Ha asked his brother if he remembered the goblin's words. Father had taught them this exercise a long time ago. They will practice it today. Gon asked, isn't this a child's game? Chan said he was very happy that his invented exercise was being passed down. Gon asked that goblin fighting was really an exercise. The master replied that was correct. Gon said it's not for them to decide anyway. They should ask Grand Master Noon. He is in charge of his training. The guy realized that obviously he was going to lose to him anyway. Also, Nung hates him, so he won't let him join. And then Nung replied that Mr. Ha could use a partner. Ha said that since the Grand Master allowed it, there was no problem, right? Gon was surprised and replied for his brother to pause. Noon at this time was glad that he would surely find out if young Master Gon was hiding his powers. Gon could see that the teacher looked like he was dreaming of crapping on him. Master Zhang said to the guy, would he like to have a practice fight? Then he would teach him how to make his body lighter. Gon asked, and how would that help him beat Ha? The master replied that Qigong literally lightens the weight of the body. He, on the other hand, spent a whole month learning to concentrate and apply his will. Perhaps if he concentrated on the right thought, there would be a chance of success. Gon asked, "Is that even possible?" Chan replied that he hadn't said that before because he wasn't completely sure, but he would give him a hint on how to extend his life if he could win. Gon told his brother that he agreed and it was time to play catch the goblin. Ha got excited and asked, "Really?" Gon asked, "Are the basic rules the same?" Ha replied, "Yes. Here are the blindfolds." Chan told the kid that he didn't have to pretend. Ha thought his brother wanted to play a game himself. Ha told his brother that if he was ready, it was time to begin. Gon realized that even the elders recognized Ha as a genius. One day he will be the strongest warrior in the world. He only has a chance with the Taiyin Meridian. The master was telling the kid that judging by that moonwalk of his, the boy was already pretty skillful. But if that kid is 1 in 100, Gon is his chosen disciple, the only one of his kind and the greatest of all. Let him show his younger brother the difference between heaven and earth. Gon replied that in his former home they used to say that a younger brother is no match for an older brother. The master said he couldn't agree. Did they seriously have a conversation like that? Gon asked what was the big deal. Was master's brother older than him? The master replied that the younger ones learn from the mistakes of their elders and become better. Nan immediately said that he would remind the rules. Gon said they're supposed to throw red beanbags at each other, with blindfolds over their eyes and bells tied around their belts. Nan replied that he had decided to change the rules slightly to make the training harder. There would be no bells, and he would also wrap the beanbags in rabbit fur to muffle the sound. There will be a total of 5 sacks. The game is played to 3 points. Hitting the opponent with the sacks earns them 1 point. If the sack remains in the shooter's hand, it is an automatic win. Ha told his brother how long it had been since they had played Word Goblin. Gon replied that it had been 6 years. Ha used to make his brother cry when he hit him with the pokeball. Ha said that won't happen again. Gon asked, "Denut? Let the younger one take care of his nose." Nan threw out all the bags and told them to get started. Ha realized he was playing Word Goblin with his brother. Now he was going to show him how much he had changed. Ha immediately found a bag and threw it at his brother. Nan said 1 point to Mr. Ha. He hit the target. Nan said in his head that Ha is good and he's a head taller than Gon. For him, we don't have to worry about him. And now Mr. Gon. Is he using the Taiyin Meridian? Has he already given up? At that time, the guy had reached the first stage Taiyin Meridian and applied the separation of heaven and earth. Nan saw that Mr. Ha was confused because the sound was coming from the same direction. What was Mr. Gon up to? Ha found the bag again and threw it right at his brother. But Gon tried to catch it, but he failed. Nan was surprised to see Mr. Gon trying to catch the pouch. He's blindfolded. How is that even possible? And then he said that the second point goes to Mr. Ha. And now Gon dodged the attack. Could this guy really feel the pouches? But Mr. Ha is still winning, and if it continued like this. But in a moment he saw that the sound of Mr. Gon's footsteps had not been heard for some time, as well as the whistling sound of his fist slicing through the air. It's like he's erased his presence. There's no sound coming from him. He can't hear anything at all, said Ha. Ha wondered where the brother had gone. How had they played before? He had never been able to beat his brother with a goblin word. But suddenly he felt cold air coming at him. And now he had to dodge. But Ha was not in time, and Gon launched a sack attack straight at his brother. The younger man was unable to resist and collapsed to the ground. Nan said that Mr. Gon is winning. Ha was greatly surprised at this time and recalled moments from his childhood. He asked his brother why he was so angry now. Gon told him to go away and not to bother him. And Ha, too, now realized that he regretted those times. After all, he couldn't understand why his brother had changed so much. Ha immediately apologized to his brother. Gon gave him a flick and asked him why he was apologizing. He had defeated him. Ha said no, that's not it. He took all of his brother's stuff. Gon asked what was he even talking about. And then Ha tried and said something about his mother but stopped. Gon asked him again what is he talking about. Ha replied that he had heard that she had died because she had fallen ill while giving birth to him. Gon said he's a chalky and don't you dare say that. Anyway, he won, so now he'll follow his commands. Tomorrow have him come to his room. Ha refused and replied that it wasn't fair. Chan realized at that moment that he had promised the guy to give life extension advice if he won. But honestly, he didn't expect that Gon really could. This young man is full of surprises. The next day in Gon's chambers, Ha asks his brother what is he saying? Does his brother want him to tell his father that he will be the main heir? Gon understood that in order to obtain the official status of chief heir, 2 conditions had to be met. Will get the approval of the Council of Elders and the current patriarch. Ha has only met the first condition, so he is not the main heir for now. Ha told his brother that there would be no turning back afterward. Gon replied that he didn't need the title. It was unlikely that he would live to be 20 anyway, so he would rather leave the boring duties to him and spend the rest of his life carefree. Master said it was the first time he'd ever seen someone give up their heir status. Gon thought his brother must think he wasn't serious. Gon said it was true about Mom's death, that the second birth had not been easy for her. But the patriarch made sure the people kept it quiet. Ha replied that it was his uncle. Then he started to say that he didn't mean to, but he didn't forget anything. Master asked if he was uncle about Baek Jide. Gon replied that's right, there are very few good people like that in the clan. Master said that it sounded like he was a bastard. Ha said if he becomes the main heir, what will happen to him, brother? Gon replied that he didn't want to sit idly by waiting for death, that he would try to fix his body that way. Ha was surprised and asked his brother, did he know the way? Had he contacted a divine healer? Gon replied that nothing was known for sure yet, and who knows, maybe the divine healer doesn't know how to heal blocked chi channels either. Is he planning to visit Kianrim? The master replied that that was correct. There are only old farts in Kianrim. They might know how to help him. There are many outstanding martial artists in the world, but only a few of them have transcended the boundaries of human capabilities. The abbot of the Old Believer faction in Shaolin, the Sword Emperor of the Wudong sect, and the master of Kianrim had reached such heights. He is the leader of Kianrim. Kianrim in strength can be compared to the 9 great sects. Only those whose strength has been recognized can reside there. Not much is known about them, despite their reputation. He was a guest there once and helped them out a bit. Gon said he hadn't heard about it. Chan replied that he had never told anyone in the clan. The boy wondered what they could ask the sacred blade of immortality for. The master told the guy if he showed them the change coin he had gotten from them, any request he made would be listened to. And it's hidden inside the temple of Jermoon. Let him find it and go to Kianrim. Ha told his brother that he had indeed heard that they were dealing with the subject of internal energy. Gon replied that they did, and that maybe they could help him with something. Ha told his brother that he would be more likely to be able to meet them. Someone from Kianrim is just about to visit them in a few days with students from other clans. The master told the boy to run to look for her sooner rather than later. He had taken some measures against thieves, so he'd better take one of his subordinates with him. Gon replied that he had no subordinates. The master said one right in front of him. Gon asked his brother if he wanted to go for a walk with him tomorrow. Ha got excited and replied that he could. The next day, Gon asked his brother, is he still angry? He'd told him to be inconspicuous. Ha replied that he thought his brother meant that he should just sneak out of the house. Gon thought for a moment and realized that perhaps he really had overdone it. It was cruel to require a child dressed for a walk to be covered in dust. Gon said that Junior could buy sweets and then he already saw that Ha ran to the counter. And then he remembered that Ha had said that this was the first time he was going out without bodyguard warriors. Gon asked the master, are they sure they're going that way? It's too crowded. The master replied that it was the temple of the god of prosperity. It is logical that many people go there. Ha asked his brother how he knew where the treasure of the sacred blade of immortality was kept. Gon replied that it was in his former residence. He had read it in one of the books. Ha said the treasure of the sacred blade of immortality that no one has found yet. He hopes it's really there. Gon asked his brother, is the sacred blade his idol or something? Ha replied that of course. He's the best martial artist of all time. The master was happy and said that he was a smart kid, not like the older one. Gon told him to keep a better eye on the road. The master responded by telling the lad not to rush him. Also, they are on the spot. Ha asked his brother in a surprised voice, the treasure is definitely in this pavilion? Gon said, it looks like the temple is no longer standing here. Chan said how you can tear down the temple of the god of prosperity and build a building in its place in an attempt to achieve that very prosperity. Everything has to be inside. Gon told Junior that they were going that way. And then a guard came out in front of them and told them that they couldn't and to stop loitering around. Ha immediately started to lunge, but Gon told him to stand still and be still. Gon immediately threw the bag of coins in his face. The guard was angry, and when he saw the silver, he asked where did the child get that kind of money? Gon asked, what's the matter? Let him let them inside, and let him pick a quieter place. Gon then ordered them to bring them the cook's crown dish and roast duck, and have him bring the food a little later. They had something to discuss. Gon said that he thought they should go to that building. Ha was upset and replied that they hadn't eaten yet. Gon told his brother that he told the waiter to take his time so they would have time. Ha got excited and went with him. Gon opened the doors and saw the statues in front of him, and at that time the master told him to press the man's foot. The guy put up his hand and asked, this way, right here? Immediately a secret entrance in the ground opened up in a second. Ha told his brother he knew about it, and it turns out his brother is so cool. The master at the time said he was the cool one. Gon said they didn't know what was inside, so they had to proceed with caution. They took a few steps and fell into the hole. The master saw what the guy was using and said that he had already improved his qigong so much. He was proud of him. Gon looked around and said that there were traces of visitors here. Have the pavilion owners found the treasure yet? At least we don't have to worry about traps. Gon saw the papers and read that the manager of the Qian branch, Li He, had died of illness. The owner of the pavilion, Li So-yoon, known as Manhwa, the daughter of Li Ryu, owns 4 other pavilions, hiding as a mysterious pavilion owner. We need to eliminate him. Jungu, the pavilion owner's confidant, needs to be eliminated. And the rest said Gon is encrypted, he can't read it. The master said there was low-level cult code all over the place. Gon asked him if he could decipher it. Master replied that apparently they were fighting instead of the branch manager Qi, and this is their territory. Ha asked, is that a Paisu statue? Master remembered and replied to just poke him in the eye. The boy was surprised and told the master that he had messed around with a lot of things. Chan replied that it was a very valuable thing. He told his brother that the change coin should be behind this wall. Ha was surprised and asked, really? Gon replied that it was correct and asked his brother to move back a little. Immediately he realized his blade above his head. Breaking his head, Ha saw a light appear and told his brother that the wall had opened. Gon was blinded badly and replied that it was so bright. Ha asked surprised, brightly? It's dark in here. Gon was surprised and didn't understand what the Bart was saying. The master said he realized the boy was special as soon as he picked up his sword, and immediately told Gon to get in there now, and let him seize the opportunity. The lad entered and answered that the light came from the necklace. He immediately grabbed the necklace with both hands and felt the powerful energy that was trying to escape from his hands. But things turned the other way. The necklace moved his unrecognizable world to him. Gon began to look around and asked where was he. Chan also moved with the guy and putting his hand on his shoulder said, Gon was frightened upon seeing the sacred blade of immortality. He asked the old man why his body was no longer translucent. Chan turned to the descendant and replied that he was very lucky. He would even say that the guy was born under a lucky star. Gon said it was more like he was born with a fatal disease. Chong asked, isn't learning from a master like him a great fortune? Besides, he had absorbed the spiritual power of the Pishu eye, so he was definitely lucky now. Gon looked at the necklace and asked that it was a Paisu eye. Zhang replied that it was correct. He and the then leader of Qianrim ripped it out of the eye socket of a real Pishu and made this necklace. The boy understood and said that he had seen the ghost before, that perhaps magical beasts existed as well. The master was surprised and replied that he accepted it easily. Gon asked what kind of spiritual power is this? Is he talking about the other world? The master replied that he was. The internal energy of the lower dantian is derived from the middle dantian, and the energy of the middle dantian is derived from the upper dantian. The source of the upper dantian's energy is spiritual power. Master said that this necklace would slightly improve his qi situation. Gon replied that he was tired of even weak qigong, and he could really use some help. The master told the guy that he easily got himself a very rare item, and he doesn't like it. But then Ha shouted to his brother to wake up and come to his senses. And then Gon opened his eyes abruptly after a couple minutes. Ha asked if he was all right. He's been passed out for over an hour. Gon was surprised and asked, "That long?" But suddenly someone shouted from the street that they would tie the bastard up and leave him right there. Gon was surprised to hear these voices and asked if anyone else was here. He ordered Ha to prepare his sword. The master told the guy he woke up just in time. Perfect timing. Gon asked the master what he was even talking about. The master replied that it was a chance to test the power he had gained during the fight. People were asking at that time, what is that hole in the wall? And it's very good. The guy can be hidden there. But then the doors opened and people started asking, who are these ragamuffins? They'll have nightmares for the rest of their lives if he kills the children. Gon asked the boys, are they from the lower fifth gate? He didn't know they were here. If they let them go from, he would reward them handsomely. The master asked Gon if he was afraid of them. Gon replied that it would be nice to make friends with the fifth lower gate. The master said that, but not now. The boy immediately took up his blade and said that the child's bravery was commendable. Kid. However, they have a problem here. Gon immediately told his brother, and in the same second, Ha had already swooped down to attack the enemies and cut the guy who was talking to them. The master turned to the heir and told him to participate too. Gon replied that he would. Gon killed one of the enemies and thought it was too easy. The sword got stuck. The master prompted the lad to leave the sword behind and be careful with the solar plexus. But suddenly someone launched an attack on the guy and swept the blade across his throat. The master told the guy it was too late. Did he forget about the qinggong? Gon was confused and said he almost died. Master told him to keep his head up. Let him go for opportunities to counterattack. Gon answered the master that he knew, and at the same minute attacked the enemy with 2 fingers, and cut his eyes open. The enemy started screaming in pain and asked, "Where's that asshole?" The master told the guy to achieve success, sometimes you have to sacrifice something. And if he lacks strength, let him twist the blow, and let him chop as hard as he can. Gon handled it with ease, and Chan told his mentor that it was impressive to see such a thing. The master told the boy that he was a child of the clan after all, and don't let him be too proud to deal with those mercenaries. Ha asked his brother, is he okay? Gon replied that he was fine. This isn't his first real fight, is it? Ha replied that this is his third. Gon thought that this was the 3rd time in 2 lifetimes that he had killed someone. The first time was in his last life. Some nutcase had run into the bus stop with a knife. He pushed Maniac into the road to protect his mom from being attacked. He ended up getting hit by a bus. The investigation found him not guilty, but the thought of ruining his life made him sick to his stomach. The second time was when the sacred blade of immortality took over his body. He had chopped a man in half with his own hands, but it didn't stir up so much emotion in him. Maybe it's the fact that they're in Murim, and he's not an ordinary person, but the son of a warrior clan. And if he had come for their souls, he had to be ready to die. The master replied that this was the right attitude. But then a guy came in and thanked the glorious Lord. How good of them to punish those traitors. And the Western branch owes them a debt of gratitude. He will personally see to it that they are rewarded accordingly. Ha asked his brother, should we get rid of him too? Gon replied, not yet. He asked the guy what's his name. The guy replied that his name was Jingu. Gon remembered that Jingu, he had seen that name in the records before. Is he the right hand of the daughter of the Western branch manager? Gon asked the guy, were those people the traitors of the lower 5th gate? Gu replied that that was correct. They had rioted as soon as the previous manager passed away, and he would definitely be rewarded when he reported everything to the current manager. Gon asked, who is he? He needs to know who to get payment from. Gu replied that he could not tell his name, but let him believe that his kindness will not be forgotten. Gon asked, wondering how on earth he could trust his words. He immediately swung his blade and shouted for the guy to die but didn't hit him. Gon looked at Guy's face and said he was faithful. The guy thanked him for saving him like that. Gon thought he was just trying to scare him, but the sword was so heavy that it almost fell on his head, and he asked the boy how he would repay him. The guy replied that, first of all, they would do the cleaning themselves. They would make sure that he would not be hurt in any way by the incident. And their branch also specializes in information gathering. If allowed, he will serve only him with all his might. Gon saw that this guy was more useful than he thought. He asked the master what he thought. Chong replied that he could use a good relationship with the lower fifth gate. Let him do what he thought was right. Gon said that then he should first see if he had enough ability. He asked the boy to guess who he was. If his answer was satisfactory, he would give him an assignment. The boy replied that he wasn't exactly sure, but judging from his head, he was still a young man. His speech is refined. He is definitely the son of a noble family, who specializes in martial arts and has an heir his age. He might be a prodigy of the Baek clan. Huh? But definitely not the Geo lazy brother. The master started laughing and said that this guy was a match for them. Gon replied that he had a special talent. Gon gave him a bag of coins and said he would go. Next he would have to gather information about the Baek clan's visitors. The lad bowed and replied for the Lord to grant it to him, and thanked him for saving him. Gon said he could go back. Ha told his brother that they would probably be in big trouble now. Gon asked his brother, is he afraid? Ha replied that no, and that wasn't the point. Gon told him not to worry. All the responsibility was on him, so he wouldn't be in any danger. Gon thought it wasn't long before his father stopped punishing him eternally and began to limit himself to cold stares. Hardly something he would say. The head asked the manager, did Gon and Ha go out drinking? The manager replied that yes, and their vassal had seen a pavilion nearby. The head said that Gon just got home and he's already doing the wrong thing. He won't let it go. So the head decided that he would visit Gon in his chambers, and immediately went to his room to talk to him. When he came to his son, the head started beating him on the legs with a wire and said that he had just returned home and immediately took his brother to a drinking establishment. Does he even know what it means to have the last name Baek? Gon replied so his father would forgive him. The head said that the Council of 7 Stars will be held in 5 years. The 9 great sects have the Dragon and Phoenix Council, and the great clans have the Council of the 7 Stars. Their ancestors competed in martial arts at these gatherings, but now the event is for talented young warriors, helping them form bonds, and Ha will also attend the council. Gon replied that he was aware of it. He wouldn't live long after the meeting anyway, so there was no point in going. The head said that the Meng clans, Habuk Pung clans, and the Qianrim Tao sect would be coming to their territory. He assumes they want to introduce their kids to Ha, and he should get along with them too. Gon replied that he did not care about the meeting of the 7 Stars. And then Dad said he didn't care what he thought. Today's punishment should be a little bit of a wake-up call. Is he going to embarrass himself in front of the other clan students? His mistakes will reflect badly on Ha and the whole family. Let him come to his senses. Master said that at least they wouldn't have to look for people from Qianrim. They would come themselves. Gon asked, so why would his father want to introduce him to someone? The master replied that it was obviously the same. He wanted him to make friends at some age. Gon said that for some reason he felt like he would embarrass them with his weak picking. But then the manager came in and addressed the young gentleman. He told the boy to try putting it on his wounds. Gon was surprised and thanked. Immediately he hinted to the lad that the patriarch had secretly passed it on. When he opened the ointment, he was surprised. Master said it has a refreshing fragrance. The Baek clan's secret medicine. Such a valuable medicine in a simple box. How mysterious. Gon said that his father did not know how to be sincere at all. Master replied that the boy should dress his wounds and go to bed. Given the events to come, he should hurry up with his training. Early the next day, Gon got up early in the morning to practice. The master told the descendant that his stance was wrong, and he told the boy to stand still and not move. Gon replied that he had been in the same position for an hour. The master saw the boy fall down and told him to cross his legs and sit down. Now he would teach him how to restore his innate inner energy with spiritual power. Since he had already squandered all his stamina, it should be easier for him to feel it. Gon asked, will it all be with spiritual power? The master replied that the human body is like a fountain beating in 3 streams. The spiritual force of the upper energy core nourishes the central core with innate energy, and from the central fills the lower. Increase, the amount of this energy is impossible even with a Paisu eye. The dragon necklace of wish fulfillment can help. Master said that Gon saw him using spiritual power. This means that his divine eye is open, and such a thing is possible only for those whose heart is pure. And now they're going to bet on it. Also, internal energy is a pretty finicky thing. Let him focus if he doesn't want to die. After a couple hours, Gon started spitting blood and said that the truth worked. The master replied that it was bad energy coming out. And how does he feel? Gon looked at his strength and replied that he was already much better. Master said that it should be easier for him to use Qigong now, and most likely it wouldn't be for long, and yet he could still try to move on to the next stage. Gon asked which one. The master asked the guy what he thought would happen if people could make their fists as hard as iron. Noses would break just like that. This is the fortification, the second stage of the Taiyin meridian. Of course, getting to this point would not be easy, it would take a very long time, but he would try to teach him the basics tomorrow. Gon looked around and said that the sun was already setting. The master asked the boy, was he going somewhere again? As he realizes that punishment was not enough for him. Gon replied that he had permission this time. He was going to meet with a disciple of the house sect. Meanwhile, in the luxurious golden pavilion, 7-star council member Mon Tak said that the drinks here were always the best. And sitting next to him was 7-star council attendee candidate Mon Jean. Jean asked, they're going to meet the patriarch of the Baek clan tomorrow, right? Should they definitely drink? Tak replied that it was the way to go. They should at least relax a little. He asked Jean Li-un if she, too, would like a drink. The second student Kianrima-un replied that she would refuse. Jean turned to his brother and said that he's 100 times stronger than Baek-yun-gil, right? Then he must be stronger than Ha, right? Tak replied that he wasn't sure. He'll find out for himself when he meets him. Mu-ah told the guy to live with his mouth closed. Jean started to scoff and apologized. And then Ah told him to keep his mouth shut during the meal in general. Jenna bowed and said she was withdrawing, so surprised and asked her to stay a little longer. But Jenna replied that she was a little tired. Jenna went out on the balcony and said, out of breath, that she was feeling much better. She thought that after 4 days she would finally come home. But what did the master see in that message? It said that a red star had risen in the northern sky. A new wave has swallowed up the Baek clan. Let them go and see for themselves. And now she had no choice but to trust the bracelet. But in her arms hung the treasure of Qianrim, a bracelet that trembled about the Tain. Immediately ran outside and turned to her little sister. Yenna asked why she didn't stay longer. Why did she leave so early? I replied that she was so fed up with their faces that she had to run away. Especially that Meng Jin guy. It's obvious that he likes her. He's weaker than him but pretends to be strong. Jenna asked her sister what kind of boys she liked. And she answered that it's the weak ones that she wants to protect. Jenna was surprised from her interesting taste. Ia hugged her sister and said that she still liked her best. I asked my sister if she could go for a walk. After a lecture, the fresh air relaxes her. Jenna realized that A had left dinner because she was worried about her. So she told her little sister that she would take a walk, and told her sister that it was getting dark. So let her be careful. Jenna went outside and wondered where she should go next. But suddenly the stranger saw Yen and said, "There she is." Jenna wondered, for she didn't seem to know him. The guy saw Gon and said it was like he was carved out of jade. Dazzling beauty. Gon was surprised and replied to the guy that he recognized him. Jenna walked beside him and realized that she didn't feel his presence until he was right at her back. Gu told the guy that he brought what was asked for. Let him take it. Gon replied that the guy had done a great job. In the same second, Yenna felt her bracelet start to glow. And the guy had left so quickly. This boy, she thought. There's something unusual about him. We need to check him out immediately. He could be connected to the message. Gon looked at the message and said that Gu managed it in 2 days. It must have been difficult for him. It seems that house sect members are even more skillful than he thought. The master said they had not read the contents yet, but he was already impressed. Gon replied that he would open it at home. If the data turns out to be of good quality, he will then instruct them to find out the identity of the assassins and the customer. Gon came to Wa's burial place and asked how she was doing here without him. She was right. Living in the main residence wasn't so bad. He remembered Wa asking him why he didn't want to go back to the main residence. A family should live together. Gon asked how would she know. It's not like she has no family herself. Wa asked, what do you mean she doesn't? Master is her family. Gon asked the master if he knew what happened to her afterward. The master replied that unfortunately he did not. Not all the dead become ghosts. When he reached absolute mastery, his or rather energy core opened up, and then he felt his divine eyes. the ultimate understanding. That is why his spirit is still here even though his body has perished. Gon said that Master said that he too had spiritual power. The Master replied that his descendant was reborn with blocked chi channels, so the level of strength was higher than that of an ordinary person. The guy asked, compared to the Master? The Master asked, what about compared to him? His energy is like a bowl of water, his lake. Gon asked, is the difference that huge? Master asked the guy. He wondered, what does the world look like through the eyes of someone who has reached the top? Gon replied that he was very interested. The Master told the boy that his body had recovered well, so it was okay for a second. He will borrow him some of his spiritual power through a pathway connected to his upper energy core. After transferring some of the power, the Master asked the lad, is life everywhere? Gon replied with surprise that the world was full of light. So this is what the Absolute is like. But suddenly it was over and the Master said that his body was not that much better yet. Yenna was watching him at this time and was surprised by what she saw. The Master asked the lad who it was. Gon replied that he did not know himself. Jenna had been following him and saw that the boy had come to visit the grave, spying on the ancestor-honoring kid. It's not proper for Kianrim people to do such things, so she decided that she would go back. But then she saw the bracelet reacting again. But in a moment she saw something unpredictable and thought it was as if she were looking at a master with power equal to the patriarch himself. And then Gon calmed down and the girl felt the pressure disappear. Gon immediately approached her and asked, who is this man peeping at the veneration of the dead? She's got a sword on her. She must be a martial artist. Martial artists are free to do whatever they want, but this is too much. Jenna realized the mistake and apologized. Gon said she had upset him and told her to leave. She immediately fulfilled the boy's request. The Master saw this and said that this kind of qigong, she was from Kianrim. Gon asked in surprise, from Kianrim? Was she really one of the clan's guests? He didn't happen to swear, did he? The Master replied that it would be funny. Everyone arrived at the Baek clan. Tak said that he had interacted with the patriarch. His aura impressed him a lot. Looks like the rumors weren't lying, he is very powerful. Gon replied that he would like to meet the Blade Scholar at least once. He had heard that his combat training was amazing. Jenna realized that the guy in the cemetery turned out to be the son of the Baek clan. It's just like the patriarch's message. She asked her sister if she liked him too. Jenna replied that it wasn't that. I got excited and said that she didn't know the Baek clan had guys like that. Does she think he's good at fighting? Jean immediately walked over to Gon's younger brother and asked, is his name Ha-jun? He's a year older than him, so he'll address informally. Ha replied that he understood and didn't even shake his hand. Jean was surprised and asked, doesn't he know what a handshake is? It's a Western thing. In their family and all over Beijing, they do it all the time. You just have to take hold of his hand and shake it a little. And then he saw that Ha had the wrong hand. Nguyen said as they came in, this is the Ruby training room. The patriarch advised to introduce them all here, so surprised and said that he had heard that it was a sacred place for them, where only direct descendants of the main branch of the Baek clan could enter. And as he understands it, is his brother training here alone? Gon replied that not really, he trains here too, so thought about it and said he understood. And yes, light exercise is good for a fragile body. And when she heard that Gon was fragile, she said that he was the son of the patriarch of the martial clan. Jean replied to the girl that he had a congenital blockage of chi channels, so he was unable to master martial arts. Disappointed and said it was sad. Jean replied that it's not like that. Everyone says he's lazy and shabby. He's kind of the black sheep here. Ha didn't leave it at that and punched the guy and turned. Jean said, what was that? He's old enough to be his older brother. Ha replied that he didn't need such a brother. He had just insulted his real older brother. Immediately he threw his sword at his feet and told him to take it. Jenna asked Tuck if he could stop them. Tuck replied that sooner or later they would have to fight. It's perfectly all right. In the same second, they pulled back into the distance and the younger brother's fight began. Jean thought that things were bad because he just wanted to show off in front of Mua. He had heard that the Baek brothers didn't get along. So it wasn't true, was it? Jean told Ha not to blame him for his lack of leniency. And then they clashed their swords. Jean realized in his head that he had practiced the response to the Baek clan's heaven and earth blade technique 100 times. But now he can't see that Ha has no weaknesses. Yen asks Gon if he's okay. Immediately she became worried and said that the gentleman was bleeding from his mouth. Ha immediately heard this and stopped. Jean saw the guy distracted right in the middle of the fight, and this is his chance. However, if he pounced on him, taking advantage of the moment, his image as a noble heir might be undermined. Jean thought for a long time whether to attack or not, and decided that he would act. And he struck safely. Ha had anticipated all of this and repelled the attack with ease, and directly hit him in the head with his free hand. After that, he didn't stop and began to act on his plan. The swords flew out of their hands in the same second as the crushing attack. Jean took advantage of this moment and sent a kicking attack. But Ha deflected that kick. Just then, someone shouted for them to stop. Have they forgotten that this is a friendly duel? Gon also replied that it hurt that they were trying to kill each other. Gak laughed and said that kids like to do stupid things. But even he didn't expect the situation to get so heated. He stopped them just in time, and yet it was a pity they never found out who had won. Jean heard himself being called a fool. He immediately realized that it was the technique of his older brother's distant whisper. He told the younger one that he had missed his chance and brought shame on their family. And then he petted him and showed him how kind he was. And he said he could see how ashamed he was. Gon asked Ha what he was counting crows during the fight. Ha answered his brother that he was bleeding. Gon said this happens all the time, no need to be dramatic. Ha asked, how can you not be scared here? Jean saw that his opponent was also told off. But why do they seem so close even during the altercation? And then Gon said, most importantly his brother won. Huck immediately heard it and asked, did you win? Was he talking about his brother? Gon replied that it was obvious that Ha would win in the end. Gak said that the competitive spirit is good, but you shouldn't go that far and make up a result. Gon replied that he is not making it up. Let him help his brother up and let them see for themselves. Gak immediately told Jean to get up, but in a moment he grabbed his leg and fell back down. Gak asked what was wrong with him. Gon replied that it was the Cloud Dragon Meridian Taman sailing. Ha hit the pressure point of Jin's shin, so his leg will hurt for a few more hours. Gak asked menacingly to the guy, and he noticed that there was no way such a weakling could notice what he had missed. And then he pretended he saw something too, and he said shame on him, and Gon's eye is sharper. The boy replied that there was nothing wrong with it. The master told the guy that he hadn't noticed anything himself until he prompted him. But it felt good nonetheless. Gon replied that he would not have allowed him to claim a draw, and saw and thought at that moment that this boy was definitely not quite ordinary. She decided to turn to her older sister. Jenna asked her what's wrong, and she replied that she liked the guy a little bit. And then she held up a handkerchief with Gon's blood on it. Gak said that the Baek clan just has a great cook. Gon replied that they had invited a famous chef from Beijing. Master at this time was telling the guy that these MON were slippery bastards. Let him not trust them. Gon answered him that he wouldn't, but then they came running with the food and told Gon to try it. The boy was confused and wanted to ask what the dish was. She said it was a chicken thigh. Gon said he didn't mean it, and in his head he thought what's wrong with her, but she gave him a taste and asked him to tell her how it tasted. Gon thought that perhaps that was their custom. Gon replied that it was delicious and was confused by all the stares. The master told the guy that now everyone is staring at him. He's a real piece of work. Gon thanked the girl and said no more. Jean at this time got very angry and said no manliness. Gon saw this and thought that Jean was jealous. He immediately turned to him and told him that he was being disrespectful. Let him not disgrace his elder brother with his bad manners. Jean asked, what does brother have to do with this? After all, even he is respectful towards Moa because she is older than him, but he is his own brother and still not a bit of respect. Jean looked at Ha and said that he was too, and then Gak interrupted Junior and said that Gon was right. Jean accepted that and replied that he understood. Gon asked the younger man what he said, and immediately apologized. The master told the boy to stop torturing the children. Gon replied that he needed to see how his older brother would behave, and it's not that his reaction is violent. The son of the Mon clan's patriarch, the joyful wolf swordsman, his Starcloud blade technique is known for its sharpness. He's also always smiling. However, he is cunning and cruel at heart, so you can't relax around him. He found this information in the records of the house sect. Even now, he is smiling, but who knows what he has in mind. The master said that, and yet the focus should be on something else. Gon remembered and replied that he understood. He saw that a female student from Murim, Jean Liun, was sitting in front of him. The girl noticed immediately that the guy was looking at him. I was telling her sister how much fun tonight was. Jenna asked her, "Is it true?" I replied that the patriarch of the Baek clan was really cool, and she also watched the duel. She felt a little bad for Jean. Jenna was surprised, because she thought she didn't like him. I replied that he wasn't that bad. If he had tried harder, his defeat wouldn't have been so crushing. He was so nervous that he lost even though he had the advantage. She would beat them both. Jenna realized that A was a skillful girl, and a gambler as well. She was sure she wanted to join them, but Gon kept his eyes on his sister. Jenna asked in surprise, "Is it true?" "It must be because of their first meeting. I asked my sister if he had a crush on her." Jenna was confused and replied that it couldn't be, but suddenly someone came and approached them. The girls were frightened and told him to come in. It was a servant. He turned to Yen and said that young Mr. Gon was inviting her to talk to him. The girl was confused and asked. The servant replied that that was correct. He is waiting for her in the garden. Aina told Mu-ah that she would be back soon. Yenna was thinking in her head at this moment that Mr. Gon was definitely not in love with her. Coming to the garden, she thought that calming down was not easy. It was good at least she didn't ask to go with her. And then Gon met her and told her that here she was. Jenna was greatly surprised and confused. Gon replied that he had been waiting for her. Yenna saw the boy and thought he looked more like a young intellectual with a passion for reading than the son of a war clan patriarch. Jenna came up and immediately apologized for the past situation. Gon replied that he was not offended, though he would like to know why she was following him. Jenna told him everything and did not hide anything. Gon asked the girl if he could look at him. Yenna replied that it had broken that time, so she didn't wear it anymore. Gon was very disappointed. The girl said that there was nothing she could do about it. Even she doesn't know why it vibrated then. Gon answered at once that it was because of him, of course. Jenna saw that he thought he was a source of mystical energy. Gon thought and said maybe it was his necklace. Jenna asked in a surprised voice. Gon said it was a sign of agreement between Murim and the sacred blade of immortality. Yenna was surprised and asked. The master at that time said her jaw would drop when she saw it. Yenna said he was at the sacred blade of immortality. Gon asked if he could ask a favor. Jenna was surprised and asked what kind of favor. Gon replied that he had read that if you show this necklace to someone from Murim, they will definitely do them any favor. Yenna replied that she had not heard of any such thing. Gon asked the master, "What does that mean?" The master replied that it was strange. Could he give it to her for a second? She immediately took it and said keeping something so dangerous with him. Gon was surprised and asked. Jenna asked the guy, "Doesn't he know?" The guy asked the master what kind of danger is she talking about. The master replied that he had no problems with this thing. Yenna said that Pisyu is endowed with the strongest golden chi energy. If you wear it for a long time. Gon asked what would happen then. Yenna replied that his body would wear out quickly due to the ruinous streams of golden chi. One could even go insane. Gon asked the master, "Is this true?" The guy asked why he was fine then. Yenna replied that it's me weirdness. The master said it was the art of the wise mind. Gon asked him how he knew. The master replied that it was a secret Murim technique that used the central energy core to control innate energy. If you study it, you can do that too. Gon said it was okay to try. The master replied that he didn't think she would agree to teach him, even if he waved the necklace in her face. Jenna tried to find out everything and used all her energy. Gon asked the girl if she was okay. Yenna replied that it was fine. She could feel the mark of the past patriarch. And then she said that the guy was right. She also managed to suppress the golden chi. So now he could wear it safely and utilize the true powers of this eye. Gon asked, "Real powers? But how?" Yenna replied that it was simple. You just need to focus your innate energy. Gon immediately replied that he understood and said there was no point in explaining further. Jenna was surprised and asked why more. Gon replied that it didn't matter, and asked if he could now ask her for a favor. Yen replied that if it was in her power to do so. Gon said that he wanted to cure the blockage of the chi channels. He had heard that Master Kianrima was great at handling chi energy. Could she introduce him to them? Jenna saw that his will to live is strong, and he is sincere. She said she didn't know if it would work, but she would try. Gon said they would go to the patriarch tomorrow and ask his permission. Jenna was surprised and asked, "They?" Gon replied yes, he would need her too. Huck bullied his brother and slapped him for such a great embarrassment they had received tonight. Gak told Jean that he was preparing for the heaven and earth blade technique. What was the matter? The boy replied that he had lost his guard. Huck said he couldn't even believe they had the same blood running through their veins. What is he going to do about it? Jean replied that he will win next time. Gak immediately hugged his brother and said that's right. Jean replied that honestly he will definitely win. Gak told him to never forget about it. He has to steal the PJK clan sword in a blade duel, thus getting revenge for them taking MO on sword. If he proves that the MON clan's strength is superior to Baek's, everyone will honor him as a mentor. Gak told his brother that he should beat the Baek clan heir in front of everyone, and let him keep honing his skills. Gak smiled sharply and said that he would prepare the scene. And then Gon received a letter and said that Gak was cunning. Gon asked why they didn't just reject the offer. The girl replied that it would have been difficult in their situation. It was the leader of Hao Jianhua's Son branch. Gon said that they had already taken payment, and now they wanted Mo and second son to get off for them. Gon figured that since it was like this, why not try to play it his way? Early in the morning at Gon's residence, he asked, was he wanted? The servant said yes. He had a message for him. Gon said it's very early. How insolent. What is it? The servant replied that he had a golden hairpin brought to him from the golden pavilion. Gon was surprised and thought it was from the house sect. He immediately told the girl that he was on his way out. Gu came out to the gate and started waving to him. Gon greeted them and also said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Gon told the guard that he wished to chat with his acquaintance and they could go. The guard replied that they could not leave him behind. Gon said then they should move farther away and wait for him there. The boy asked Gu, did he have the nerve to look for him in the open? Gu immediately realized the mistake and apologized. And then the girl said that was wrong and she should apologize. The girl said her name was Jianhua. She was the new manager of the Hao branch in Son. She had to call him urgently because he might be in danger. Hua said that they had recently received a contract. Its author is clearly unkind to the young master. Let him take a look at it. Gon replied that he couldn't believe they were taking such good care of him. Hua said they are only mercenaries but they have principles too. It is important for them to return kindness for kindness. Don't let him doubt the purity of their intentions. Gon thought that if there really could be danger lurking there, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. And then opening the letter he saw that Taka's request had been written. He wants to hold a banquet on the 4th floor of the Golden Pavilion in a month. Approximately 30 guests, food and drinks with bright flavor. There should be a fighting ring in the middle of the hall. Mo Yongjin and Ha will have a duel for the occasion. Gon asked, so sure was he that his brother would be the one to win? And if he didn't? Gu replied that a few days ago one of their spies had caught him buying some kind of drug, presumably a chi dispersal powder, and judging from his menu requests, he plans to slip it to Ha. Gon said that Gak is sneaky. He asked the boys why they didn't just reject the offer. Hua replied that it would have been difficult in their situation. They already took the payment, said Gon, and now they want Moon's second son to get rid of him for them? He thought about it and decided that since it was already like this, why not try to play it his way? At Baek Ryu Sang's residence, the head asks Gang that he wants an audience with the Qianrim leader. The guy saw that there was a jug on the stove with aconite, cinnamon, and conifer in it, so something pain-relieving, and it looks like Dad's getting worse. He thinks it's because of his diseased lungs that he's in such a hurry to choose an heir. And then the head replied to the lad that he forbade him. Gon was greatly surprised and asked why. The head replied that Qianrim was far away. There's no use wasting time. Yena said that their leader knows all about chi energy. She's sure he'll be able to help Gon. The head replied to the girl that she was an apprentice for now, so why would she instruct him as if his words had any weight? Gon at this time thought and saw that he could understand his father. No matter how hard he tried, he could not find a cure for his illness, and after the long journey, his condition might worsen even more. But that's no reason to back out. Gon told his father that he could forbid and discourage, he would still go. It's his life and his health, so don't try to boss him around. The head immediately let out his energy and told his son that he dared to be impertinent when he can't even stand up straight in front of him. Yenna saw that murderous energy she had felt last time. Gon wouldn't be able to resist him, and at that moment, Gon told his father that he was going. The master said for the boy to weight his body, like putting armor on his mind. Not even a mind blade could penetrate strong mental armor. Gon told his father that he understood his worries. Even after the snow ginseng, he hasn't recovered. He must think that all is lost, but he won't give up. He wants to survive. And he knows his father is worried about him, but he's not going to wait quietly for death. The head thought at that moment, since when was his son like that? The master told the boy that he was doing well. And then his father answered him to do as he wished, but let him try to make friends with Mo's sons before leaving. Gon was surprised and asked why that. The head replied that, as his son himself knows, their clans are on strained relations. He had even stolen their heir's sword once. Oh, that mindless youth. But now they were both patriarchs of their families, so reconciliation would be even more difficult. Gon asked if the great noble blade still held a grudge. The head replied that everyone from Mon is petty and pathetic. They don't forget anything at all. Gon replied that he stunk. He would try to mend the relationship at least for Ha's sake. The head told his son to try for himself as well. He has no friends at all among his peers. And then the head told him to tread. Gon told his father he still wanted to talk to him face to face. Or rather to ask him something. 2 weeks later, Jean practiced. He could see that he had already used up a amount of chi energy, but his body was as light as a feather. This was only possible in the Ruby Hall, and he's getting used to that sword. Baek might be looking at it now, and he's practicing more. And then Jean saw that everything was quiet and thought as if he wasn't interested at all. How could he not want to watch his opponent practice? He's slowly getting used to the weapon too. In the next fight, he'll definitely get the hang of it. And Ha asked what exactly? Ha replied that the guy was staring at him, also standing up like a dumbfounded man. Jean replied that he wasn't. Jean said he wondered why his brother wasn't practicing. Ha replied that he was busy. Jean asked, is he sick? He's lying in bed. Ha immediately interrupted him and told him not to get cocky. Jean said that because his brother is really sick. Ha replied that his brother is very strong. He even defeated him in a duel. Jean was surprised and said that there was no way. Ha replied that he couldn't even touch him, and then he hit him once and he literally flew off. Jean didn't believe it and said the guy was lying. Ha replied that he's not lying. And actually he's practicing, so let him not distract him. Just then Gon came in and said that the boys were here alone. Ha asked, did he come to practice too? Gon said yes. He was tired of resting, offering to do a little work with the wooden swords. Ha asked his brother, is he feeling okay? Gon replied that yes, and he was feeling much better. Ha whispered to his brother that Jean was looking at them. Guy asked, so what of it? Gon immediately told his brother to get ready. Jean saw that it was as if Ha was afraid to enter the battle. Could his brother really do something? Gon told his brother not to feel sorry for him. Let him hit with all his might. Ha here attacked and shouted that he was attacking. Gon used his abilities in the moment and dodged to attack his little brother. Jean saw Gon execute a dodge and counterattack. And it turns out he's good. But suddenly, Jean suddenly attacked and took his sword away from his hands. Ha immediately shouted at him to stop. Gon was unable to dodge and was wounded. Ha ran to him and asked if he was alive. Ha caught his brother and was telling him to wake up. But Gon couldn't say anything to him, and the boy began to chastise himself for it. Ha got up his brother and asked him to wake up. Gon answered his brother not to shake him. Gon realized that if he had reacted a little later, he would have broken his bones. He told his brother to have them try again. Have him raise his sword. Ha asked if he was sure, but then Jean entered the conversation and said it was pointless. He said the difference in levels is enormous. The result is obvious no matter how many times they fight, and he's sure Ha will agree with him. As long as they don't have someone around to tell them what to do, all such training will be useless. Gon thought and asked, is that it? Immediately, he pulled his hand. Jean was surprised and asked. Gon replied to the guy that he had taught Ha handshakes, right? He'd like to see it. Jean said that they should have just said they were interested. It's done like this. But then Gang replied wrong. Immediately he shook his hand and told him that his hands should be in that position. Jean felt in a moment that it was warm, and the same as when he first learned to shake hands. And then he realized that he had been arrogant the whole time, he had been doing it wrong himself. He sure wanted to mock him. Gon said that he had recently learned the right way himself, so he was telling him. Jean was surprised that the guy wasn't going to make fun of him. Gon said that Jean is a better swordsman than him, so he can make remarks during their training with Ha. Jean was surprised and asked what's wrong. Gon replied that they should also drop the formalities, let him address him on a first-name basis. The master observed this and asked, "Handshake? What a strange thing." Gon replied that it was just a method of greeting. He had used it quite often in his past life. Gon raised his sword and told his brother that if he was ready, he would start first this time. Ha immediately agreed with his brother. The master told the boy that he was a little slow last time. He should be more careful, and he should concentrate on the weapon. Swordsmanship is based on 3 basic strokes: vertical, horizontal, and straight. All other techniques are derived from them, and when it attacks vertically, you have to imitate a lightning strike. Immediately, Gon began to carry out the master's instructions. But Ha was smarter than that, and with a flick of his hand, he threw the sword from his brother's hands. Gon had not expected such a moment and was confused. Master told the guy that Ha is using Qinggong, and he's good at dodging. Make him clench his sword tighter and have him bang his head immediately. Gon hears the errand and does as the master says. But it turned out to be much more painful than that. They both collapsed to the ground and started screaming from the pain of their heads. Jean saw the whole thing and said it's a draw. But Gang looks better than his brother. He defeated Ha with that trick. And then he saw that Gon was tougher than he looked. Gon went up to the guy and asked him how he was doing, and he also told him to make remarks. Jean replied that his legs haven't kept up with his body. He thinks more time should be given to them in training. The master was surprised and told the boy that he had a good eye. Gon told the boy that he would take it into consideration. Immediately he bowed to him and told him to wait for their next meeting then. Ha asked if they would now train together. Jean was surprised to hear about training together and replied to Ha that of course. And then Gang said that was the wrong answer. Jean said he'll be looking forward to the next practice too. Gang said he had to go now and would see them tomorrow. Gun said his body was aching all over. He should go back and take medicine. The master replied that it was because he still had much to practice. But suddenly a showed up and asked Gon, "Is he in pain?" The guy didn't expect that and got scared. Gon told that he told her to stop following him. And what did she leave in the tree? Asked the guy who did it. She's sure it's Jin's fault, and told him to look at his face. He was bullying such a weak guy. Gon replied that he just hurt himself a little while practicing with Ha. And then lost her temper and said that this Ha is an asshole. Gon said that he was tired, while Master replied that it was cute. Gon said it pisses him off. He doesn't know if she's acting like this because of him. Master replied that she was born into a family of martial arts masters, and he was sure she would have time to look at strong and muscular men in the future. Gon replied that the teacher meant to say that she liked him because of his fragility. The master replied that there are people with strange tastes. Gon asked the girl, anyway, why was she waiting for him? And then remembered and answered that she had something for him. She said that it was a magic medicine her father had given her. It supplements the qi in the body and treats internal injuries well. And there are 2 pellets, so let him eat one. Gon asked, is she really giving him something that valuable? I replied that she does. She is healthy and he has a weak body. I told him to hurry up and eat one. His father said that they should be eaten as soon as he took them out of the box. Gon got embarrassed and replied that she was so good. Gon took the medicine and said they would take a look. Is it made from the century-old runic Makino flower, licorice, and honey? I was surprised and replied that he had guessed. Gon realized that this medicine must be good at boosting internal energy. I said if the guy liked it, could he do her a favor? Gon replied that of course and asked which one. I replied that a famous group of actors was coming to visit them in 7 days. Wouldn't he like to see them perform with her? Gon thought it was a date and immediately replied that he agreed. I was surprised and asked, really? Is he okay with it? The master told the boy that he thought he didn't like her. Gon replied that it was payment for a rare cure, and on the way home, they were glad they were going with Gon. And just the two of them. A week later, they came to the show. And the announcer said that the one-armed swordsman raised his weapon high that day. The warriors turned to the villain and told him to accept his fate. There's nowhere to hide. Let him surrender. The one-armed swordsman took a swing like lightning in serene clear weather. And with one attack, he killed all 5 members of the Murim alliance. Gon was saying at this point that it wasn't a bad play. I replied that the technique is a little weird, but that actor is cool. Ha asked, do they think the blood is real? Gon replied, if only. He's sure it's just something similar in color. Gak said that they put on a play about a one-armed swordsman who was Jean Hu's enemy. What a great idea. And she saw that there was a warm atmosphere. And it wasn't what she had planned. After all, she wanted her and Gon to be just the two of them. Huck said it's great to see the play together like this. What a wonderful coincidence that it is being shown right on the day of the banquet. He suggested we take a walk and go to the conversation for lunch. Master said that he had once met a one-armed swordsman. He was quite capable, so he was interested in him. This play refreshed his memory. Gon told the master that he seemed to be even more excited than Ah and Ha. And then in a moment a guy walked by him and Gon grabbed his hand. The guy started to get indignant and told him to let him go. Gon replied, amused. Let him give him his money back. The guy asked what the gentleman was talking about. He didn't take anything. Gon realized that if he was stealing in a place like this, the house sect was most likely involved. Gon asked the guy, hadn't anyone told him who he was? Looks like Wa didn't teach him well. The boy immediately wondered, how did the Lord know the name of their head? Gon said, now let the guy stop annoying him. But then Gak came up and said he was too soft on him. Gak immediately pulled out his blade and waved it in front of the guy. Gon yelled at him not to do such a thing. The kid fell to the ground and started screaming that his ankle. But immediately he started looking at his foot and saw that everything was fine. Gak said that most inexperienced thieves hide their loot around their ankles. He asked Gon if he wanted to be arrested. Gon replied that he was letting him go. Gak held out his hand and told him to be more careful next time. He immediately squeezed and broke the boy's arm. The boy could not resist the pain and began to scream. Gak said it was punishment for what he had done, and now let him crawl out of here. Huck said the guy doesn't know how grateful he should be, because he showed great mercy. Gon was surprised that this guy would call such cruelty mercy. But then the boys came up and said he was a terrific gentleman. When Gak saw the guys, he was surprised and said, there they are. He didn't think they would join so soon. The guy called Jan replied that they had just come to enjoy the play a little. They would be heading to the banquet soon enough. The master told the lad that if they were disciples from Son, they must have recognized him. Gon replied that this was some childish behavior. Jan said, why don't they go to the gym together? Gak replied that would be great. But he was with a companion today. Ian was surprised and asked, this? Gak asked him, didn't he recognize him? This is the famous young Master Gon of the Baek clan. Jan remembered and replied that it had been so long. He times to see that he was doing well. And he really liked the magic medicine that their clan chief had given to his patriarch. The boys were surprised and asked what? Gon said that they always tailed the heads. Yang Jun from the 7 Glittering Blades clan and Go Wai Sam from the Green Fields clan. And if they didn't have the brains to remember what he looked like, they better pay attention when they show up in honorable society. Gon immediately left and said they would see each other later. In the Golden Banquet Hall, Gak asked someone if he had cooked everything he ordered. The guy replied that he had notified the cook already. Gak said that was great, and handed him the reward. The guy replied that he shouldn't have given him the rest of the money. Gak said it was just an extra payment. When he asked for pure gold wine to be served, let him add this and bring it to the table. Guy asked, wondering if he could ask what the ingredient was. Gak immediately grabbed him by the throat. He asked the guy if he really wanted to know. The guy started choking up and replied that he didn't. Gak said that he hoped the guy wouldn't disappoint him. The guy replied that it's not going to happen. Huck said he heard everything, and he can't be wrong at all. It'll all be over in a second. And a little later on the 4th floor of the banquet hall, all the people were gathered at their tables and Master was saying that the food here was quite refined. But he was most interested in the wine of pure gold. Gon replied that he had heard that this place was famous for it. Then Gak came up and said that the food had been served. Gon asked him if he had sorted out his affairs. Gak replied that yes. and may they forgive him for keeping them waiting. Will they have a drink before the meal? And he was not sure whether Gon drank or not. Gon replied that he could not refuse the wine of their pure gold. Immediately he raised the glass of wine. Gak was surprised and said that Mr. Gon was not a weakling. So he asked Jean, why is he so quiet? Is there something wrong with the food? Jean replied that's not the point. The master asked the guy, is he spitting out expensive pure gold wine? Is there something wrong with him? Gon replied that it had a strong peculiar odor. He thinks many people would not have noticed the presence of the energy-killing poison in this drink. Gak thought that even if he hid the poison behind smell and taste, Ha would immediately notice that something was wrong with his body. What was he up to? Gak asked the guy if he could have another round. Gon replied that he will take a break. Yang asked the guy, why is Mr. Gak nice to Gon? Jiam replied, they are both from the top 7 clans. He can't just be ignored. Yen said that the thought of having sweet conversations with him made him angry. Jiam started laughing and couldn't stop. But provoking Ghana? He knows he's underestimated by his family, but would it be okay? Ian replies that Mr. Gon has their backs. What is he afraid of? Jiam remembered Gak telling him that if they did the right thing and provoked Gon, he would help them get into the Murim alliance. Gak understood that he who doesn't take risks doesn't drink. Such a chance comes once in a lifetime. Then Jan stood up and said they would be on their way. They approached Gon and Gak and offered them a drink with them. He had heard that the place they stayed in had been overrun. A lot of people had died then. It must be hard for them now. Jan said, why don't they honor the dead? But then Gak threw the wine in his face and said that was rude. He was out of line. Jiam told Yang that he had communicated with him because Mr. Gak respected his clan. But he seemed like complete garbage. Yang lost his temper and asked, garbage? Jiam pulled out his blade and told them to fight. After all, he wants to punish him. Gak said that since they were surrounded by important personalities, a duel was necessary. Jan realized that Gak had wanted to make them scapegoats from the start. It doesn't matter. He's just going to win. Gon said that even some insects that are worthless dare to ignore him. Immediately, he entered the battlefield. Ian immediately wondered and wondered. When did Gon get here? Gon didn't engage with them and kicked at the guy's legs. Gon immediately put a glass in his mouth and asked him what he wanted to drink with him. And straight away he started pouring a jug of wine into his mouth. Ian screamed and felt the wine get in his eyes. He screamed that it wasn't their fault. Gon said one insect allows itself to be bold. Another underestimates it and tries to exploit it. It's not something you can do unless you're sure of the safety net. Isn't that right, Huck? He could have just said he wanted to fight. Was it really necessary to make such a mess? Is this what the Mon clan likes to do? Jean asked Gon what was he talking about. Gon replied that Gak had given Jean a sword that was too good. He believes that he wanted to have a duel between their 2 clans. Gak replied that the guy was right. Gon asked if that's what their head wanted. The guy replied that no. It was just his idea, which came out of his love for his father. Gon said he'd go then, since he made it all up. And then Gak told Jean to get his sword ready. Gon also told Ha to punish him one last time. They began to draw their blades and prepare for battle. Yen thought at this moment, after all, it was the 7 Glittering Blades clan that provoked Gon, so why was he targeting the Mo Yen clan? Mo Gak must be furious. But he only accepted the challenge. But what's going on? But then she remembered that Gon had told her in the morning not to be surprised even if something unpleasant happened at the banquet. Jenna realized that Gon had known everything in advance. They intervened in the situation and asked Mistress what to do. Jenna asked her, is she shocked? Let her calm down for starters. I said that Gon approached so quickly and hit that guy. She thought Gon was a fragile flower too. But there was another side to him. In the time before the banquet, Jan asked Huck what the mess was. Why don't they clean it up a little? Gak replied that he didn't think it would be impolite to those who were watching. And then Gak asked the waiter to bring a bottle of gold wine. The waiter replied that he would bring it right away. Gon replied at this point that he would then take the opportunity to retire to the restroom. And he told Ha to rest a little too. Jean asked the guy if he was worried. This isn't a normal duel, but a sword fight. Ha asked, so what of it? Ha clenched his fist and said that their clan's honor was at stake. Besides, he only fights on his brother's orders, so don't let him worry. Jean was surprised and asked what? Ha replied that his brother wouldn't have ordered him to do something dangerous to him or the Baek clan. He does fight him at his brother's behest, but he's not going to lose. Gak turned to Jin and told him to stop making useless chatter. Let him come over here. Gak poured wine for his brother and told him to drink it. Jin was surprised at this turn of events and asked, "What if he gets intoxicated?" Gak replied that he wouldn't get drunk on one shot. Let him relax and drink to the fullest. Jin had no choice but to agree. He realized that his brother was doing this because he was attentive to him. Gon saw this and walked over to Gak and asked if they could start already. The boy was surprised and replied that the gentleman was a little late. And then Gak says they're starting. I wondered who would win. He realized that he had just spiked Jin's drink with the Tang clan's secret drug, and he's a little upset that it all started because of the house sect. But you can get rid of them later. Gon said that this wine smells different, some different kind, and immediately picked up the jug and started drinking. But Gak was frightened and snatched the jug out of his hands. Gon was surprised and asked if it contained gold dust or something like that. And then Gak wondered, for he had forgotten what would happen if he took too much of this drug. It wasn't long before Gon started coughing loudly, and the boys stopped abruptly. Gon said that the alcohol was poisoned. Gak replied that it couldn't be. There was no poison in it. And then Gon started laughing sharply and said he was sure it was. Aconite, white seeds, ephedra, and grassy again. And Gak had put quite a few dangerous herbs in there. Gak wondered and wondered. How did Gon know the ingredients of the drug? Gon had said that even a pinch was enough to dull the pain receptors, and the instincts would be so heightened that one would not be able to sleep for weeks. And the creator clearly knew what he was doing. Despite his knowledge of herbs, there were some ingredients he failed to recognize. Gak got angry and told the guy to shut his mouth. Gon replied that he was afraid he had to get rid of the extra eyes first. He counts to 3. Everyone except Gak, Ha, and Jin must leave. The rest of them will pay in full. And now Gon said it was already up to 3. The others wondered if they should obey him. But Gak invited them. Gak took it all in and asked the others to leave. The guys didn't expect this and asked what was going to happen. The guy got angry and yelled at them to get out. Gon said he would still understand if he used an energy-dissipating drug on Ha. Gu had told Gon that this powder was given to them by Mon to put in the wine. Gon tried it and realized that it wasn't the kind of drug that dissipated energy. It's a medicine that temporarily increases his potential strength. He's planning to slip it to Jin. Gon asked the boy, had he given such a poison to his brother just to win the duel? Jin immediately realized that there was a drug in the wine his brother had offered him. Gon said he was sure the guy himself knew there was no escaping the side effects. Gak got angry and told him to be quiet. How could he call himself the eldest son of the Mon clan after something like this? But Gak didn't accept that and lashed out at the guy, yelling at him to shut up. What does he even know? And so Gak remembered his past memories. How he had been told that this was his real father. But the boy's sword was already covered in blood. 15 years ago, overwhelmed with joy at being accepted into the 7-Star Council, Gak returned to his residence and discovered his mother having an affair with a tea leaf seller. The clan leader's second wife told Gak to forgive her. His father had married for the 3rd time and dishonored her. For 20 years, she had an affair with a kind tea leaf salesman. Gak said that his father was a great noble blade, Mo Yun Jongjong. And may she never speak such nonsense again. Gak thought for a moment, for he was proud to be a disciple of the clan. Couldn't be. His whole life was the result of a sordid affair. Digging the ground with his hands could not be his father. And then he looked into the water and smiled with his bold face. Gak had been repeating all this time that he was the son of Mo Yun's noble blade Jongjong. He'll prove that Mo Yun's blood runs in his veins. And unfortunately for the Gak, the older he got, the more he resembled a tea merchant. A vicious child. Jin immediately turned to his brother. But Gak told him to stay away from him, so Gang cornered him. And now he realized that if anyone found out about today's conversation, he was finished. His father would throw him out. And if he could get rid of the poison wine, he'd be able to hide it. And then Gon said he took the drug out of the wine so even he won't find it. And can't you tell from his condition? Gak realized things were bad and asked what the boy wanted. Gon replied that he should go back to the clan and never get in his face again. and let him not even think of a place to sect How for that. And then Gon realized that these bastards from How meant they were on his side. So he thought of some task and told Gak to bring 1,000 silver. The guy replied that it would be difficult. Gon replied to the guy that he could pay him back gradually. Gak agreed and asked if that was it. Gon replied that yes, it was, and said that if he kept to these conditions, no one would know about today's incident. And Gon also said that he doesn't know what will happen to him. But Ha Jun will be the head one day, so we shouldn't fight with each other. Gak realized that this guy was now insulting him to no end, and now they're going to watch him smile with a broken arm. Gon told him not to get so upset. It's all his own fault. Does he realize that? Gak removed his hand and saw that it was covered in blood. Gon said that the shame he had just felt and the wounds were his own doing. And then the doors opened and Nung came in and said that he had heard that young Mr. Gon had fainted. The boy replied that nothing had happened, so don't let him worry so much. He was just really upset that Gak had to leave on business. Right, Ha-jun? Immediately, the boy replied that it was. Jin caught up with his brother and yelled at him to stop. Gak told him to stay here, let him hone his swordsmanship and let him learn more about the world. And in a month's time he'll send men, and he would return with them. Gak realized at that moment that he was trying to win the duel for his father's honor by drugging Jin. Even though he knew everything, he continued to call him brother. And now he realizes that he really is a mudblood. Gon asked Jin if he hated his brother. The boy replied that a little yes. Gang said that he used him, didn't he? Jin replied that his father's recognition was very important to Gak, but he was too weak to guarantee victory in the duel. So he had no choice but to resort to drugs. Gon now realized that he was more judicious than he had believed. He asked Jin if he really thought he was weak. Gon understood and asked everyone to leave the place. Nung heard the master and said that they would wait outside. A cried and asked, "Can't she stay gone?" Jenna answered her to stop being cranky. Jin asked the guy what he was doing. Gon replied that they can start dueling now since he is not under the influence of the drug. Let him try his best. And he's sure Jin isn't worried anymore. The boy looked at his hands and realized he was right. He doesn't feel any pressure. Ha immediately pulled out his blade and told him to attack. Jin accepted everything and replied that he would start now. The long-awaited duel had begun. Master said that Ha was well-trained in the Baek family's skill. Gang replies that he's sure Jin would do fine without drugs. His brother just doesn't believe in him. Isn't it weird that Gak will be recognized if he wins the duel? He actually has many other ways to strengthen his position in the family. Jin heard all that and got distracted. Gon told them to focus. Jin turned around sharply and saw Ha attacking him. Ha asked the guy if he won a sword duel who would get the recognition. And then Jin realized that it would be his brother, but it gave him more strength, and in the moment of attack, he broke Ha's sword into 2 pieces. Jin immediately said that he won. Ha replied that it was because of the sword. His sword is much better. Gon walked up to them and said that a win is a win. Not bad. Jin asked Gon, was what he said true? Did his brother really plan everything for him? Gon replied that it was worth asking him. Jin said, but the master chased Gak away. Gang replied that he couldn't have gotten far. He was sure if he hurried, he could catch up. Jin got his hopes up and started to walk away. But Gon stopped him and told him to take this with him. Gak thought on his way home that he had spent his whole life trying to prove that he belonged to Moon's family by blood. But he has always only done bad things. Only now does he realize that all is lost. But then Jin ran up and turned to his brother. Gak replied that he told him not to follow him. The guy asked him, did he have it all figured out for him? Winning the duel wasn't for his fame, it was for his brother. Gak asked, did Baek Gang say that? Gak realized in his head that he had always resented him for being born with Moon's true blood and talent. That was why he taught him the Heaven and Earth blade instead of the Starcloud blade technique. The fact that he didn't duel was also his idea. And then he stopped and thought, was this the real reason he was investing everything in his brother? Jin made no secret of it and said that Gon had given him a full 7-star blade. Gak turned around abruptly and asked what? Gak couldn't believe that this symbol on the sword. It was definitely the 7-star blade. Moon's treasure lost in the previous sword duel. And then Jin said that obviously he had spoken to the patriarch. He asked him to tell him that the blade was returned because they were amazed by their talent, in case his father asked. But it's not for nothing. and Gon said they could pay long gradually. Otherwise he'd have to return the blade. Gak opened the letter and started laughing. And he wrote that they could not refuse him no matter what price he asked. Gak immediately mouthed the word fool. Jean was surprised at this turn of events. His brother immediately hugged him and replied that it wasn't him. He's talking about himself. Gak said that Junior did a good job. Jean also got very excited and said that was right. Jean remembered and told his brother to get the blade of the 7 stars. Gak replied that he had gotten it, so he would bring it, but then he saw that there was a note on the ground with a price on it. He immediately looked at it and saw that there was a price of 1,000 silver nagas. Is he out of his mind? Since his brother left, he should pay himself. Maybe ask him for a discount. The next day in the elder's courtyard, the head was telling his son that he was sure he had heard the news already. Gon said that the Red Dragon Brigade had found leads on finding the assassin. The head replied that he would hear about it soon, and it seems that one of Moyen's kids left. And in his opinion, he asked him to make friends. Gon replied that they even gave him back the blade of 7 stars. They are friends. The head asked the guy to elaborate. Did he say they came because he wanted to fight them in a sword duel? This could have turned into a huge conflict. And Gon has done a very good job with this assignment, but it must have been difficult for him to handle all of this alone. Gon realized that his father knew that he was using the house sect. Gon tried to explain himself and the head interrupted him and replied that he was glad the guy wasn't lying when he said he could handle things on his own. But let him not be conceited. He couldn't have kept his friendship if he hadn't given him the sword. The master told the lad that his father was proud of him. Gon was surprised and asked, "Proud?" But then Gon's younger brother and Uncle Jide came up to them. Tae said hello to them and said they hadn't seen each other. And how was he doing? Gon remembered that he was nicknamed the Soul Thief of Smiling Faces because he killed with a smile on his face. He is also a heartless man like all the members of the Baek clan. While the Baek clan was fighting the forces of the wrong faction in Seon, Baek Ryushui and Baek Jide ambushed the Demon Pavilion of the wrong faction and killed about 100 martial arts students. In that fierce fight, Baek Dae suffered a serious head injury. Everyone thought he wouldn't survive, but he was able to cope with the trauma after a 3-day surgery. However, a piece of the hook remained in his head. Even after his parents and wife died, he couldn't stop smiling. The head told Tae that he did a great job on the leads. Dae replied that of course he had. After all, it was his responsibility. He would go over everything in detail. Master said that from the outside they looked very friendly. Gon replied that they were. Father only found the millennia-old snow ginseng thanks to his uncle. Hadn't he told him that the fate of the brothers from the martial arts family wasn't so favorable? Who knows what kind of heart lurks behind that smile? And the Taiyin Meridian lost its name because of him. The boy asked the teacher, is he offended by this? Dae told him that there were 20 assassins in all, and they were only now able to find clues. The Red Dragon Squad had done a good job. And then one of the elders told Dae that there was nothing to laugh at. Because of him, the behavior of the Red Dragon Squad's name is suffering. And so Gon's great-grandmother, the leader of the elders, Baek Yong-run, decided to speak up to silence them. Ren said the Red Dragon Squad leader, let him tell them about the leads. Dae replied to the head of the elders that he would tell them now. Dae immediately ordered them to bring him in. At the same second, the doors opened and a girl and a blindfolded boy walked in. The girl was a member of So Ryu's Red Dragon Squad and saw that Gon had returned. Dae said that where Gon lives, the sacred blade of immortality died. This is the architect who designed the castle. A few months ago, a suspicious person asked for a blueprint of the castle in exchange for 1,000 silver nagas. Ren asked the guy had he traded their trust for money? Is he out of his mind? The guy was completely beaten down and replied that he deeply apologized. Gon thought at that moment that they were being attacked by assassins, and they were talking about the blueprint. Isn't that strange? And then Gon asked the ancestor why he was silent. Dae used the technique of frequency whispering. He told the boy to hear him carefully. He's hiding something, and he's the only one he'd want to tell the truth to. Have him come to the garden after the meeting. Gon wondered what Dae was thinking. And what would he want to tell him at the meeting? Coming to the garden, master said that this was a tree he had planted a long time ago. It was smaller than him then. Time flows so fast. Gon asked the master why he did not show up for the meeting. The master flew across the sky and said there were beautiful leaves. And so they adored them even in those days. Gon said they say willow trees are said to be imbued with the power to banish ghosts. Shamans used to be possessed by them. And then he waved it and shouted that that was it. And it went straight to the master's back. Gon said it worked. So they really did. The master replied that they didn't. After all, the guy had just put all the power he had gained from training into that strike. Gon apologized and asked, "Did he hit hard?" The master replied that it was all right. Just let him throw the branch away. And then Day came up and asked Gon, had he waited long? Those old men had so many questions for him. Day pulled out a box and said, "Here's a present for the boy." Gon was surprised and replied that these were very rare herbs. The master asked in astonishment, "Things? They can only be found after the northeastern Black River." Gon asked, "Are they really that rare?" Gon became very happy and thanked his uncle. Day replied to the boy that he wished him to be well. Only then will he become a young leader. The master told the lad that this man was so straightforward. Gon replied that he could not be blamed for that. Because of his condition, he will die early even if he takes the role of a young leader. And his father has a lung disease, so he won't be able to stay in his position for long. Then the next leader will not be Wa, but one of the elders. By then, Uncle will be an elder himself and will have the primacy to nominate a patriarch. His becoming a young leader, his only chance to become the head of the clan. Gon asked how on earth he could take on such a role with his condition. Day replied that he shouldn't say that. Let him not worry about his health. He would bring him all possible good medicines. Gon asked his uncle what truth he was going to tell just him. Day replied that it was nothing like that. Just what he had heard from that architect. Apparently, the people who bought the blueprint asked if the copy was real. In other words, they had already learned everything about the construction beforehand and wanted to be sure. Gon asked if that meant they were looking for something specific. Tay replied that he wasn't sure about that. Gon asked his uncle if he had mentioned before that he had found a secret place. Tay replied that that was correct, and asked the guy if he saw any suspicious-looking thing there. Gon asked him what he was referring to. Day replied that he thought it was some kind of antique jewelry or some kind of accessory. Immediately he pointed a finger at the guy's hand. Gon replied that he hadn't seen anything like that there. Day asked, "Is that how it is?" That was all he wanted to tell him. But at that time the guy got worried, for he thought he was caught. Day told the guy that there was someone else who wanted to meet him. A girl came in and said her name was So Ryu from the Red Dragon Squad. Ryu asked the guy if he could give her what belonged to Seo Wa, her sister. Most schools expand their powers through their own schools of thought. Occultists through demon cults, the poor through beggar sects, and monks through Shaolin children. However, the 7 great clans are different because they are all families. Some family members have very strong martial arts skills, but there are only 100 of them at most, so they don't have a huge influence in Kong Ho. So they started recruiting people and accepting them into the family if they were loyal and strong enough. But sometimes that wasn't enough, so they also recruited orphans. Seo Wa and Seo Ryu are just such children. These 2 girls were together even before they joined the clan. Seo Hu was raised as a maid while Shu Ryu was raised as a warrior. Seo Ryu was lucky enough to study under Baek Ji-dae, and she became a member of the Red Dragon Squad in her later years of youth. Seo Wa always worried about her and cared for her, even though they weren't blood sisters and couldn't see each other often after they joined the clan. Both girls were family, the strongest of them all. Master was telling the boy that even he was embarrassed. Let him say something. Gon replied that he had no idea how to start the conversation. Master told him to talk about martial arts. Gon asked her what arts she had learned from her uncle. Ryu replied that they were mostly defense and assassination related, like shadow moonwalking, and it's usually studied in the secret fog squad. Ryu replied that she studied it because she wanted to go with her sister to Kong Ho one day, but on the way they met Jean, who shouted to him. Gon was glad to see them, for he had saved him from that conversation. Gon asked him what's wrong. Jean asked his brother why is he smiling like that. But it doesn't matter and said Ha isn't playing with him. Ha asked what's the point, he's losing anyway. Jean replied to make him remember his defeat after scuffing his nose. Gon told the guys that they would deal with their duel tomorrow, let them not fight. Jean agreed and replied that he would go practice. Ha got really pissed off too and said he was too. Ryu told the guy that it looks like they're having fun. Gon asked, "Does it seem that way from the outside?" Just then he heard someone shouting to him. Gon immediately realized it was a familiar voice. It was, She was asking him to take her with him. I asked the guy, is he gonna go to Kianrim being so sick? Will she go with him? Does he agree? Gang replied that he said it was impossible. His father would be too worried, and she said she would behave. And then Jenna came running in and grabbed him and told Gon to leave now. I tried to break free and begged her sister to let her go. Gon thanked her and told Ryu that it was time for them to go. I started to wonder and asked the guy who was the girl with him. Gon started laughing and said that some chaos was going on today. Ryu thought for a moment and replied to the guy that he was very much loved. Gon said he wouldn't say that. She is familiar with his position in the clan. The guy noticed that the girl was acting a little strange. So when he got to the house, he said he was going to bring Siowa's things. The master tells the guy that he doesn't like something about her. She hasn't told him about all the martial arts she knows, and she looks at him ominously. Gon replied that her only family member died protecting him, the useless son of the clan. I'm sure she doesn't like him. Will the guy let her resent him further? Gon replied that, if that is what she wants, yes. The master told the boy that he was wrong. He shouldn't mock the wish of a child who died for him. Gang asked, is he making fun of Siowa's wish? The master replied that there was nothing more foolish than sacrificing yourself for a useless person. Is he going to tell that girl that her sister saved someone who didn't deserve to be saved? Let him not lie to himself to make himself feel better. And then Gon came out with his things to Ryu. Gon said there's nothing wrong here. Just stuff she used a lot. Ryu took it and thanked him. Gon asked Ryu, does she hate him? The girl was surprised at that moment and asked. Gon replied that he was asking if she despised him for living a joyful life after surviving her sister's death. Ryu replied that she did. Then does she wish him to live in sorrow for the rest of his life? Ryu replied that she doesn't. Guy told her that he is intentionally living a good life. He promised Wa that he won't give up and will cure this disease, and he'll kill whoever killed Siowa, no matter what awaits him. And Siowa saved him because she thought he deserved to be saved. Ryu said she despised him, but didn't think he didn't deserve to be saved. His sister often mentioned him. She brought something. It's part of a letter she sent her. And Siowa always told her stories about it, and she had always heard so many good things about him that she was even jealous. So how could he ever think that he was not worthy of salvation? Gon remembered that she had learned to read and write from him so that she could send letters to her sister. But then he noticed that there was something in the envelope. A few days later, Nung went to the master and told him to get ready. After all, they had a long journey ahead of them. Everyone started to see him off and shouted words of thanks. Opening the letter on the way, he read that Wa had written that the next day the master said he didn't remember it. She had no idea he was sleepwalking. Gang said the letter from Siowa, which he reread many times, was about his sleepwalking. 3 days ago in Gon's room, Master said that sleepwalking was more common in children. But he was even making rice cakes and talking to other people? Is that even possible? Gon replied that this didn't just happen to him. He was shocked when he woke up and realized he was washing his face. However, something else in the letter interested him. Wa wrote that he brought her that ring before he took a nap, and said he didn't need it, so she's sending it to him. Let him sell it if he doesn't have enough money and buy himself something yummy. Gon said he didn't remember that worn ring. The master shouted that it was fashionable in his day. It's got topaz in it. The boy asked, is it his? The master replied that yes, he used to wear that ring. Gon said that if you think about it, the guys who attacked him wore rings like that, right? And Su Ryu gave that ring to him instead of her uncle. Master replied, could it be that she suspects Baek Ji-dae too? Nguyen told the Lord in the past that they would arrive tomorrow. And tonight they will spend the night here, and he will take out chairs and bring blankets, so let the gentleman sleep in the carriage. Gon replied that he had no need of it. Jenna told the guy that there was no need to be modest. Gon answered her that it wasn't cold right now, but he was grateful. The master said that they seemed to be worried about him, since he was fragile. Gon replied that he wasn't that worried. He was just a little tired. The servant provided the gentleman with food and said there wasn't much here, but let him eat. Tomorrow he could get a more suitable dinner. Gon said that was more than enough. Then he ate and replied that it was good. The servant was overjoyed and thanked him. The master asked the boy how harmful he had been before, since he was reacting like that. Gon replied that he had acted like a spoiled child then. It was easy to whine about food or blankets, but suddenly a wild boar ran out of the forest, and the warriors were very frightened. Gon rejoiced, for he thought that the barbecue was at hand. Nung turned to the young master and told him to stick with him, and ordered Pil Huan, Mu Jun that they would take care of him. The boys immediately got together and cut the boar into pieces. Nguyen asked the gentleman if he was afraid, but suddenly another boar came out of the forest and pounced on them. Nguyen said there was another one here. Gon thought he'd kill this one himself, but Jenna succeeded before them and killed the second boar herself. Master was telling the guy that this is Qianrim's cloud gate. Just let the lad see, this is the way to manage with Jungun. Gon said it's a cloud walk. She really moves as if she was walking on the clouds. Nung was surprised that he recognized her Qigong method in such a situation. He noticed that Mr. Gon had already been looking at the place where the boar had come from to begin with. He was aware of the animal's appearance before he noticed. He had told him that he wanted to study swordsmanship a month before their trip to Qianrim. Perhaps the young master has a talent for learning. Gon thought he wondered if the boar's meat was tasty. And this is a swordsmanship that Mr. Ha Jun hasn't mastered. The next day, in a small village near Lantian, a customer was saying that the guys brought him boars of this size, and Nguyen said that he would like to sell the meat. He would keep it for the man in charge, so let them take care of it, and he would like to stay here, and immediately handed him a coin. The customer replied that they didn't have much room, but he asked, "Make yourself at home," and they tell him they're going southwest, right? Well, they'll get to the village in 4 or 5 days. The guys said it's a long way. The man said that, however, these lands have been quite dangerous lately. Recently, several people have been killed by tigers. He had heard that even famous hunters had been called. But I'm not sure they've caught a tiger yet. Gon thought immediately that they had Jin Liyong and Nungji, so everything would be fine. And he immediately thanked him for the warning. And Wen turned to the Lord and told him to take this sword. Gon replied that he had his own. Should we use this one? Noon said that his sword was too big and heavy. This one is better suited for practicing. Master said this guy even took that into consideration. And Nguyen also said that the Lord had said that he wanted to learn the heaven and earth blade skill. But this technique required over a month of diligent training. And what about learning a technique he had used before? Gon asked him, is he about the technique of the Shadowless Sword Pavilion? The guy was surprised and replied that the Lord knew. The Bestial Sword Pavilion is a sect founded before Baek Gang was born. They became famous for their mesmerizing and speedy sword techniques. After one of their disciples stole the secret of the Wudong generation and escaped, the sect began to disintegrate. The Murim Alliance and other sect cronies turned their backs on the Bestiary Sword Pavilion. And the members of that sect began to lose their position in the Ho clan. And one by one, they all dispersed. And so the Shadowless Sword Pavilion fell. Gon asked the guy if he was sure he could master it. Noon replied that it was just a sword technique, it would be fine. Nung told the gentleman to look carefully. Gon wondered what he might see when his back was turned to him. Gon told Master Nguyen that he couldn't see the technique as he turned around. Immediately in the moment, the master pulled out his blade and stopped right in front of the master's nose. But he felt Nguyen cut the leaf that was falling right behind his back. Gon asked what was that. He didn't get a good look at his movements. Noon said it was just a trick, but he could teach him how to do it if only he had the desire. Did the master say it was a simple trick? What a brazen lie. He's trying to teach him the secret technique of the generation of the Bestial Sword Pavilion sect. The Pavilion sect fell when their disciple stole the secret of the Wudong sect. But the most critical event was the sect's ambush of heretics and demonic cult members. At this time, Zhang was saying that the sect had fallen. But not all was lost. Let him not try to rebuild the sect. Let him keep his life and find someone to learn their sword techniques. This is how the Pavilion of the Shadowless Sword disappeared. However, the chain of heretics' deeds did not end. Now Ji Pyong wandered all over Gangho. The number of his kills became so huge that he was nicknamed the Chief Demon of the Bloody Blade. But one man cannot be alone. Nung Ji Pyong was ambushed in the mountains, and his account of bloody merit was cut short. If he hadn't met Baek Ryus and then, he would have died on the spot. And then the warrior told Nung not to waste his time. Nung asked him what he was talking about. The boy replied that he had already buried the secret of the Wudong sect. He remembers it, but he will not tell him anything. It is a lie and it will be the last one. But then the guy pulled out a sword and said he didn't need it. He has the blade of heaven and earth and immortal martial arts. Why would he worry about the secret technique of the Wudong sword? He only intervened because he thought the fight was unfair. So Nung owed his life to Baek Ryu-san and joined the clan. Even now, he is a loyal fan of the clan. But his duties include passing on the secret of the bestiary sword pavilion. The secret could only be grasped by someone who was born with keen anticipation and concentration. He could not teach it to young Mr. Ha because he was not suitable to learn the technique. But if it was young Master Gon with heightened senses due to chi blockage, he would be able to train. Nung said they would start with a drill to sharpen the most basic senses. All he has to do is catch the apple with his back to him. Let Gun feel the breath and sword of the opponent behind him. He should even feel the falling leaves. These are the basics of this technique. Gun asked the master, didn't he say it was only a simple trick? Gun replied that in any case they should think he was seeing things hidden from others. Gun told the teacher that it was similar to the Taiyin meridian. The master replied that this technique was a little tougher, but it seemed to be based on divine ability. Nguyen took action and said he was about to quit. Let the master be attentive. But things went much worse than the guy had imagined. Gun got an apple in his face every time and said it wasn't easy. Nguyen said he was impressed that he was able to recognize when it was thrown at him and reacted quickly enough. Gun said that he thought it would be overconfident to want to learn the technique of the bestial sword pavilion so quickly. Gun replied that was correct. Took him a long time to study it. Gon realized that the master had been caught and asked what was the name of the technique. Nung replied that it was light without shadow. The guy said that it turned out to be a pretty cool technique. Why did he devalue it so much? Nguyen replied that because the world didn't recognize the skill. He was going to get the patriarch's agreement to train him if the technique seemed interesting to him. But then Gun stopped him and said that he couldn't understand what Noon was saying when he covered his mouth. Master asked since when. Gun replied that he had been reading lips since the apple was thrown. Gun was surprised, for he knew that he had not been taught to read lips, but he could do it. He realized that the apple was flying in his direction without him hearing or seeing anything. Nung suggested that they try again, but this time without the plugs. Gon asked should they? But then someone came looking for Mr. Jenna told the boy that the medicine was ready. She thinks he needs to hurry up. Gon was surprised and asked. Gon realized that he had to drop it all and told the master that he would continue tomorrow. Nung agreed but thought the guy was a genius but different from Mr. Ha. But young Master Gon is perfect for studying light without shadow. Gon told the girl that she was in a hurry. Was there something wrong? Yenna couldn't answer and made an incomprehensible look. The guy immediately realized that there was something wrong and asked what was wrong. At this time, in front of the pavilion, the guards were trying to kick out the pack of animals that came to smell such an odor. The master told the boy that he had heard that this grass only grows on rocks because it attracts animals when it blooms. Gon asked why he was telling him about that now. Gon said, what if a tiger comes after them because of the smell of the medicines? The master replied that tigers could smell their scent from a mile away, so there was a possibility. Gon said thinking about it, this herb is called Great Tiger, it must have a lot of energy in it. The master asked, is he sure that trying to get that energy is worth an animal bite? A few days later, in the mountains near the Zhang family's village, the boy told his sister that he was a lord. The girl replied that the chestnut tree must be somewhere nearby. Let him be patient. The boy said he hoped those tiger hunters were gone. They have been eating their food for 2 months now. The girl asked, who else can kill a tiger? The boy replied that his elders had also said that one should not go to the mountains until the tiger was dead. The girl pointed her finger and said that there was a chestnut tree. The boy was surprised and said there are so many, and offered to see who could collect the most. The girl was scared and said he might fall, but then she smelled very strongly a very familiar odor to her, and she realized it was a tiger trap. The boy was trapped and a log appeared in front of him. The girl saw it and tried to save her brother. She did so and the boy asked his sister if she was all right. But the girl lay unconscious. The boy started to get scared and wondered what he should do. He shouted for his sister to come to her senses and wake up, but then the hunters came up to them and asked, "Who are the children?" The hunter said she survived a hit like that. Lucky. The boy asked them to help his sister. The hunter replied to the boy, "Does he know how much effort they put into making this trap?" Immediately the hunter asked the boy what he could possibly know, and in the moment he kicked him in the leg. The boy was in a lot of pain and stepped aside. The hunter lifted the girl up and spoke. She was so cold-blooded in the village. "He will call the other guys." And the boys replied that they agreed and would wait. The boy was angry with them at that moment, because he might do something bad for his sister. The hunter said he would look now and be the first to look. The boy immediately picked up a stone and threw it at the hunter's head and told him not to touch his sister. The hunter got very angry and asked, "Does he want to die? He dares to throw stones at him, the one who came to save his village?" But the boy pointed his finger and said there was someone behind him. The hunter asked if there was a tiger behind him. What a silly trick. And then the stranger said he was not a tiger. The hunter was startled and turned around to ask who. Gon replied that he knew it was a cruel world to those with empty pockets. Did the hunter realize what was wrong with this guy? What was such a wealthy gentleman doing in the mountains? He told the guy that he didn't know who he was, but he'd better let him back off and stay out of it. Gon turned around and agreed. The hunter was surprised, for he thought the stranger was leaving. Gon immediately took up his sword and said that he was sorry to use light without shadow on a scum like him. Turning around, he stuck his blade right into his body and said he was aiming for his throat. Gon said that it was very good that he was in a red outfit. The master replied that he should have made it cleaner. Noon immediately came over and said it was incredible. Gon asked, "Just like that?" It was difficult. Gon asked the boy if he could stand up. The boy was afraid and cried and said that her sister was lying down. Gon turned to Nyn and told them to take the two men with them in the carriage. The master agreed. The boy told the lord that it would be dangerous in the village. Gon replied that they should go there to take care of his sister. The boy said that the guy was from a group of tiger hunters. There are more than 20 people in it, and their captain is a very strange man. Gon answered the boy not to worry. Nothing was going to happen. The boy said he probably already knew. And that's their signal fire. The boy realized they're screwed. They want to round up all the hunters. He shouted that they needed to run. And isn't that expensive enough fire? Nyn replied that you could tell by the color that it was cheap, the kind used by the low-class bastards of the heretic faction. Gon replied that he might be right. They don't seem that strong. Nyn said he wouldn't let them fight someone strong. The boy wondered who these people were, and then the head hunter said that now they would find out who had raised his hand against their son. It was the captain of the tiger hunters, Kong Myung-ho. And then the hunter told his brother that it was them. But Ho was surprised to see this symbol on the carriage. Ho immediately fell to his knees and said that he didn't know they were from the Baek and Kyeonrim clan, and asked me to forgive him. All the hunters were surprised and did not expect such a turn. The boy also replied that it was impossible. Gon answered him that he had told him not to worry. Nung told him to tell his name. The man knelt down and replied that his name was Meng Ho, the captain of the tiger hunters. They only hunt and eat mountain animals. Nothing more. And it has a simple enough nickname. Mountain Star Divine Dragon. The warriors said they had never heard that before. In their time, people give nicknames to everyone. Ho said they say only a diamond can carve a diamond to catch a tiger, but Nung said he didn't care. He doesn't keep a good eye on his subordinates. They dare to hurt the village children? Ho immediately started apologizing. Gon said he would bring responsibility if his sister didn't wake up. The boy was surprised, for no one had ever laid a finger on the tiger hunters. But these people humiliate them so easily. The boy couldn't help himself and started crying. But he began to thank the boy for his and his sister's rescue. At night, in the residence of the village head of the family, Zhonggang said that free lodging, also a flower bath in addition. The tiger hunters seem to be really messing up their lives. The villagers treat them like heroes, and it looks like he overexerted himself today. The workout would have been too much for him if it weren't for the medication. And Aina helped a lot with his cooking. But then he noticed that the water was getting cold. It was time for him to get out. Master said he wanted to take a hot bath too. Was he satisfied that he had enjoyed it during his trip? Gon replied that maybe he should put his sword in hot water and wait for it to rust. Going outside, Gon saw that Yenna was also awake and doing something, but he became very curious. He approached her and said that she was awake at this late hour. Yenna replied that she thought something had happened to the village. Gon said that how many people died from the tiger's paws, so the atmosphere here is unfavorable. Yen replied that she thought there was more to it. Gon asked if she was using it to look into the village's past. Yenna replied that no, such a thing was beyond her power. She is an apprentice of a battle flower. Gon was surprised and asked, "Martial flower?" He assumed otherwise. Yenna replied that was correct, but it depended on what he was studying. Jenna said there were 2 blue flowers. She is a student of 2 schools, but for the most part she studied martial arts. Gon replied that means there are others who studied other than them. Yenna replied that yes, she did. There are the disciples of the flower of duty. Their symbol is the red flower. They study martial arts, but mostly focus on healing, illusion techniques. Gon said it was cool. He didn't know about it. Master said that Qianrim flower of Det's disciples were very talented, but he should focus on the sword. Gon replied that he didn't feel like studying that sort of thing anyway. It's not cool to try to do illusions while fighting. Master said that a man should wield a sword. Gon asked her if she could catch ghosts or spirits. Jenna replied that she could. It's a long time ago, but there was one rich family, respected by their neighbors for their generosity. But rumor had it that the children of that family were dying one after another for no reason. People thought it was all the demons or ghosts' fault. And there was Dakibi on the roof, hanging people by their hair. Yenna said that she destroyed it as a battle flower apprentice. And she's sure a Det flower apprentice would have done much better. Yenna replied that it's the duty of the Qianrim people. They need to help those who are disturbed by spirits or Ikai. Gon asked, is this for justice? Yenna replied that yes, but spirits and Ikai are different from normal animals. The eyes of a Paisu are more precious than any jewelry, and the claws of an eagle dragon are stronger than any metal. If you purify Yekai's energy core, it will turn into a magical medicine. Gon drooled and asked, is this true? And that is very interesting. Yenna said that it was about the village anyway, and usually these balls don't make a sound. But if there's a Yekai around, they'll make a sound on their own. Jenna decided no one needed to hear this and pulled the boy to a secluded spot. Gon said it works with any silver balls if you hang them on a red thread. Yenna replied that no. The patriarch did it on his own. Gon asked that it was like the thread she had on her arm when she was cleaning the Paisu eye necklace. Yenna replied that yes, and he has a good memory. Gon said, so she makes money by selling things like that? Jenna asked in surprise, earns money? Gon said that no matter how good someone is at martial arts, everyone needs something to live on. Yenna said that sometimes they sell the energy cores of the Yekai, who are caught, and sometimes give the emperor a miracle cure and get a reward in return, and occasionally sell herbs. Gon said he couldn't imagine it. Yenna said that the Shaolin Great Restorative Elixir and the Hua Mountain Sect's Purple Perilla Elixir wouldn't exist if they didn't exist. Aren't those very famous medicines that can even revive the dead? Yenna replied that it looked like they were getting close. Let them stick behind when they encounter Ikai. Yenna told the boys that they have a Paisu necklace, so Ikai won't be able to attack them, but it was better to be safe. Gon immediately realized that she had let him go with her because of the necklace. The master said he was invited to get rid of the spirit himself, which was saying a lot. Gon replied that the orbs didn't react to him, did they? The master replied that he had already passed the realm of the daily spirit. There was no way this joke would smell him. The master asked the boy, does he not believe? Let him look carefully then. Gon told him to stop. He immediately touched the bell and it jingled. The girl was surprised and didn't understand what was happening. The master asked the boy if he could see what he was told. Jenna immediately grabbed him and said it was dangerous. Jenna said they rang so loudly. Is he that close to them? Gon said he couldn't breathe. Yenna replied that this Ikai must be a lot more dangerous than she thought. Master said she shouldn't have reacted. Gon at this time was saying that he couldn't breathe. In the forest near the Zhang family's village, the guy was standing on the DeRosa when a girl suddenly pounced. The guy asked, was she hiding there? The girl said she heard that girl Zhang So-yun came in a carriage, along with the hunters. The guy told her to watch her mouth. What if they heard her? The girl said that, there was a very beautiful girl with them. The boy smiled and replied that it was true. The girl immediately pinched him and said she thought he loved her. The guy asked what was wrong with her, but then Aina came up to them and said that she knew it, that he had taken over the resident. The boy asked what had brought her here, and what does she mean to have fun. He knows she's from Murim, but that's rude. And then Gon asked the guy he's scared. The boy was frightened and asked the gentleman when he came. Gon replied that he had come along with Jean. Yena decided to see if she had really found Yekai. So she opened a bottle of holy water and spilled it on the guy's face. But it so happened that the drops got on the girl, and she went down on her knees. The guy was surprised and didn't understand what was happening. The boy asked the girl what she had done. Jenna replied that she had suspected that something was wrong with the village ever since she had heard about the tiger attacks. When someone dies from the paws of a tiger and becomes an unsettled spirit, they sometimes turn into Yekai Changwi. Now let her show herself. The girl immediately turned into a monster and started roaring loudly. Gon was also surprised and said that he looked even meaner than he had imagined. Ikai immediately swooped down on Aina with her sharp claws. Jenna took a stand and said she needed to behead him, but she couldn't kill an innocent man. The girl at the moment of the attack tried any way she could to get rid of that body, but she was too weak. But Ikai jumped on the guy guarding the perimeter. The guy was yelling at this point to stay away from him, but Gon thought he needed to act now to save the guy and pulled out his blade. The guy fell on his fifth point and was saying that he was saved. Yena was surprised that the guy was able to kill Yekai with one blow. She asked the Lord how did he do it. Gon replied that she was the one who said to attack him if he tried to attack him. Yena replied that yes, but Yekai can't be banished by an ordinary person. Did she think it was because of his pendant? Gon said he could see a blob of Yekai's internal energy. Smells a little foul. Jenna saw this and shouted at him not to eat it. Gon replied that he wouldn't. It looks too suspicious. The girl asked, didn't she? Yena said he killed Yekai so she would purify him and bring him back. Gon asked, really? And thanked him. Just then people ran and said they heard screams. Gon turned to a girl named Ren and asked what happened. The guy said Ren was possessed. The man said he realized they were unusual people, but exorcising the Yekai. Unbelievable. Gon asked, and who was he? The man apologized for the late show. He's Kwak Soon Ho from the Tiger Hunters, and thanked them for saving their youngest. Ho said that he had heard that they were keeping to the Shanyang area. Gon replied that that was right, they were leaving tomorrow. Ho said that there are many tigers in that area. Their leader controls all the others. They don't usually walk where they're going, but it's still best to be on the lookout. Gon's response was one of gratitude. He realized that he had not only received a blob of energy, but useful information as well. The next day on the road, Gon said that in Shanyang, he would need to eat the last of the medicinal herbs. Jenna said that tigers are dangerous creatures after all. The boy replied that he assumed they wouldn't smell the scent, because they had sealed the medicine with wax. But suddenly Gon heard the roar of a tiger and became alert. Nung immediately told his master to be careful. At the same moment the horses stopped with fright and began to stir. The warriors surrounded the carriage in a moment and began to defend it. But suddenly a tiger swooped down on Nyn from the left. But the master was already at the ready and took out his blade. The master was much faster than the animal, and stabbed his blade through the tiger's chest to make it die. But at that moment another tiger ran up, and was ready to tear everyone around him. But it was over in the same second, for the games swooped down upon the carriage, and were pierced by the blades of the warriors. Gon and the others were in the battle, and it was with their blades that they pierced the tiger's chest. He realized that the hunter Kwak had been right. Gon said they killed them so easily. They have great skills. Yena replied to Gon that he could do it too if he practiced a little more. Gon looked at them and said he wondered if they had energy blobs. Yena replied that they were small tigers, the most common animals. Then the great tiger must be much bigger? Yena didn't hold back and replied that was correct. Gon told them to set off quickly before they ran into him. Nyn laughed and replied that it was a good decision. In the forest, at the temporary residence of the tiger hunters, they told their captain that they were moving out. Sun said they brought the request without discussion, and how are they going to defeat the great tiger? He doesn't want to die. Ho asked him, is that why he communicated with Valve Baek and gave them the information? Sun replied that the Baek clan's son saved Sangchil, Ho said he didn't care that he killed another one of their men. Sun replied that it was a well-deserved death. In any case, after seeing Yekai, he's not going to get involved anymore, and Ho better refuse the request too if life is precious. The man replied that the old man is a sissy. Let him get out of here. Ho said they could just kill these things if they really existed, couldn't they? The guys immediately shouted that they agreed. He was so excited that he decided to run away on his own. Just then, a hunter came in and said they were galling for more tigers. He thinks they are chasing the Baek clan. Ho said they agreed and it was time to see the ringleader. The boy yelled for them to head after him. Ho approached a guy named Dusum and told him that he had been trying really hard lately. The guy replied that he needed to avenge his dead friend. Dusum said that the tiger must have attacked the Baek clan's carriage. Ho said there must have been a battle. They don't need the skin, do they? The hunter suggested to his ally that they spy on them and steal the bodies. Dusum said they were here. Ho was surprised and asked, the mountain? Do they have to climb it? The boy answered that no, right there. Ho grabbed the guy and asked, is he kidding? Dusum replied to make him remember what he told him to do. He asked him to show him the way to the main tiger, and in the same second, he turned into Yekai. Ho immediately pissed his pants in fright and didn't know what to do next, but everything changed in that second. Yekai suddenly lost his head and Ho was surprised and didn't understand how that happened. Ho asked, do they have a network? He needs a net. It would work against one tiger, but there are too many. But suddenly a bloody white tiger came out through the bushes, and Ho immediately realized that things were bad. Gon said that he thought the place was clean now. Nung replied that he understood and would throw out the bloody things right away. But immediately they heard the roar of the tiger and became alarmed. Aina ordered Gon to move back. Nung ordered the others to protect the young master too. A white tiger leaped out of the bushes with Ho's head in his teeth, and the king of hunters himself shouted for help. Gon was greatly surprised and said that the severed head was talking. Yena replied that it was an unusual big tiger, and it is called the two-headed Ikai tiger, said the master. Gon replied that he was much stronger than the other Ikai. Master said 2 heads, so does that mean there are 2 energy clots too? Noon immediately ordered the secret mist group to attack the tiger's sides. The tiger didn't take long to find his prey and charged straight at Nyn, but he managed to get his blade out in time. How could it be so strong? It was as if the sword had gone through a piece of rubber with metal parts. But the tiger left him and attacked Ghana. But Yena was already on the defense and was in charge of the young master. But she realized she couldn't handle him, and grabbing the young gentleman by the armpit started to run away. Yuna said that the wagon was broken. Noon realized in his head at this moment that at this rate, he wouldn't be able to protect the young master. Nung immediately apologized to him and started pressing several points on Gon's body. Gon didn't have time to see it and didn't realize anything that happened. Nung ordered Yen to take Gon to Shanyang, and they will stay and deal with those tigers. Nyn raised his sword and addressed the two-headed Ikai tiger that he needed to fight him. Yen obeyed an order and rode on horseback. Gon said that they were taken by surprise. The master replied that they were left alive and well, were they not? Those people are doing their best to follow orders, so let him not blame himself. Gon said that he couldn't believe he couldn't do anything for those who risked their lives for him. Same thing, similar to the assassin situation. Could he be possessed in his body to unlock his pressure points? Master replied that if he did it now, his lifespan might be shortened or he might die due to the depletion of the energy core. Does he want to sacrifice what Seo Wa was so desperate to save? Gon replied that at least even after death, he did not want to be ashamed of himself. The master replied that he would tell him what to do, so let him try to free himself. Since his circulation has had some problems since birth, he doubts that the blockage happened correctly. Gon replied that he would try it. Yena was thinking at this time, who knew that they would meet the two-headed Yekai tiger. She had only read about it in books. Master Ning must have already. She asked Gon to bear with her for a while. Master Nung would definitely be back. But then Master pulled out a knife and told her to turn the horse around. Jenna asked him how he unlocked the pressure point. Gon replied that she should act sooner rather than later. There is no time to explain, and if she has something with her, then have her lend it to him. Whether it's an elixir or something like that. Master said he could feel the spiritual energy from this bottle. Gon said that this thing on her belt looks like a silver spirit imprisonment bottle. Is it unusual? Yona replied that it contained mineral water that the master had collected from the deepest corners of Murim. Then she saw that he was already drinking. Yena told him to wash his sword with her. It has the power to banish evil. Gon thanked him for his advice. Gon said they were eating their way back to save the leader of Nyn and the others. Aina agreed and replied that she thought it was the right thing to do too. Gon said that he would repay her for the medicine he gave her with the essence of the two-headed Yekai tiger. Nung was fighting at this time and told Mu to stick behind him and protect Huang. Mu replied to the master that he could still fight. Nung said he's just a nuisance and have him focus on stopping the bleeding immediately. Nyn looked at the tiger and saw that the moment didn't even look tired. What was worse, its wounds were healing. He should have aimed for the head right away. Nung told the patriarch Baek he would repay him. He used the life he saved to save his son. The master realized that he needed to cut off the head of the two-headed tiger Ikai by any means necessary. Nung made up his mind and pounced on the tiger, shouting at it to die. But Jenna came and told the master to leave his right head. Owen was surprised and asked why she was here. What is it with the young master? Yen replied that they had come together and Gon would kill the tiger. Owen was surprised and asked what? He immediately thought that she had lost her mind. Yuna immediately told him not to get distracted, but turning around he saw a horse come galloping in, and Nyn saw young Mr. Gon. But then he noticed his strut. It's the technique the patriarch used when he saved his life. It's the same technique he used then. The tiger was immediately frightened and started to run away. Nan said that this would not do and would not let him get away. The boys distracted the tiger and in the moment Gon attacked. And attacked him by subduing the dragon of heaven and earth. Gon said it was the blade of heaven and earth. And anyone who threatens his family will be killed by it. Ning watched and couldn't believe that he had killed this monster with a sword strike that wasn't even filled with chi. The technique of this strike is perfect. The master said that was it. It was much easier to raise the sword than to plant his spirit in his body. He'll call it one possessed blow. Isn't it great? It's been a long time since they've lifted a sword together. Gon immediately fell to his knees and said he was in pain. It felt like he was about to die. The master told the boy that everything is learned through pain, right? Nung asked him why he had taken such a risk. He and the secret fog team were just doing what they had to do. If something had happened to him, Gon couldn't take the strain and couldn't handle the pain. At one point, he felt sick and began to vomit. Sun was telling the boys that they were lucky they were passing through. If they hadn't gotten there in time things would have been much worse. Nung asked the person in charge what he thought. Sun looked and replied that it was a two-headed Ikai tiger, right? I've never seen anything like that before in my life. Nung said that this leather must be quite expensive. Sun covered his face and replied that it probably was. Gon said, so there's a lot of money to be had for it, right? Sun replied that the skin of the two-headed tiger would definitely be worth a lot, and already one head will cost 300 yang. And said something so strong must surely have an essence. Have you found one? Gon realized that of course they were finding one. He planned to take one for himself after it was cleaned. He asked where the tiger skin could be sold. Sun said he heard the head of Shanyang district is looking for someone to buy tiger skin from, but he is very greedy and always trying to make a profit. They will definitely have to sell the hide at a low price. Are they sure they want to do that? Gun replied not to worry and thanked him for the information. Sun said no problem. In the Shanyang district building, manager district head Zhang Kem Kung wrote that Judge Moon Ri heard that they need tiger skin. He will sell him the hide he got, so he hopes they can have a cup of tea and talk a bit. But then a servant came in and addressed the master. Ri was frightened and told the boy not to come in so loudly. The guy said some people brought the tiger skin and are waiting outside. Ri asked, didn't he tell him to give them some silver yang and send them away? The guy replied that they were asking for 500 yang. Ri was surprised and asked, 500 yang? Let him arrest them immediately. The guy replied that they tried but they beat them badly. Ri said they were all so useless. Ri came out and was saying how deplorable this is. How dare they beat up official staff just because he knows a few fighting moves. Ri asked them how dare they make a spectacle of themselves here. Let them bow down to him immediately. Does he want them to bow? Let the head finish his sentence. Ri was surprised and thought, isn't this leader Nung from the Baek family's secret team? In that case, aren't these the members of the Baek family, the greatest family of Seon? Ri immediately changed and asked the gentleman how he was doing. Nung replied to the manager that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He was on a mission for the Baek family, so he couldn't give details, but they are traveling with a young gentleman named Gon. Gon immediately introduced himself and said he was a miserable plebeian. Ri said he misspoke. Gon told him to forget about it. He heard that the manager wanted to send the tiger skin to the Seon judge. Ri replied that it was true and asked how did they know? Gon asked why he would do that. He can just buy it from him and he sends the hide to his father. Ri thought immediately if it was Baek Ryu-san, the patriarch of the Baek family. Even Omun Ri, the judge, would personally go to his birthday every year and give him gifts. Ri said he was so smart. Young Mr. Baek, what a great idea. Gon replied that in return let him not dare to bargain with him. Ri immediately got cute and asked 500 silver yang, right? But then Gon replied, no, it's already 600. Ri could not deny him such a request, for he realized it would end badly and replied that he agreed. A few days later in the clan, Dae was saying that he had heard that Moon Ri was looking for a tiger skin as a gift for the ruling family. He would be so upset when he saw that. The head told the leader of the Red Dragon squad to watch his words and behavior in front of the guests. But this is unbelievable. Ri said he brought it because he thought the tiger went very well with the Baek clan's aura. The chief responded that the superintendent says it has been a year since he was hired, so now he'll try to work something out. Ri said he would save it for when he was called. The head asked that it was Gon who had slaughtered the two-headed tiger anyway. Dae smiled and replied that he had already read his letter. Why was he asking again? The head immediately told the guy to get out of here. Tae was surprised and asked what? The head replied again that he told him to get out. The head said that it turns out Gon had killed the great tiger. Ri replied that he had heard that he had jumped off his horse and pierced the tiger's back. The head asked just like that? Ri said, there was the blade of heaven and earth, the third form of dragon and tiger subjugation. The head said it's not a technique Gon could recreate. Is he sure about that? Ri replied that it was what he had heard. Ri thought, is it really true that the patriarch hates the first son? The head began to laugh suddenly and said that Gon had grown so much that he was hiding his merits because of his modesty. Ri told the head that he must be very proud of him. The head laughed and replied that if only Gon gave him the skin of a slain tiger, had he really grown that much? Ri replied that it wasn't really his gift. He had bought it from him as a gift to the chapter. The head said that's right. His birthday is getting close. He needs more guards to get to Kianrim safely. Ren replied that it was true. The head said he was sure the manager would be able to help. Ri replied that no problem and thought about his 600 yang. There is a mountain called the 5 Human Sins. Kianrim is located at the top of this mountain. Right in front of this mountain, a guy arrived and said that it was already daytime. He would now need time to recover the books that Wudan had asked him to take care of. This kid was the Grand Master of the 5th Flower Library and his name was Yujun Shin. But suddenly birds flew over him, and suddenly a little girl flew out of the bushes. Shin immediately threw his books into the air, and using his strength, he caught the girl's hand. Shin said that he told her that she could come to him anytime, but can't she see that he's busy with work right now? This girl is a future student of the 5th Flower of Kianrim, and her name is Yu Su Rin. She said that ambush is the most effective means when the target has weakened its defenses. Shin told Rin that she was just destined to become a martial arts flower apprentice. Rin replied that it was no big deal. She's going to change direction and become a librarian anyway. But suddenly the other students started talking behind her, that again Rin had come here, and she thinks anyone can get into the great library. And what does the ambush have to do with the library anyway? She can hear them. Does he want the girl to cry again? Rin immediately turned around and told them that she wasn't crying. She was just upset. The boys replied running away that it was the same thing. Shin told the girl not to cry. Rin replied that she wasn't crying. Paren said that he heard that Li Yen is back. Rin was surprised and asked, is that true? Shin replied that it was. She should be coming soon. They say she's not far away at all now. Rin immediately ran and told her father that she was going. Shin yelled at her to wipe her nose before she went to see her. At this time in the village next to Kianrim in the tree block, Nung asked Gon if he could manage without him. Gon replied that it was all right, He needs to rest. Nung made up his mind and said that they would wait here then. In that case Baek Ryu-san sent more warriors, and thus Gon's group quietly reached the tree quarter. Gon asked the girl if she was sure he could go to the top of the white clouds. He had never heard of any strangers going there. Aina replied that the patriarch had personally invited him, so it should be fine. Yen asked him if he wanted to practice qigong on the way to the top of the white clouds. Gon replied, "They are not in a hurry." Yena said that among the young men of Qianrim, it is a popular pastime to prepare ambushes as training. Her younger sister was ambushing her in a very original way, so you can practice before they run into her. Gon agreed and thought it was a rather odd thing to do. An hour later, halfway to the top of the white clouds, Gon and Yen were heading upward. Gon thought it was harder than usual to maintain qigong. Is it because of the fatigue from traveling, I guess? But suddenly the guy didn't have time to lift his foot and slipped. Jenna was immediately frightened and turned to him. Gon replied that he seemed to have pulled his ankle. Jenna apologized and said that On must have overstressed him without even realizing how he was feeling. Yena realized that they still had a long way to go to the white cloud top pavilion. She told the Lord to rely on her. Gon was surprised and asked what she meant. Rin sensed that her sister was here. She would truly scare her this time. The girl decided that she would show up with the wind and used her powers against her sister. Yena was climbing up, felt strong. It was as if she was submitting to someone else's will. Rin suddenly appeared and looked at her sister, while Aina closed her eyes and wondered what the wind was. But Gon saw her and was surprised. Rin immediately asked who he was. Why was he sitting on her back? Gon tried to explain that he wasn't. Jenna started laughing and told the girl that it was dangerous to ambush someone in a place like this. Rin realized that her sister wasn't scared at all. She remembered that it had been 5 years since the last time they had met. Rin had hugged her and told her that she rarely even sent her letters. Didn't she miss her at all? Jenna replied that of course she missed her. Very much so. Gon felt awkward and asked if they could let him go first. Jenna replied to him that she hadn't become at all. Let him just hold on tighter. Gon replied that no, he was too embarrassed. Rin said she thought it was a little embarrassing to have a guy sitting on her back. Yena put him down and told him to speak up if it hurt a lot. Gon replied that he was fine. Rin realized that this guy had something wrong with his leg. So she told the guy if he was in a lot of pain. Gon immediately replied that he didn't. Rin was surprised and asked what? He's completely different from the people in Qianrim. Rin asked the guy. He said he was from the Baek clan, right? What's it like there? She's lived in Qianrim her whole life, so she doesn't know what's outside of it at all. Gon replied that they were all human. What could be the difference? Rin calms down and tells the guy that he must be a swordsman. She sees that he has a sword with him, and it's so great that the patriarch invited him. No one had ever climbed to the top of the white clouds who wasn't from Qianrim. Gon realized at this point that she was talking too much. Rin asked him why he was here. Gon replied that because he was dying. Rin was startled and asked, "Dying?" Gon immediately thought that she would definitely shut up now. Turns out his energy is so strong because of this. How sick is he really? The girl decided she would look with only one eye and used her powers. And urgently at her beck and call, she saw that his internal energy was definitely very weak. But she couldn't see much else. She thought maybe she would see if she applied a little more power. She realized that he simply had an incredible amount of spiritual power. It was even more than a second-generation Qianrim disciple. How is that possible? But she also wondered what was next to this guy. Person? Some kind of regular ghost? The master saw that he was revealed and used his powers. Rin immediately realized that it was an unusual ghost. She can't control her internal energy. She immediately felt that there was no strength left in her body at all. Immediately, she collapsed backwards, immediately caught Rin and told her that she should be careful when using spells. Rin turned around and saw that it was Mr. Manager, and felt her true ki calming down. The manager of Qianrim, Mgi Hak, asked Gon that her young apprentice had brought him trouble. Gon replied that not at all. What kind of problems are we talking about? At this time, on top of the white clouds, the courtyard of the high mountain of the Qianrim management residence, Yena said that even after that, Gon got up on his horse to use the technique. She started demonstrating and showing everything. Rin was surprised too and asked. Yena continued that next, He performed a leap straight at the two-headed tiger and slashed. Gon blushed at this time and realized that he was pleased that she thought so well of him. But wasn't it too embarrassing? Yenna said, and after one fatal blow he said. Gon immediately thought that she was going to repeat the words of the spirit that had possessed him. Yenna said that was the essence of the heaven and earth blade. Gon immediately shouted out that he had said no such thing. Manager Hack said that it was incredibly brave considering his body wasn't that strong. Gon was only glad for one thing at this moment, that he had made a good impression. Gon said that's what he came here for. Could they help him heal his body with block chi channels? Hack replied that since he had the gift of a Paisui, he just had to help him. Neither spiritual medicine nor Qigong would do him any good. And unfortunately, there is nothing he can do about it at the moment. Master told the boy not to take the horse-nosed Taoist's words at face value. Such a person always spoke in riddles. Gon asked the superintendent that by saying at this point, he means is there a way to fix it? Huck asked the other participants to leave them for a while. The boys immediately obeyed and left them alone. Huck said it seemed like he shouldn't talk about it in front of those kids. He asked the kid when he started seeing spirits. Gon replied that it turns out then Mr. Manager sees him too. Not so long ago. Huck asked the guy if he knew who it was. Gon replied that of course he did. Even communicates with him. The manager said he could only feel the presence, not see the figure or hear the voice. Hack said that the soul that attached itself to the Baek clan's heir and secured the original legendary meteor sword. Gon realized that even in the clan, no one knew about it. The manager asked, is this spirit a legendary lord? A sacred blade of immortality? Gon replied that it was correct. Hack said that when he was 10 years old he had seen him. Gon was surprised and replied that that was how. Was that why he recognized the sword? Huck said it would take 5 of the 9 main clans to heal the guy. You have to connect the intangible main channels to something tangible, but that's beyond human capabilities. One can only be healed if one has sufficient spiritual power. And let him mean, one can use the spiritual power of the Lord of the Sacred Blade of Immortality if he enters Nirvana. However, he would like to tell his story first. The one he'd learned the first time they met. The master told the guy to tell the manager to shut his rotten mouth if he didn't want to end up dead with his tongue cut off and his neck snapped. Gon turned to Mr. Manager, which here is asked to tell him to watch his words. Hack laughed and said that simply put, the story has to do with the reason why the sacred blade of immortality cannot enter Nirvana and remains on Earth. And now he has no right to tell. Let him find out for himself. We must help the gentleman if he is so eager to talk. He handed the boy an object and told him to take it. Gon was surprised, for he did not understand why he wanted the drum. Gon said it looks like it's made of leather. What is it? Hack replied that it was a resonator made of human skin. Gon immediately realized the hand and asked what? Hack shouted that it was a joke. Just a monkey skin. Huck tells the guy to put his hand on the leather surface and concentrate. He reacts instantly to the sound resonating in his soul. If Mr. Sacred Blade of Immortality's holy blade speaks. At this time, the master was angry and poured bad words on the manager. Meanwhile, outside the door, Rin was saying that sister had invited strangers and personally escorted them out. This is the first time that Mr. Manager has behaved like this, since it was Mr. Manager's plan for Gon to be brought in from the Baek clan. Perhaps they would offer him to join Kianrim. Rin asked what they could even talk about there. Yenna replied that no one knew, but the atmosphere seemed friendly. The foreman started to express himself and everyone started to hear him. Rin asked what was that the manager just yelled. Yenna asked, does it sound like it? The master asked the manager, did his parents teach him that? Who would have thought he would be insulted by this kid? Hack replied that he is right. Isn't he? The dead should go to Nirvana. The manager said it would be good for them and Ghana, wouldn't it? The master asked him what he wanted. Is there a way or not? Hack replied that of course there is. But before telling, he would like to take Gon to Kianrim. The master was surprised and asked what? Gon asked that the manager wanted him to leave his clan and join Kianrim. Hack asked, what do you mean abandoned? A clan is just a house. Master said Gang is a martial arts warrior of the Baek clan. He can't join Kianrim. Hack replied that a letter came from the Baek clan a few days ago. They really wanted Gon to be cured. Gon saw the stamp of the letter and realized that it had been sent by his father personally. Hak said that without the spiritual power of the sacred immortality blade, another method would have to be found. However, such a matter could not be entrusted to outsiders. Gon replied that it was all right with him to join them. The master said at this time that yes, it was his heir. But then he was surprised and asked him what he was saying. Gon said he couldn't become a young patriarch anyway, and would be honored to join Kyenrim. Hak got excited and said it was a great solution. The master asked the guy how he could. Gon replied that he can't just sit quietly and wait for his death. The master replied that it was true. But in what way? Gon said that, of course, it was hard for him to give a definite answer now. He had to get approval from the clan elders, and he had other problems to deal with. Hak replied that they will do as the Lord wishes. He asked the lad how he felt about Kyenrim. Gon replied that it was just like the rumors. A few minutes later, the doors opened unexpectedly, and Hak said the guy was a talent to behold. Hak ordered Rin to show Kyenrim-san. Ri replied that it was good and she understood. Gon told Mr. Manager that they would see each other again before they left. Hak replied that he would make more tea. Rin said that she would show him Kyenrim now. Gon agreed and started to follow her. Rin told me that this blue building is one of the main buildings of Kyenrim's battle drills, the Blue Flower Castle. The master of Blue Flower Castle is an incredible expert who is regarded as the first after the manager. The tower with the red flag on the roof is the castle of the spiritual level, and further on is the house of the Tao Flower, the divine spirit group. Rin said that including her, the third generation of apprentices numbered about 100. After they are counted among one of the blossoms next year, they will officially become Kyenrim practitioners. Gon realized that if he entered late, he would have to study with these very young children as older sibling disciples. We must hurry up. Rin suggested to the guy that they go to the Great Library of the Fifth Flower. It's a very important place in Kyenrim. Gon asked, isn't 3 times a lot? Rin said that the master of the Great Library is her father, but he still doesn't let her come often. Gon replied that of course, if you look at it from her side, she hadn't been there many times. Gon asked if the library was off-limits because of the secret books. Rin replied that it was because of that too, but it was mostly about the treasures. Since there are dangerous things in there, they need to handle them carefully. Gon thought she was talking about things like this Paisu eye necklace. Rin said she wanted to be a librarian like her father. Gon asked what didn't work out. The girl replied that she kept failing the test. Rin asked Gon what he wanted to be if he had to choose between being an apprentice to an art flower. Gon replied that he didn't know. Gon understood that Tao disciples usually learned spells, while art disciples mostly learned martial arts. Gon said that he would probably become an apprentice to the flower of the arts. Rin replied that was a great idea. Tao flower disciples need talent, so even among the third generation only 7 people can. And there are actually more than just 2 kinds of disciples. Gon was surprised and asked. Rin replied that yes, there is a purple flower that unites both directions, the flower of honor. And even among Kyenrim's trainees, only geniuses can get there. Gon asked in surprise, the flower of honor? Are there really disciples of this kind in Kyenrim? This is the first time he's heard of such a thing. Gon said that Ms. Yenna never talked about it. Rin replied that it was because she too had failed to become an honor flower disciple. It must have been hard for her to admit it. Gon said that apparently Ms. Yen lacked knowledge. Rin replied that's not the case. She knows how smartly Yenna is, right? Gon asked why she didn't become a student of the flower of honor. Rin replied that she was pretty good with a sword. He and Yen didn't get in for various reasons. The difficulty lies in the 5-step test that the librarian personally devised. If you don't pass the test, you can't become a student of the Flower of Honor. They arrived at the place and the girl said here is the Great Library. Gon replied that the building was right on the mountain. This is definitely an unusual archive. Rin walked over to the bell and started pulling it. Rin asked how are they going to get in. The girl replied that not everyone can open that door because the formation technique is superimposed on it. If they wait 15 minutes, the librarian will let them in. Gon was surprised and realized that a formation technique had been applied to this door. The master told him to be careful. As he touched the doors, Gon felt pain in his hands and stepped back. He said he was even scared for a second. The master replied that something was trying to look through his heir's body. Rin was surprised and said there was no one there. The boy asked, was that door automatic? Rina didn't understand what happened, and the guy said it was nothing. They can just come in, and maybe it's been opened for them. It's time to go in now. But one thing they hadn't noticed was the sign painted on the door. The librarian had said that it was definitely hard to do this alone. Soon he would have to bring the students, but suddenly he heard and thought, are the kids here yet? He remembered that Mr. Manager had asked him to test a young master from the Baek clan. Did he really have talent? And then the guy stood up and said the superintendent came in. Not the kids? But here he recognized his daughter's voice. Guy immediately ran up and saw that she wasn't alone. Gon stopped Rin and realized that this was a blood art designed to prevent invasions. The guy yelled to the kids to stop them from squeezing themselves to touch them. Guy immediately reached for the lever and removed the trap. The master said it was a sure way to isolate an uninvited guest. If he touches the ribbons, the sharp fishing lines will fall from the ceiling. And those who don't know about the gate of life won't be able to get out. Gon said that the fishing lines to his right were a little different from the others. The master replied to the boy that he seemed to recognize the gate of life. The father hugged Rin and told her that she should have been more careful. The girl was very happy and called him father. The guy approached him and said his name was Gon, and he was glad to meet him. Shin also introduced himself and replied that he had already been told by the manager. Shin said never mind and asked the guy how he opened the door. Gon asked the head librarian and he didn't open it for them. Shin walked over and replied that he didn't do that and went to look. He immediately saw that the spell had been dispelled. He thought that the energy of the metal should penetrate through the hand of the touched to recognize his identity. Instead, however, the energy reflected and dispelled the spell. Shin asked Rin, did she do it? The girl replied that she didn't. The door opened by itself when Gun touched it. Shin asked the guy had he studied spells before? Rin was surprised and replied that he had never learned such a thing. Shin immediately thought about it because even he couldn't reflect iron energy without training. So the words about him having potential were very true. Shin got everything from the guy and said I paisu. That's enough to destroy the formation technique. Gon replied that Ms. Yen had cleared him. If it wasn't for her, he would have worn it without realizing the danger. Shin asked the guy, did he wear the raw eye directly on himself? And he was very lucky he hadn't gone mad. Gon replied that he was talking about the same thing and immediately looked at his master. Shin said the kid is carrying 2 treasures. He really is an unusual kid. Shin replies that it's about his sword. Does he think the guy is aware that it's unusual? The master said that given that a spirit like him is attached to it, this sword becomes the most valuable treasure possible. And so Shin said that they had come. This is the center of the great library. Gon asked, is there light here, even though we are deep inside the cave? Shin said it was because the ceiling was covered with crystal panels taken from the west. Gon was surprised and said it was beautiful here. Shin told the guy if he joined them, he would have to decide which path he wanted to take. Blue, red flower or purple flower. Rin immediately thought that Gon would become a disciple of the flower of honor. Gon asked, by purple flower, does he mean honor flower? Shin replied that was correct. Obviously, he couldn't become an honor disciple right away. He would have to pass a test first of 5 stages. Was he ready for it? Gon replied that he wasn't. He wants to focus completely on the sword, and will be a mere disciple of the martial arts flower. Rin said it can't be. Becoming an honor flower disciple is the dream of everyone in Murim. Only a select few with martial arts skills, spells, education, and talent can become one. Shin also said that honor disciples aren't tied to anything, so they can be independent. They keep their own treasures, exchange with children from all 5 sects and clans, and have a huge budget set aside for them. Normally this test can only be taken after showing results in both arts and spells. Gon said he didn't need all that. Shin asked, then how about this? If he becomes a librarian and can freely research secret books, he will be able to learn martial arts that ordinary disciples don't have access to. And if he wants, he can even learn the supreme sword skill of the blue spirit sword of Mount Vermilion. The master was telling the guy that when he had the bestial sword pavilion technique in one hand, the sacred blade of immortality in the other, and he was standing behind him. Is there a need for something else? Gon asked, is he the only manager here? Shin replied that there are honor flower disciples among the 2nd generation of disciples, but they are busy with business right now. Gon said then if he became an honor student, he would be very busy. Shin replied that was correct, but if he becomes an honor student, he'll give him 2 days off a week. He will also help him only 4 hours a day, and he'll help him with arts training and spells. He'll find medicinal herbs and magical cures. Gon said it sounded good, they would discuss the details. The master was surprised and said what an asshole. He wants to go there himself, but he's putting a price on himself. Shin said that every season 1 middle-class magic medicine and visit the doctor for periodic checkups. He needs to discuss with Mr. Manager first. Rin replied that was great and asked when they would start the test. Shin replied that they will look at it, if he has the talent to become an honor student. And here are the details of the second stage. Gon was surprised and asked wouldn't he go through the first one? Shin replied that it was meant to test the resistance of the body. He didn't think it was an optional procedure in this case. Rin was greatly surprised since 80 Kienrim trainees had failed the first stage, and he didn't even need to pass. Shin said the second step was to find a letter-eating insect he had unleashed somewhere among the books here. He speaks of a kai, who feeds on letters and is the library's greatest enemy. A day is given for detection, and time is running out. Shin thought and realized that he was having trouble destroying this parasite. Even if Gon was born talented, it would be difficult for him. Focus is very important here. Just then, Gon said what he had found. Shin was surprised and asked what? Gon replied that he thought he was there. Shin realized that this wasn't the book he had hidden the insect in. Shin asked the guy, is he sure? You can't just point your finger in the sky. Gon replied that he was sure. Shin stopped for a second, for he felt some kind of aura. He immediately started flipping through the book and asked, when did he originate again? Gon said, and the other insects are sitting in those books. Shin was surprised and started looking at everyone. He asked the guy how did he know? Gon replied that he could hear it slurping the letters. Shin was surprised, for even he could not hear the sound, but he did. This kid is a talent like no other in the near future, and he's bound to get it. Shin told the kid he passed the inner training room of the Library of the 5 Great Flowers. The third stage of the test of passing the Field of Mixed Illusions has arrived. Field of Mixed Illusions is a formation designed according to the principles of heaven and earth. Those who get inside will feel as if earth and heaven have switched places. Inside the field is also foggy, and auditory hallucinations surround the entrant from all sides, and what's more confusing. Shin shouted to Gon that there wasn't much left. Just a little more. Guy felt that the spiritual power was barely penetrating through the field. And now you have to follow the direction. 5 steps back. This must be the gateway to life. And coming out into the light, Gon said he got out. Shin was overjoyed and said it came out so fast. This is a new record. How did he manage to find his way out in such a short time? Gon replied that he also explained the principle of the mixed illusion field. Shin replied that he needed to know the theory, so he explained in general terms. Gon said that he was able to find the gate of life by following the flow of spiritual power. Shin replied that it was wisdom granted by heaven. Shin praised the guy and said that he's definitely an honor flower disciple. Definitely. Gon stopped him and said he had something to tell him. Gon told the lad that the expression on his daughter's face was not exactly good. The master looked and replied to the boy that it seemed that living in such a cave had robbed him of his sense of compassion. Gon answered him, the expression on Rin's face darkening the moment he left the field. Shin apologized to his daughter and said that she just had to watch a test that she didn't pass. Rin thought that must be how a father apologizes. Shin said that he was upset that no one could make it past the third stage, so he got excited because this guy made it through so quickly. Rin immediately smiled and replied to the library master that she was fine. Shin asked, really? The girl replied that it was great that Gon was so talented. Rin said she's leaving first so they can talk, and she'll see Han tomorrow. Master was telling the guy that it was very good that her mood wasn't so bad. Gon asked him if he thought she was all right. The master replied that she was smiling so broadly. Isn't that a sign of happiness? The boy replied that he would have made a terrible parent. Rin realized that it wasn't Gon's fault. She just doesn't have enough ability. And that's why she shouldn't cry. Did the students follow the guys and the guy said they went into the library so long ago and still haven't come back? Or did they just walk out before they got there? Disciple Chong turned to Muan and said that it was cold here. Would they come back? The boy replied that they would wait a little longer. Mu wondered at this point, why aren't they coming out? And Gon is handsome. Maybe they're doing something there. He imagined Gon asking her how she looked at living her whole life in his beautiful estate instead of this gorge. And Rin replied to him that it was a great idea, dear Gon. Husband. Mu got very angry and broke all the flowers in front of him and shouted that he would never let this happen. But then the boys saw the door open and someone come out. Mu immediately ran up to her and asked her why she was alone. Chan said that he had heard that Gon was taking the honor flower disciple test. Rin couldn't say anything and was crying. Mu thought immediately what had happened to her. Of course, she often cries. But this situation was unusual. Mu asked the girl. Something happened inside. Did that asshole hit her? Rin immediately punched him in the head and replied that no way. She said it had nothing to do with him. She was just... And then she ran off screaming that it was none of his business. Yen said that they had waited so long for nothing. Chan suggested that they should go back again. Mu clutched the ground with his hands and said that if they wanted to go forward now, he needed to meet this Gon. Chan agreed and said that they would then wait a little longer and go if he didn't come out. Mu replied that he agreed, and suddenly a fly bit him on the neck. Gon was surprised and said that they had talked until sunset. The master replied that it was nevertheless nice to know that he was trying to help. The treasure Cheon Rim holds might indeed have an effect on his healing. Gon replied that he was most relieved by it. The master looked at the boy and said that he seemed worried about that girl. Gon replied that there was a little. The master said envy is a common feeling. Don't let him worry. How can crows look quietly at the dignity of a white heron? Gon asked the teacher he was a genius from birth, right? The master replied that at 20, he was already unrivaled in the West. Guy said that's what he was thinking. Geniuses can't understand the feelings of ordinary people. It is normal for the latter to feel insecure and disadvantaged in front of geniuses. It would be great if they focused on self-development instead of emotions. The master replied that he didn't know about his past life, but he was the same as his teacher now. No need to pretend to understand. But then Chan came up to him and asked if he was gone, right? And he introduced himself to him too. Mu also introduced himself and said that he had been waiting for him because he wanted to ask him something. Gon asked, what is it? Mu said Rin came out of the library in tears, but didn't say the reason. Gon asked, so what's the big deal? Did he know why Rin was crying? It seemed to him that this gentleman was acting strangely. Gon said he was somehow negative for someone asking for a favor. If Rin didn't say anything, then she had no reason to tell either. Yen saw that it smelled fried and told Mu to let them go. Chang also asked his brother for them to go. Mu got really mad and told the guy if he could just tell him. Immediately he threw himself into a fist fight, but Gon dodged the attack and tripped him. Mu couldn't resist and fell to the ground. The guys were asking Mu if he was okay. The master was telling the guy that he was using his opponent's power against himself. Gon said that the bastard is not himself at all. Yen said that Brother Mu doesn't always act like this. Gon saw something moving on the guy's body and immediately thought it was a flea. The flea immediately bit the guy's face. En started yelling that he was in pain. Chan asked Mu if he was okay. Mu got to his feet and punched his brother from the elbow. Gon said that he felt that his behavior was strange. It was similar to the situation with the tiger Zakai. Mu lost his temper completely and said that he wouldn't let go so easily. Gon felt a tangible, ominous chi emanating from him. Mu didn't waste the moment and charged straight at him. Gon reacted in time and dodged the blow with his foot, but he was suddenly in so much pain that his jaw quivered. The master said at that moment that the one who hit him ended up hurting his leg. What a ridiculous turn of events. Gon looked down at his leg and saw that a large bruise had formed. But Mu wouldn't just walk away and was ready to attack again. The master was telling the guy to calm down at this time. Gon reached for his blade and said that he had no choice then. The master replied that was right. He should have taken up his sword by now. Gon immediately struck his head with his blade. Master said he should have cut off his head. Gon replied that he was going to join Chonglim so he couldn't hurt that student. The master replied that he wasn't at all sure that things would go the way he wanted them to. The rest of the guys didn't get around to turning into Yekai either, and immediately realized the head and told the guy that he dared to hurt their brother. And then Rin ran up and kicked him off his leg. asking him what they were doing and calling them crazy assholes. Gon was surprised and asked the girl, "Didn't she leave?" Rin replied that she came back because he was late, and offered to run away. Rin said that it looked like those three were bitten by the rage bug. How did a ghostly bug controlled by the Great Archive end up outside? But then Gon stopped her and said that he couldn't run anymore. Rin was surprised and replied that then they would be caught up. Gon said he had hurt his leg fighting them before she came. Rin asked him, had he been running around with his leg like that the whole time? Gon suggested that they could stop them here. Rin was surprised and replied that they wouldn't be able to handle these three, who had turned vicious when they were bitten by the rage bug. Gon said then they would have to find a way. Turning around, Rin said they were already here. Mu was so angry as he said, the girl dared to seduce his brothers. If she didn't leave her before he counted to 3, he wouldn't leave in one piece. Rin called him stupid and asked what he was talking about. Gon asked if people get stupider when they are bitten by the rage bug. Gon thought it would be possible if he met him personally face to face with the determination to chop off their heads. But the problem is the girl, for she has no character to kill her comrades. Gon asked the girl if there was any way she could figure it out with her spells. Rin replied, is she a divine sage? How can a human do something like this? Gon asked, then is it possible to create a loud sound or light? Rin replied that it was possible, but she wouldn't be able to move from the moment she cast the spell. Gon agreed and replied that it would be enough. Since they are near the Great Archive, if there is a bright light, the men from the main mountain will come. He would hold them back in the meantime. Rin began to use her powers and said that for all calamities would be exterminated, heaven and earth would follow her command. In accordance with the statutes and regulations, she immediately released a beam of light into the sky. Gon told the girl that he had heard she was pretty good with a sword, but her spells weren't bad either. If she eliminates the habit of shedding tears for no reason, she will be much better than them. The master asked the boy, does he call it encouragement? Mu saw it and called them bastards. He asked them how dare they stand so close to each other. Gon made up his mind and began to fight them alone, but he did not want to kill them and fought with a closed sword. The master told the lad that he was quite used to bending without a shadow by now. Guy knocked them all out and left them lying there. Gon realized that he had only faced 2 of them, but he lacked stamina. Just then, Chu ran up and said how dare he do that to his brothers. Gon realized that this guy's right hand was a deceptive form. The real one was his left hand, but it was too late to block it with his sword. The master had told the boy that when the pain reaches its peak, there comes a moment when he forgets the pain and his mind clears. And if he stops now, he'll fall. Get him moving now. Gon took no chances and kicked him in the head. Gon knocked him out and it felt like it had been forever, so he needed to hold out a little longer. The master told the boy that it had only been about a third of the way through. Gon was surprised and asked what was taking so long. The master said that so let him stop being stubborn and let him draw his sword. Gon said he didn't think he would shed blood here in Chonglim. But suddenly someone put a hand on his shoulder and said that the guy really had a Taoist vessel. It is magnanimity when he does not try to shed blood even when he is in danger. Palace of the Spiritual Sage. House Master Meng Tu Du Song said he is grateful for his heart that knows mercy. Gon was surprised, for he hadn't felt his presence at all when he arrived. Rin was surprised to see the enlightened Du Song. Gon told her to wait, because the light would disappear if she stopped the spell. Just then, Manager Kong arrived and told the guy to turn on the light for him. Rin got excited and said that the enlightened Du Kong was here too. Gon was surprised and realized that he had heard of him. It seems that he had single-handedly destroyed the Chaos faction sects. Kong walked up to the guys and asked the guy, is his name Baek Gang? He heard that he knows how to use ki. The guy replied that's right. Kong said stopping those children with his dried-up body. It was impossible to believe such a thing. Let him come to the Blue Flower Palace if he joined them. He would like to teach him someday. Sung was surprised and asked the apprentice brother, what was he saying in the presence of an injured kid? Kong asked the kid, did he fight with a leg like that? But then Shin came in and asked Rini Guy if they were okay. Kong said that this junior can't even take care of the treasures properly. Shin apologized and said it was because of him. Gon replied to him that he would be fine after treatment. Kong said they need to examine the children. They should be fine. Gon sat on his ass and said it was very tiring. Rin walked up to the guy and said that she thought it was because of him that everything went smoothly, and thanked him. Gon replied that they had just split the roles because he couldn't use spells. Rin said that since she was good with sword and spells, she wouldn't back down and would do her best, and she won't cry anymore. The next day, there was a full house on the main mountain of Chonglim. Rin was squatting and sitting on her outstretched arms. Gon asked her, hadn't she said she wouldn't cry? Gon said she was being punished for leaving with a rage bug on her body. He felt a little sorry for her. Master said that she should have realized this by now if she was a Dao Flower disciple. To leave first without him would be to abandon her duty. Nung shouted at this time that Gon's leg was broken. That's how Chonglim treats his guests. When he's already sick. Gon spoke up and didn't think Captain Noon would be so angry. The master replied that he was a great role model. A subordinate should be like that. Manager Huck told Noon that he was sorry. He has no excuses. They will take responsibility for everything. Gon raised his hand and told Captain Noon that he was fine. Noon replied that for a moment he was overwhelmed with emotion. Hack turned to do Inu to bring it here. Inu was surprised and asked the master what he meant. Huck replied that he was referring to the red and white tufted flower they had discovered earlier. Inu was surprised and said, "This is what the Wudong sect head urgently asked for. Isn't it?" Hack asked, "They're Taoists too, aren't they? They will understand them even if it's a little later." Gon said he's the top boss among bosses. He has a firm grip on the supply of miracle medicines. The master replied to the boy that he was talking about strange things. Jiam went to the Lord and said that if they delayed the delivery date, they should pay 1,000 liang of silver as liquidated damages for breach of contract. How can Das cling to money? He would give them a red and white rune flower, let them go and take it later. And then the elders began to say that it couldn't be. Du Zhen came to see them. Gon himself was surprised and said it was a medical anomaly golden needle. Was he from Zhonglim? Hack said that he was the master of Chonglim's medical department but usually wandered around the martial world. He called him over to look at the condition of his body. Zhen took the guy's hand and asked, "Isn't this a mysterious body? Born with a genius talent, but with a body that will die young." Gon was surprised, for he hadn't realized when the doctor began to change his pulse. He hadn't noticed at all. Hack asked Zhen why they couldn't give the red and white flower to Gon. Guy replied that it was true that rune flowers that promoted yang energy were particularly effective against the disease of torn veins. Unlike ordinary rune flowers, the red and white rune flower is a spiritual herb containing the nature of the sun. For Gon, with moon-slit veins, it could be poison. Hack asked, how about sending that to the patriarch of the Baek clan as a gift? Jean replied that he had heard that he had a chronic illness and he believed that the red and white rune flower would be effective. Hack said that Zhen only caused trouble here, but he is the one and only true Taoist here. Zhen said that when he finished his work in Chonglim, he would come to their clan to work off Patriarch Baek's body. Gon was surprised and asked. Zhen replied that this was correct. This was the payment for the favor he had shown Su Tian. Master had told the guy that not snatching the sword had proven to be beneficial. Half a month later, Gon was saying that the bones in his leg had healed. He had even regained the true ki he had used up during the possession. The efficiency of the inner core of the two-headed ghost tiger is amazing. Master replied that it is true. His face is so full of energy that it shines. And of course thanks to Miss Jean, who sacrificed part of her inner core, they were able to create a precious miracle medicine by mixing it with the red and white rune flower. And with it, even father will be healthy. Nguyen ordered the gentleman to get into the carriage. But suddenly someone from behind shouted for them to wait. Gon turned around and told the guys that they didn't look good. Mu asked the guy how his leg was. Gon replied that everything was already healed. Yen said that was a relief for them. And now it's a duck baked in clay. Let him eat it on the way. The boys said it was jerky that his dad made. They also have honey that they harvested themselves. Gon was surprised and saw that they had gone to so much trouble preparing all this. He took the gifts and thanked them. Nguyen said those boys are very compassionate. It would be nice to have people like that around. The guys said that he was right, although young Master Ha Jun will be sad if young Master leaves. Gon said that he meant that Ha Jun should succeed even without him. Nguyen said that was not quite right. The master asked Gon what he expected from his brother, who was only 12 years old. Gun replied that he hoped he was all right. At this time in a tea house by the river near Xian City, Ha remembered that Gon had left him a task before he left. Gon wrote that he had left the investigation of the assassins to house society members, so carefully let him follow the process. Ha thought, would he be able to do that when he lacked so much more than Gon? The guy asks the gentleman, is he nervous? His face is pretty tense. Ha replied that he was so a little. The guy then asked if he would let him tell him a story that would calm his nerves. But there were some guys sitting at the table next to him, and they were talking about when young master Li Tsong ran towards the two-headed tiger girl. But the other guy replied to stop talking about it. Both he and Pil Huan are always talking about young Mr. Li Kong and the tiger. The guy replied that it's because they haven't seen it themselves. Do they know whether young Master Li Kong is like young Master Li Kong? Ha heard all this and was glad that Gon was becoming better accepted in the clan. And then Gu walked in and asked, had they waited for him for long? After all, the assassins who ambushed the manor where Sir Li Kong lived. He found the school some of them attended. Gu said that after Mr. Li Tsong was ambushed, someone from the Baek clan visited the house society. Numerous horse hoof prints were found on the mountain near the manor. If someone borrowed so many horses, it was sure to be recorded in the house society stables. However, even in the house society stables, there was no trace of the assassins. They concluded that someone had artificially erased the traces, and as a result of questioning the inner traitor, they found out that their previous branch manager, who was known to have died due to a chronic illness, had tried to pass on to the Baek clan the trail of assassins left in the stables. But instead he was killed with poison by internal traitors who were secretly communicating with the assassins. And in the process, the traces were lost. Ha said, then it appears that house society is connected to those who ambushed his brother. Gu said that they had either captured or killed everyone associated with them. He and Lady Jiamhua, their current branch manager, are cooperating to the best of their ability. The guy asked where the school they were affiliated with was located. Gu replied that there was a school called Black Ghost Manor in the outer regions. According to witnesses, several practitioners hiding their identities rented horses, and they sent their members to investigate 3 times. But none of them came back. Ha immediately took up his sword and said that they were insolent bastards, and how dare they stay here in Xi'an. Coming to the Black Ghost Manor, guy said, 1 standing at the ready, 3 guarding the surroundings. They immediately started knocking and asking if anyone was inside. They have a guest, so let them come out and greet them. But suddenly he smelled a thick odor of blood. He immediately broke open the door and saw a pile of human corpses, but one of them was standing in the middle of them all. The boy asked the stranger who he was, but he was answered that was what he wanted to ask him himself. The guy thought wearing a mask and changing his voice? That's a suspicious bastard. But he replied that they were the Flying Lotus unit of the Baek clan. Let him put his sword away and answer their questions. The stranger replied that they were bastards living off of licking the Baek clan's asses. They're all so arrogant that they don't even know they're all going to die here soon. And then I immediately jumped in to fight them. A stranger killed a few guys and told one of them he was so slow it made him cry. The guy wondered and didn't understand when this assassin was able to be here. He wouldn't be able to dodge it. But then Ha entered the battle and repelled the assassin's attack. He asked who he was. And what is he doing here? The assassin recognized the boy and said that he hadn't planned this, but let him die here and now. Immediately, he brought his blade closer to him. Ha realized it was a key sword. Was he hiding his skills? The guy immediately protected the young master with his body. He said the entire squad is a flying lotus. Let them protect the young master. Ha thought about chopping his head off when he opened up, but things didn't go according to plan, and the assassin attacked and wounded the young lord. The warriors were frightened after such an event and immediately shouted to the young master. The boys threw a smoke bomb there and immediately grabbed the young gentleman and got the hell out of there. The guy asked the young master to hold on. Ha immediately felt his consciousness becoming increasingly foggy. What his brother told him to do, but he hasn't carried it out to the end yet. But will Gang be angry? The next day in the circle of Baek clan elders, Yam was saying that as soon as Gang returned from Chonglim, they should appoint him junior patriarch. Not only is the patriarch bedridden due to his chronic pain, but Ha was wounded by his attacker and is between life and death. Rakshasa OK, leader of the accompanying Ice Steel faction, said there was no hurry. They can replace the patriarch's absence with a circle of elders anyway. Yam said that since there was also no progress in the Red Dragon Group's investigations, they should appoint a junior patriarch right now. Then the doors opened and Gon entered, saying that he had come quickly because he had heard that the matter was urgent. The elders asked him where he thought he was. Okay, said she heard he would be back soon, but didn't think he would come to the elders' circle right away. Gon replied that since this meeting concerned his father and he should attend. He barges in uninvited, dragging his servant behind him. Shouldn't he save face? Gon asked. Save face when the patriarch is bedridden and is between life and death. Don't they know that the face of the clan has already been thrown to the ground and trampled? Yam lost his temper and told the little one where he thought he was to yap nonchalantly. Gon approached the guy and said that he would have to take this man with him if he left. Gu was immediately pleased when he saw the young master, but then Day turned to Gon and told him not to touch him. He was the one who led and the Flying Lotus Squad to the Black Ghost Manor. Gon replied, who knows if he is an agent of the one who attacked They are all barking up the wrong tree. This man is just a member of house society. Yam said that, intentionally or not, he caused to be injured and some of the clan's martial artists to die. They can't let him go until they find the person who hired him. Gon said that the person who hired house society to investigate was himself. Yam was surprised and asked what? Gon said that so if they want to punish someone, let them punish him. Yoim was negative towards the guy and tried to hurt him in various ways. Immediately hit the ground with his stick and told him to stop and let them go. And she saw that Gon had grown a great deal. Let him say whatever he wanted to say in the presence of his elders and let him not be discouraged. Gon immediately walked over to the great mistress and took her hand. Said that his hand, which was as small as a carved hand, had already become worthy of a martial arts master. And then she told him to prepare to become a junior patriarch. But some people started to resent him, but she straightened them out. The master told the guy to tell them that Chonglim said they would heal his body. Didn't he? Gon replied that this is not the time. Gon said that he would follow Madame Grand Elder's words, however. They would proceed with the order of succession of the junior patriarch after catching those who sent assassins after him and harmed Let them give him just 1 month. The master told the lad that he made all these statements, but what is his plan? Gon replied, who knows? As soon as he gets back, he needs to visit his father. The doctor told Mr. Patriarch that young Mr. Gon had come to see him, but then a cough sounded, and he told them to come in. Gon asked his father, is he very sick? The head replied that everything was fine. It's just that the weather is getting colder. Let it go to his head, he would like to hear it from him. He was surprised and interjected that the head of Chonglim had said that they could heal his body. Gon replied that this was correct, but instead he suggested that he join Chonglim. His father ordered him that he should go to Chonglim. After all, the best way is the one that will save his life. Gon was immediately surprised and turned to his father. He did not think he would accept it so gladly. The head said that should then be appointed junior patriarch, but since he is in a recumbent position. Gon remembered and said that there was something he had brought from Chonglim. It was a miracle medicine prepared from the inner core of a tiger ghost and a red and white rune flower. Mr. Golden Needle Medical Anomaly promised that he would visit the clan to check on his father's condition. He asked the leader of the medical team how he felt about it. The doctor replied that such precise mixing, truly, this is Chonglim. This will surely be of great help in treating Mr. Patriarch's illness. Gon asked, and what next? The doctor replied that since it maximized the healing power of the body, he thought it would have a great effect on the wounded as well. The head said that they would then give him to Gon immediately began to resent his father's decision. Gon told his son that death is a cold path. As long as he lives, Gon will face the death of those close to him. He usually experiences the death of his parents first. It is very sad, but even sadder is the death of a brother or sister. Did he know that he and Jinte had a younger sister? Gang was surprised and replied that no, he didn't know. The head said she died long before he was born. It was horrible, like his insides were on fire. If died, it would be the same with him. They say the only thing worse than that is the death of their children. He knows and he's seen it before. The mother who lost her child roared like an animal. The head asked his son, is he planning to inflict this pain on him? Gon answered his father that there will be no such thing. Then it's okay, he can go back. Master told the guy that since his child was between life and death, no father would have made any other choice. Gon asked, did he expect that? The master asked the lad, did he think he wouldn't think what he was thinking? Gon realized that death was a cold way to go. The master told the guy that since he was trying to maintain his trust in the immortal divine sword, he wouldn't tell him about his past. There are some people in this world who never try to show pain unless asked. If he really wishes him well, let him contact him first. Gon said that he thought it was not worth asking about his ancestors' past. But perhaps he was wrong. And now he wants to ask something. The master asked, and what was it? Gon said that for him, the Lady Great Elder must be his granddaughter. The master replied that this was correct. Gon said that his face froze when he saw Lady Great Elder in the circle of elders, and he passed away when Madame Grand Elder was only 3 years old. What a coincidence that he recognized her immediately. Master asked him what he was trying to say. Gon replied that the head of Zhonglim, who was not yet born when Lord Divine Sword passed away, said that he met him, the ancestor, when he was about 10 years old. That doesn't fit, right? Come to think of it, he should have been active until at least 140 years old. But then the master told the boy to stop. Gon said it was strange in the first place. Who would put a meteor sword in the basement of the manor and seal the place with golden ropes? Did Lord Divine Sword visit Zhonglim in his final years to bind his soul to the earth? The master replied that living underground after leaving the clan, and remaining in this cold world even after death. Gon asked him what he was waiting for. Immortal Divine Sword Baek Sung Cheon, having created immortal divine arts and heavenly sword forms, he had reached the place of patriarch at only 21 years old and ruled as an iron-blooded patriarch even after the age of 70. He had a son born to him at a late age, was not without talent. He was unable to spread his wings because he was overshadowed by his father's name. Baek Sung Cheon was deeply saddened by this fact. From time to time, Baek Sung Cheon imagined the moment when his son would defeat him. When a child reaches his father's level, how can a parent not be proud? That was exactly what he thought. Wu Zhen had said that there was a problem with the yang circulation harmonization technique in the immortal divine arts. Song Cheon told him to just go ahead and practice with the sword. When his son first criticized Baek Sung Cheon's divine arts, Sung Cheon reprimanded him. Wu Zhen said that the Big Yin rack also needed improvement. Right now, its practicality is too weak. When Cheon heard about it for the second time, his mood soured. And the third on the day his son visited his granddaughter. Wu Zhen came to see Unrin. The girl was surprised to see her father. She asked her father if he was visiting her grandfather. Wu Zhen replied that he had finally finished. The weaknesses of the harmonizing yang circulation technique and the heavenly shadow sword form, he had finally finished arranging them. At the training center Purple Jade, Wu Zhen turned to his father and said that he had come. But unexpectedly Cheon was practicing at this time, and in a moment released all his energy. Cheon asked his son why he had come here. Wu Zhen replied to his father that it was something he had already told him. The father asked his son, is he still wasting his time? Wu Zhen replied to his father then that it was not a waste of time. He had found a weak spot. Cheon was surprised and asked his son. Wu Zhen replied that the last 3 heavenly shadow sword forms are sword forms of the path of conquest. They do not correspond to the yang harmonizing circulation technique. Their destructive power must be obtained by integrating fire qi, but there are side effects as the fire qi becomes stronger the more successes. And father, losing his temper, feeling depressed from time to time, these are apparently side effects of the yang circulation harmonization technique. Afterward, it can also lead to insanity. Let the father tell him if his son misunderstood something. He showed him clear evidence. If words weren't enough, he would demonstrate it himself. Cheon immediately agreed by pulling out his sword and told him to give it a try. What happened next? Even Baek Sung Cheon himself couldn't explain. Perhaps it was the sudden downpour. Perhaps it was the chilly weather that made his body stiffen. And if not, it might be because the fire key of the yang harmonizing circulation technique was too strong. Ren saw the sight and came running and screamed to her father. Cheon held his bloody blade in his hands and said that he would call a doctor. When Baek Sung Cheon brought the doctor, his only son's life had already been cut short. He killed his only son, the patriarch Baek Wu Zhen, with his own hands, while his granddaughter watched. A few days later, Cheon disappeared from the clan. No one knew where he was, and the clan publicly announced to the entire martial world that the immortal divine sword had died of old age. But what Wu Zhen said was not a mistake. There were definitely weaknesses in the harmonizing yang circulation technique and the form of the heavenly shadow sword. He tried to perfect himself in martial arts, said Master, as that kid said, but it took so long that he couldn't complete it alive. The Master said that he had visited Chonglim to ask them to bind his soul to the sword. Gon thought at this time that he had not expected such a story from him. Gon asked, is atonement what he wants to do? The Master replied that it could be said that way, but it could be just for self-satisfaction. Gon asked if the assassins who had attacked him could have been looking for the meteor sword. The Master replied that only Chonglim could have known the sword was there. Gon asked if there was a chance that Chonglim leaked that information. The Master replied that they had sworn not to say anything about it, so he didn't think it was likely. A person of his level could just look at a sword and learn a lot about the opponent. This bastard named Chongpi used dark martial arts that he had never encountered before, but most of them used lower-grade martial arts. Gon asked what would they do if he didn't know about the most important part. The Master replied that they were almost to the doctor's house. Gon came to the house and asked if Ha was still awake. The doctor replied that yes, he thought they would have to monitor him for a while longer. Gon asked the medical ward secretary if he could leave them alone for a moment. The doctor replied that it would be done now. Gon went in to see his brother and said that he too had taken a rare spirit pill. Have him get up immediately. Gu knelt down and said that he had committed a sin worthy of death. He was not prepared for the appearance of the assassin, but young Master Ha was. Gon asked if he could redeem himself with his life. Gu replied that if the Master would allow it, he would give his life for the young Master. Gon asked how he should use his miserable life. Gon ordered him to go back and investigate the masked man. Gu replied that he obeyed and went. Gon said that if even House society couldn't figure out who he was, then where did that masked bastard come from in the first place? The Master replied that since it had already gotten to the point where he was hiding his identity by wearing a mask, he had to be careful when using martial arts as well. And since he was rampaging alone, his martial prowess must be quite high. Gon said that the reason he massacred the Black Ghost Villa must have been to erase the evidence. He was close to figuring it out, but there are no more clues. So Ha came to his senses and asked, where is he? Gon got excited and asked his brother, is he awake yet? Was it very painful? Ha asked where Mom was and replied that it hurt a lot. The Master told the boy to tell his brother that she had already died. Gon replied to his brother that his mother had gone away for a while on a trip. Ha asked where to. Gon replied that to Heavenly Bamboo. She went sightseeing in Heavenly Bamboo country. Ha said he understood, but she had to take him too. Gon replied that it wasn't time for him to leave yet, and then Ha asked who is this strange grandfather. They were surprised and asked her brother that he sees this grandfather. Ha replied that yes, and he thought he was saying something that he could not hear him. The Master replied that it seems he can temporarily see him because he is between life and death. Gon said he thought he should get in a little more then. But could he ask him one more thing before he did? Ha replied to his brother that he was listening. Gon asked if there was anything he remembered about the masked man. Ha replied that person when the smoke bomb exploded, he had definitely used the moon soul steps. Master said that the moon soul steps must be, it's a divine clan technique. Gon said that he would have to make sure that the medical pavilion master would keep quiet about it. For now, they would hide the fact that Ha had taken the spirit pill. Gon understood and angrily said that the traitor was within the clan, and he would surely pay for it. In the garden behind the clan house, Baek Dae asked that Gang said he wanted to talk about something. The boy answered his uncle that's right. Gon says he wants to leave the clan and join Zhonglim. His father's lung disease is getting worse, and even if Ha recovers, he will have to face serious consequences, and he is not proud to be a junior patriarch. So he wishes he had convinced the elders, because at this rate their line will end. Dae understood and wished that the patriarch seat should empty once Gon was gone in a few years. He realized that at this rate, he would be able to take the reins of the clan, and later, his son Il Yong could become the patriarch. He didn't think it would go so smoothly. Dae told the guy to forgive him, but even with his condition, he shouldn't laugh like that. Gon replied that it was okay. Dae tells the kid that he has made a hard choice. Uncle would do his best to help him, Gon thanked him and replied that he was relieved. Day saw that the boy had gone beyond maturity and had become as cold as his father. He had abandoned his brother and his parent only for his own gain. Then should he just call a meeting of the elders? Gon replied that it immediately becomes a bit of a hassle. You can do it after 7 days and nights. Saying goodbye, the master asked the lad how it was. Gon replied that Ha had said he had hurt the back of his opponent's hand, but his uncle's hand was intact. Master said they'd deal with it later. He needed to practice first. The only thing a man could trust completely was his own martial arts. Heavenly shadow sword form, no matter how fast their feet are, people are still under the heavens. Man can never escape the shadow cast by the heavens. So he put the shadow of heaven into the sword. Master told the guy that when he fully mastered the last 3 forms of the heavenly shadow sword, he would become the only person in the world who had mastered all the forms of the heavenly shadow sword. Gon asked if he could master it in just 7 days and nights. The master replied that it was up to him, and since he can't use the inner key, let him not try to understand all the principles of the sword. Let him focus on getting in shape first. Immediately, the Gon began practicing and learning techniques, but suddenly he wounded his hand until it bled. Master told him not to worry. He definitely has talent. Gon asked what? He couldn't hear what he had just said? The master replied that it seemed the guy could be 30 paces away from the sword, but he could only hear the voice at 20 paces away. The master told him to raise the sword again and try again. Gon replied that he understood. Gon realized the sword and felt his arm tearing again. And in a moment he felt something and started to walk away. The master asked him where he was going. He still had much to learn. Gon replied that there was something he had overlooked. When he had grabbed his uncle's arm, it was intact, without a single small wound that a swordsman should have, and it looked like it was too early to get rid of his doubts. So he immediately got dressed and decided to go and check it out. And then at Baek Jin's residence, Tae Ryu was greeted by the group leader and told that the gentleman had come. Master told Ryu that she wouldn't accompany him. Let her go and rest. The girl replied that it would be done. Tae walked halfway and told his warriors that he would now go alone. The guards replied that they obeyed. Tae entered the house and told the old man that they had a guest. Did he ask the owner? Why didn't he answer? The guard told Day that this old man was completely deaf. Let him ignore him. The guard told Day that it was dangerous, so please let him put his sword away. But the master immediately cut his nose with his sword. Tay knocked the guy to the ground and said that after everything he'd done, he thought they'd be glad to see him again. Things got complicated because he broke his promise and ambushed Gon. And after all that, now he's acting friendly while wearing a mask? The guy replied that he only covered it because his face leaves a strong impression. Let the gentleman call him number 3. And he apologized for making things difficult. Day replied that of course they even bought the information in the large wooden room. Guy thanked him for erasing the tracks. Let him continue to take care of it until the can was completed. And he said that he has the ring that the immortal divine sword used to wear, right? Day replied that the target has changed. They need the sword of the immortal divine sword, the Comet Fong. The meteor sword in the circle of elders is something he can't get his hands on yet. The guy said that the great dark hidden one is the one who has patience. Day replied that just let him give him the promised goods. The one he got earlier had already run out. Surely it could cure his insanity, right? The guy asked, hadn't he already felt its effects? He would give him a full-fledged cure once they got the meteor sword. Day replied that of course he didn't know what they planned to do after he got the meteor sword, but it would be best for him to stay away from Sion after he took control of the clan. The boy replied that it would be done. So Tae arrived at his room and looked at the mask and said it was the only way to stop that damned laughter. Taking the medicine from that guy, he poured it on his mask and immediately put it to his face. The blood and pain started coming through the mask, but he tolerated everything and was glad he did. At the end, he even said it was fantastic. Day said that the Comet Fong is just a meteor sword. The soul of the immortal divine sword is attached to the meteor sword, and so they are going to summon an immortal divine swordsman through this sword. At this time, in the outer garden of the Taek Jin residence, Day Gang arrived at the gate. But the guards said that even though he was a young master, they couldn't let him inside. Gon said there was no choice then. It's okay if he just walks along the walls, right? The guards replied that of course it was. Gon realized that, as mentioned, The leader of the group had arrived a moment ago. He can't transmit his voice. Just have the others speak quietly. Gon asked Ryu if she could call him if she saw her uncle's strange behavior. Ryu asked Gon, is he suggesting that she betray the leader of the group? Gon replied that isn't the reason she gave him the ring before he left for Chonglim is because she is also suspicious of her uncle? Ryu replied that she understood. And she agreed to help the young master. She asked the guy, didn't he come here to investigate? Gon replied that he already had a plan. Ryu realized that she was cooperating because the group leader's actions lately had been suspicious. But could she really trust him? Ryu turned to the young master, but he was fixated on something else, and wondered why he was suddenly talking to himself, looking at the wall. Gon asked the master if he was sure. The master asked the guy why would he lie. He said there is someone trying to summon him. Gon said in short, in order for uncle to seize power in the clan, he joined forces with an unknown force targeting the meteor sword. The attack on the manor where he lived, the murder of Seo Hwa, the murder of Ha Jun, all of it was done by that man. Ryu walked over to the guy and turned. Gon said that their suspicions were confirmed. All of this was done by the uncle, but now is not the time. He will tell everything during the meeting of the elders, which will take place in 7 days and nights. The day before the great gathering, the circle of Baek clan elders, the elders told Madam Grand Elder that Gon did not meet the requirements for a junior patriarch. Ha Jun still hasn't gotten out of his bed. Has he? She thinks it's worth waiting a little longer. The lady elder didn't like this and turned to okay. Does she think she is blind and deaf because she stayed here? She already knows that his brother is eager to take the place of the patriarch. He disliked Gon very much. A pathetic boy when he is still his own grandson. Okay felt it hit her in the sore spot, and said that Yam himself was in no position to laugh now either. Madam Elder asked him if they had contacted Ryu-san's wife's relatives. Had they promised them change or something like that? Yam replied that he had never done anything like that. Madam said that just because those arrogant things think their daughter died giving birth to Ha, this is the first time they are supporting Gon, isn't it? Yam realized that she already knew everything. Mistress told everyone that they accept that they are trying to act on their own, but they need to know when it's time to stop. Mistress said it would be over if the clan disintegrated. May they all remember that there was a time when both the immortal divine sword and the patriarch who was supposed to lead the clan died. The only one leading the clan at that time was Baek Ren herself. As a great elder who had taken the place of the patriarch and revitalized the clan at a young age, no one in the circle of elders could contradict her words. The lady said confidently that Gon would become the junior patriarch. Let them make sure the child gets a sword made of cold iron. Gon said it had been 10 days and they still hadn't finished the 9 form. The master replied that just being able to follow the form meant that he was a quick learner. Although, why do they say they are going to give him a cold iron sword now? Gon replied that 30 there was a tradition of giving a cold iron sword to a person who was about to become a junior patriarch. But suddenly he was met by a guy. He said his name was Go Chil and he was his 30 guide. Guo immediately took his jacket and told the gentleman to take this. He had best cover his face as it was very hot inside. Gon replied that it's fine. He will just go inside. Guo told the gentleman that he might regret it. He understood that Mr. Pek Yong Il immediately ran out, and one could go in and have a look. Gon opened the big doors and said, "It sure is hot. But it's so damn hot in here." Guo said that it was okay to go inside then. He didn't understand what was wrong with the master. This wasn't supposed to happen. The master said that this was the only place in Xian that had a forge capable of working with cold metal. No, there would be a department of glorified shadow in the entire Shaanxi province. Gon said they can work with cold weapons, maybe melt down a comet fong and make a new sword. They can reduce the weight of the sword and also achieve nirvana. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The master immediately said that the guy was a jerk with his jokes. Guo told the master to come through. Every sword here is created from cold steel by a first-class blacksmith. Gon said he thought they looked better than a comet fong. The master got angry and said he didn't have eyes. Gon immediately picked up the sword and began to examine it. Guo said that the edge was sharp. Guo realized and saw that it didn't matter how much he looked around if he didn't know anything about swords. In the end, he would just choose the sword that suited him. Gon asked the guy. He said it was a sword made by the Fire and Shadow Department. Guo was surprised and replied that it was correct, meaning he only produces low-grade goods. Is this supposed to be a mockery of him and the clan? The master said he dared to deceive them with a sword half made of some random iron. Let him kill him and make him pay for his sins. Gon said that only the sword he was holding was barely half made of cold steel. Gua fell to his knees and said that they had reduced the number of edged weapons because of the previous patriarch's order. They used to use it for everything, but now the standard is to mix cold steel a minimum of 3/10 and a maximum of 5/10. The master told the guy that back in the day all they did was go through all that stuff. Gon replied that it was a treasure sword anyway, even if it was half made of cold steel, right? The master said it was true, but it was an unnecessary item for him since the descendant had the comet Fong. Moreover, not allowing his spirit to be thrown back is a priority for his future. Guo realized his mistake and told the young master that he would bring him another sword. Gon replied that it was fine. Since it was a cold steel sword, he would use it to sharpen his own sword. Gon ordered the lad to pick it up and hold it horizontally. Gua thought the Lord was trying to strike point to test the sword's hardness. It must be something only pompous blacksmiths do. Gua told the gentleman that he wouldn't be held responsible if he got hurt. He thought that this rusty sword shouldn't be able to shatter a sword of cold steel. The master told the guy to use what he had learned. Heavenly Shadow Sword Form 8, Heavenly Net of White Light. Gua was surprised, for he saw the Lord's sword begin to tinkle. No, it couldn't be. He had definitely heard that he couldn't use ki. Gon launched an 8 form of attack and broke the steel sword in Gua's hands into 2 pieces. Gon said for them to call the head of the fire and shadow department. He would have him sharpen his sword. Rock, the head on fire of the shadow division, asked that the master didn't like the cold steel sword, so he wanted him to come over and take care of his sword himself. Gua replied that it was like that. He said that the head of the fire and shadow department should come himself. Rock immediately realized that he was an arrogant bastard. He's not a junior patriarch yet. Not only did he reject the sword of fire and shadow department, but he even told him to go to him. Rock told the boy to take him to the Lord. Rock immediately ran to him and told the young gentleman that he had heard him calling for him. Seeing Rock didn't like the sword made by the fire shadow department, Rock asked, really, so where is the sword they wanted to take care of? Gon immediately handed him the sword and told him it was him. Rock immediately felt that it was twice as heavy as a sword of the same size. Rum opened it and saw that dark edge, a soft sheen hidden beneath the rusty outer sheath. He immediately thought it was the same sword. Rum said that it was full meteorite steel. Gua was also surprised and replied that even the comet Fong that hangs in the Circle of Elders isn't pure meteorite steel. Rum said that because it's fake. The master tells the guy that it looks like he's not going to hide it anymore. Gon replied that if he was going to get his great-uncle, who is the manager of the fire and shadow department, on his side, then that was the only way. Gon said that it was the real comet Fong that immortal divine sword lord used. Head of the fire shadow division, could he please return it to its original appearance? Rum thanked the guy and replied that he would do it by all means. Gon thought that if it was them, they could definitely fix the comet Fong. Rum immediately ordered Gua to go and increase the fire in his shoulders. Would he be able to help him? The guy replied that it would be an honor for him. Yam said that Gon is this boy who still has milk on his lips and talks a grown man into coming to the house. If only he hadn't heard this story when he met the patriarch. The head said there was a traitor in the clan. The forces that tried to harm Gon and Ha are trying to steal the comet Fong with the help of the same traitor. Yam replied that there was no reason to steal the comet Fong by going that far, was there? The head replied that he had heard that it was because the full form of the Celestial Shadow Sect was hidden in the actual comet Fong. Yam realized that the original comet Fong was kept by Gon as well. He must confirm it with his own eyes. Yam opened the doors and turned to Ram. The head said that Mr. Elder had arrived. They were just finishing their work here. Yam immediately pulled the sword out of the water and said that it was the original comet Fong. Yam was now convinced that it was the original comet Fong. His auspicious lights look like he's looking up into the night sky. And then Gon came up and addressed his great-uncle. He said he had a request for him for tomorrow's meeting of the Circle of Elders. Yam answered the boy what he meant by a request. Gon raised his great sword and said that they must put an end to the deception of the entire clan. The next day, the Circle of Elders met for council. The Lady Elder asked, "Has Elder Yam still not arrived?" The elder said that was one of their most pressing questions. Why was he all the time? And then the mistress interrupted him and said they had waited long enough. It was time to get on with it. She said that the leader of the Red Dragon Group, the organizer of this meeting, let him come out and explain. Guy realized that Yom, the person who was most opposed to Gon's trip to Chonglim, was not present. He immediately went out to tell the story. Day said that they should all know that many people are saying that the Baek clan is on the path of decline lately. They are even blabbering that Murong or Nangong sword is better than theirs. The elder asked if he was bothered by the baseless gossip of these hooligans. Day replied that it was true that the clan's reputation was not as strong as it used to be. Not only the Baek clan, but all 7 great clans had lost their former reputation. Moreover, the 9 sects 1 guild not only captured the core of the current Murim alliance, but also, in order to tie in non-members to Chonglim, they even coined the name 9 sects 1 forest for them. And if they let it pass them by, the balance of power would change greatly. The elder asked, even if they were to participate, hasn't Chonglim already sided with the 9 sects and 1 guild? Since the way of Chonglima is constantly participating in the Dragon Phoenix conference of the 9 sects of the same guild. Isn't that all of them? Madam Elder was surprised and asked what? Day replied that other than sending their new generation talents to the Dragon and Phoenix conference, Chonglim doesn't have any other exchanges. However, this time the manager of Zhonglim personally sent a letter. That Gon is a genius under the heavens and would like to establish good relations with the clan. Chonglim, who hadn't shown such interest before, Day continued and said that this was an opportunity to form a blood alliance with Zhonglim. By uniting with Chonglim, they would rise to the top of the 7 great clans and the Baek clan would lead the order of the martial world. In a situation where the Patriarch and Ha are not in the best condition, if Gon also goes to Zhonglim, the line of succession will be broken. Since this is their chance to take over, everyone will be tempted. Mistress asks him what he plans to do with the younger patriarch. She still believes Gon is perfect for the role. Day replied that they would do that if they restructured the government with the Circle of Elders as the nucleus. But then Gon raised his hand and said that he wanted to say a few words. Day asked him in a whisper, what is he doing? He'll figure it out for himself, so let him sit down. Gon turned to the great elder and said he didn't have what it took to become a junior patriarch. Mistress told him that he had changed a lot since last time. Gon replied that no matter how much he thought about it, he didn't think this place was right for him, and Ha fit better than he did. Day turns to the guy and says that Ha has been stabbed and can't get up, and then Gon replied that it was not so. He had woken up yesterday. And then Ha himself came in and said that he was respectfully greeting everyone. The elder told Ha that she had heard that he was hovering between life and death. The boy replied that he felt a little better after taking the miracle medicine that the Henium had brought from Chonglim. Gon said he had brought Ha to testify. Gon replied that they had found out who the rascal was who had tried to harm him and Ha, as well as the one who had betrayed them. The elder told the boy to tell her more details. Ha said that, on the day of the incident, he saw the face of the person who cut him. It was definitely his uncle, the leader of the dragon group. Everyone was surprised and said there was no such thing. Day thought at once that he should have guessed it when Gon asked him for help. Day starts laughing and says that to think he came up with such a cute thing. Ha doesn't seem to be able to tell the difference between dreams and reality. The elders began to ask, did the leader of the Red Dragon group betray them? But someone replied that no, it was probably a childish prank. But Ha said that he had really seen it. Tay told the guy that if he was referring to the assailant who had attacked him, then the member of the Flying Lotus Squad who had saved him must have seen his face too. Ha replied that a smoke bomb had exploded and he was the only one who could see it. Day says that means he's the only person who saw it. He's accusing his uncle of betrayal without even clear evidence? Ha thought he had said what Gon had told him to say. What should he do now? Gon immediately stepped into the conversation and asked his uncle that he really thought Ha wouldn't recognize his family by sight. Day said there was no reason why the attacker would suddenly take off his mask. Was there? Gon replied that it must have been taken off because of the violent movements. Day realized that since there were needles inside the mask, it wasn't so easy to take it off after putting it on. How brazenly he speaks. Day immediately released his power and told them that was enough for slander. He's trying to slander him with lies. And then the leader himself came in and said that Day wanted to say that he was the one lying. The head said he asked for help as the matter was very important. Day asked who was the person behind him, and then a girl came out and replied that she was the branch manager of the House Society, and her name was Hwa. Hwa said that House Society found out that the school called Black Ghost Manor is related to the customer of this case. They sent people to the Black Ghost Manor to investigate, but every time they didn't come back alive. And when they went with young Master Ha, all of the Black Ghost Manor's practitioners had already been killed by the attacker. That is, with the exception of just one person. The elders asked, so was there someone who survived? Hwa replied that he said he had saved his life by hiding in the well. And then the guy started saying that their chief often met secretly with a suspicious masked man. Then, one day, this man suddenly turned around and killed all the practitioners of the Black Ghost Villas. And before he died, Mr. Chief said, "Baek, how could he?" Day started laughing loudly and said that was nonsense. He realized that the head of the Black Ghost Manor didn't even know who he was. And then Ryu came in and said that what the guy was saying was true, and introduced herself as a warrior of the Red Dragon Group. She said the group's commander periodically went on field trips with his immediate subordinates, the first squad. And one day he brought a unique mask. The elder said that since it was the testimony of the Red Dragon Group members, they would have to confirm the charges against him. Day immediately took up his blade and told Ryu that when he had favored her so much, to think that she had betrayed him like that. He pulled out his blade and ordered the first squad to gather here now. Yam tossed the first squad captain's head in front of him and asked if he was looking for him. Day was immediately surprised at this turn of events. The elder told him not to worry. He left a few of them alive so they would gradually learn the whole story. And does he see that the mask was found in his room? The elder said that means the leader of the Red Dragon Group was really that attacker. Day said that was right. And drinking the medicine said, which means they were all waiting for the perfect opportunity to get rid of him from the beginning. Day turned into a monster and said it was so sad. He suddenly cried. Gon went to his uncle and told him to put his sword away. Tay said the bastard kid, who he always thought was pathetic, had come up with a great plan. The master told the lad to be careful. A cornered mouse bites a cat. Gon replied that he had nothing to worry about. Day told the guy he was thinking too lightly of him, because the day would never come when the sword would reach him. Day didn't give a backward glance and pounced on all of them, without fear. But Gon saw that his uncle was still smiling. Gon stepped in front of him and felt Day walk past him. He lashed out at Ryu and said that she dared to betray him, a peculiarity of the Baek clan's bloodline. Most direct descendants of the Baek clan are born with a cold heart. Iron-blooded, cold-blooded heart Baek Ryusan and ice-steel Rakshasa Baek so okay. It can be said that this is a necessary trait for martial artists, especially those who lead a clan. Baek Jin-dae, until he had a hook stuck in his head, was also an emotionless person, just like his older brother, Mr. Baek Ryu. However, only their little sister was different. In a time of upheaval, when there wasn't even time to wipe away the blood, and still greeting the two brothers with a smile, she was someone who was like a ray of sunshine. However, the day Baek Jin-dae had a hook stuck in her head, she died during the battle with the Demon Tower. When he happened to see Ryu the moment she was accepted into the clan, Day couldn't believe his eyes. Ryu's smile was exactly like his dead sister's, to the point where he mistakenly thought she had come back to life. Considering that Baek Ryu-san had never thought the same, perhaps it was just a mistake on Day's part. At least that was the case with Day. So he took Ryu in and trained her in martial arts himself, keeping her by his side. Arby had stopped smiling after the death of Hwa, whom she followed as her real sister, but Day still favored Ryu. Day had said he cared for her so much. How could she betray him? Gon realized this and used the light body principle and chased after him. Day started laughing and said he would stab them both together. Gon realized that he wouldn't be able to fight off his uncle's sword. However, if it was the last three forms deployed by the meteoric sword, he immediately used the seventh form, Heavenly Shadow Sword form, and applied the care of the lonely moon. Gon realized that he could at least stop it. Day was surprised and realized that his sword had been stopped. The sword that Gon was holding, Ryu immediately lashed out at him, saying that he was the reason her sister died. And yet, Day punched Ryu and said that now he's just asking to be killed. Gon saw this and proceeded to form the Heavenly Shadow Sword form 8 form. Heavenly Pure White Light. Day didn't understand. What was this strange shape of sword? And even a guy would do that, it's still a sword without ki. Nan caught the gentleman and asked if he was all right. Gon thought that the first time he was stopped was due to great luck. The elders immediately shouted that Tae was a crazy bastard. They ordered everyone to catch him. Tae said, since it came to that, then they'll all die together immediately. The head turned to his son. But Gon realized that he had told him beforehand that his uncle had betrayed them. But he must still not be feeling well. The head asked his son if he had any pain. Gon replied that he did not and said that he was fine. The father said then that was enough. The elders caught Tae and pinned him to the ground. The traitor shouted for them to let him go. The head told his son to put his shoulder to him for a moment. He walked over to Tae and asked why he did it. Tae was very angry with his brother and told him to shut up. After all, he's a useless and heartless bastard. The head says that's right, and he thinks he can ask him the reason later. Let him walk down the clinging path. All of the Red Dragon group leader's powers would be revoked, and his key center would be destroyed to abolish his martial arts. The head thought everything is more or less ready. Now what's left is this. Mistress saw the sword and said it was him. She can't believe it even after seeing it. She turned to Gon and said that sword. Guy didn't hold back and replied that it was a real comet fong. Madam said then the sword form he showed. Gon said it was the last 3 forms of the heavenly shadow sword. Mistress couldn't believe it and said how could it be. Gon saw that she felt sick and ran. After Grand Elder Baek fainted from shock, the elders' meeting was terminated. Baek Dae was imprisoned in the deepest cell of the House of Justice, and to his immediate subordinates, the first branch, a very intense interrogation ensued. They were able to find out that, in the dubious group that Tae had contacted, there was an officer, someone named Hidden in Darkness, and subordinates number 1 through 5. But since their point of contact, the hotel, had burned to the ground and disappeared, they couldn't get any more information. They also tested the medicine Baek Tae was taking. The result was inconclusive. Other than the fact that it was a medicine made from treasure, they couldn't find out anything else. After a few days, Dae began to show withdrawal symptoms. His hair fell out and his insanity increased. It is said that he smiled the whole time he was being tortured. At this time in the Law and Order House, the head was telling his son that he did not have to go with him. Gon replied that he had unresolved business with his uncle. Coming to the cage, Tae was telling the head that he even brought his son. Is he here to make fun of him? The head replied that he had been thinking about why he did something like that. The day their sister Sunna died, he had a hook stuck in his head. Did he do all this because of that day? He said it many times, it was an accident. He thinks his brother would have wanted that kid to die. Dae immediately shouted at his brother to shut up. Dae said that after that day, from that moment when they could never see Sun-Ah again, from that moment, his relationship with his brother was destined to end like that. The head told Tae that he had banned his martial arts, so for the future, Dae immediately replied to tell him to stop, let him not make decisions he would later regret. And then the head told his son to come back. The head told his son that he was always on his side and on Ha's side. Gon listened and replied that he understood. The head said it was a cold day, so they'd better go inside. He would go inside too. Gon suggested that they go in together, but father replied that he could go back by himself. And then the master told the boy that it looked like his father had made up his mind too. Gon replied that it looked like he had. Master said that anyway, it's almost over with, now it was time for them to finish their training. Gon asked, now there's something more important than training. Gon said the ancestor's offense. He should remove his misunderstandings with Lady Grand Elder. The master asked if he could put it off for another day. Gon replied that no, he could not. Gon went to his grandmother and asked her what she had just said. Grandma asked her grandson, didn't he hear her? She said for the boy to melt the comet fong. Gon told grandma that this is the original, not the fake one that hangs in the circle of elders. It's the one he found in the basement of the manor where the great divine sword used to stay. Madam said that she knew his sword was real, because the person who followed up on what the immortal divine sword left behind and created the fake comet fong was her. She told the guy to let her ask him one thing. Even the original comet fong didn't have anything carved on it that resembled the last 3 forms of the heaven's shadow sword. How did he learn the last 3 forms? Gon began to explain everything from the beginning, step by step, about how he met the immortal divine sword immortal in the basement of the manor, how he got his help and learned martial arts, and why the immortal divine sword cannot reach nirvana. Gon says that the great immortal divine sword is currently right beside him. He says that he has something to say to his grandmother, and melt the comet's fong and forget the shape of the heavenly shadow's sword. Grandma, it's not possible, and couldn't she make up her mind after listening to his story? But Grandma replied that she didn't want to hear it. Does he know what that man, the immortal divine sword immortal, did? He escaped right after he killed her father, and now he has something to say? Gon replied that it was an accident. He was the number one sword under the heavens. How could he have made such a stupid mistake? The master at the time said no. It was not intentional. How could he do that to his own son? Gon said that this was also a completely horrible incident for the immortal divine sword, and Mrs. Great Elder lost his father, but he also lost his child. The pain of losing a child cannot be greater than the pain of losing a parent. He certainly doesn't ask her to forgive him. Let her talk to him at least once. Mistress replies to tell him to stop. She said she didn't want to hear it. Master said he could see that it was quite clear. It's because he hurt his little Ren too much. He can't live like this anymore. Gon immediately felt the air become thicker as the Yin energy spread out. Could this be what the head of Chonglim was talking about? Master said that it was a difficult task for a soul to hold onto his mind for over 100 years. The great immortal divine sword was able to hold on because he had a long-time desire. If the divine sword refuses to fulfill his old wish, he may become a vengeful spirit, a great evil ghost. Madam said what kind of presence it is. What had Gon done? Guy realized he didn't want to do that. He would lend him his body, so let him tell her himself. Master said no. Possession was dangerous. But Gon had entered his body himself, without Master's permission. Mistress asked what's going on. At this time, Master used the guy's bodies and called her Run. Run immediately understood that voice and asked, "Is that grandfather?" The master fell on his knees and replied for her to forgive him. After all, it was his fault. Ren asked him why did he just take off and run? He should have stayed. Stay with them until the end. The master replied that it was something he could never undo. Ren said that he really thought that if he wandered through purgatory without reaching nirvana, did he really think he would forgive him? The master replied that he didn't. The reason he bound his soul to the sword after visiting Chonglim was because he just needed some time, and he was trying to finish father's research. There was a weakness in the immortal divine arts, and they should improve it. There wasn't a single mistake in Eugen's words. He didn't just come up with it in one day. This boy's room was full of research documents he had been working on for years. His perception was certainly beyond him. So he left the clan with the documents and the comet Fong in his hands, determined not to return until he had completed Eugen's research. There wasn't enough time to achieve everything Wu Zhen dreamed of. So he borrowed Chonglim's power to continue his research even after his death. In the end, he was able to finish everything. And he passed on to this boy the martial arts he had learned. His smartness reminds him of when Wu Zhen was young. Now he's like his own grandson. The form of the heavenly shadow sword Gon was remodeled according to Wu Zhen's will. It is the form of the sword martial art of his father, and he doesn't try to apologize to her. He's just trying to get back as much as he can of what Wu Zhen left behind, the boy he took from her. Ren replied that she had resented him her whole life. And what can she do now if he comes back and tells her that if he tells her that even after death he has not attained nirvana and has not paid for his sins? Then what can she do? Master immediately hugged her and apologized to Ren. Ren said that it must have been so hard for him to go through it alone. The inauguration ceremony of Junior Patriarch Ha Yung was held in the circle of elders. Gon said the next morning that he could not see anything in front of him. The master realized his mistake and apologized. Gon replied that everything was fine. These were the miracle medicines he had taken so far. And maybe it was because he didn't use martial arts while possessing his body. But it didn't hurt that much. Ren came out in front of everyone and said that before she could hold the inauguration ceremony, she had something to announce. Baek Run is giving up her position as a Grand Elder. The head thanked her for her work as a Grand Elder. Gon asked his brother if he was nervous. Ha replied that he was a little. Guy said it should have happened a long time ago. The head turned to Ha and told him to come forward. The boy replied that his son had gotten his orders. The head told the boy to take the wine and light incense for their ancestors. Ha immediately began to do everything. The head said that under the names of their ancestors, he declares him the 39th patriarch of the great Baek clan. And today he declares his son, Ha, the youngest patriarch, and may the name Baek last for thousands of years. Gon said, finally feeling a little better. Master said to the guy, did he know how much respect it was to be the patriarch of the clan? Isn't his little run so cute? Gon replied that she was his great-grandmother, which means cute. The master bowed and said that to think that such a day would come in his life. In retrospect, it was a life of gratitude. Gon turned to the ancestor and told him to stop the attainment of nirvana. The master came to his senses and replied that rightly. The master said it would be a bit unfortunate if they went to Chonglim like that. Gon asked him what he meant. The master replied that he was talking about Dae, this man. He had to finish him off with his own hands. Gon remembered and said, what about it? So a few days later, in the prison at the execution house, he decided to open the gate. The guard turned to Dae and said that the one hidden in the darkness was looking for him. It was time to get out of here quickly. The guard was not the man he appeared to be. He cut the chains and told Dae to put it in his mouth and follow him. Dae was surprised and said it was a ball to prevent the core from hitting. But that smell seemed strange. It was intoxicating acid. He wondered how he got past the clan guards. Tae tells his rescuer that he thought he would get him out of jail, but the treatment he's getting isn't so good. The guy asked Tae if he knew how much they had to sacrifice to save him. Tae replied that the guy must have done it because he was still useful, right? The guy replied that he would ask the questions. He would only let him do the answering. Among his subordinates who had not been executed, was there anyone left who still needed to be gagged? Dae replied that the vice captain of the second squad knew too much. The boy asked him how much he had told them about them. Tae replied that pretty much everything. How was he supposed to know that he would come to rescue him? The guy told him to tell him everything he did and didn't say. Tae asked what could be said if he didn't know much. Best case scenario. The guy told Tae that he was saying that the patriarch of the Baek clan was hiding in Guangdong. Dae replied that it was correct. The guy asked him if there was anything else he wanted to tell them. That would be very helpful. Just then Dae started laughing loudly, and then Dae said he had to get out. How could he be so stupid? Dae asked the guy who he was. The guy took off his mask and replied that his name was Pil Hwan, a warrior and a member of the Flying Lotus Squad, Mu Jun's comrade who was killed by his blade. Tae remembered and said one of the bastards from the Black Ghost Villa. So what, he wants revenge on him? At this time Gon came over and said that this is what he has to do. He knows it's wrong, that he has a regular warrior to punch his uncle in the neck. Dae told him if he thought so, his father should have come. Gon replied that it wouldn't be fair for his father to slaughter his brother. Gon said he would give him a chance to resist. Immediately he threw a blade into his hands. Dae drew his sword and told the guy he was taking him too lightly. Even if his center key was destroyed, thought he would lose to a cripple like him. The master told the guy that he did lose his key, his body weakened, but he is still a martial artist close to surpassing the zenith. Let him remember the principle of the big moon stand. Dae pulled out his blade and said that since the guy was so anxious to die, he should pay him back somehow. Dae said that if he lost, he would reveal the identity of a man named Dark Hidden. Gon realized that his uncle knew who they were. Is he bluffing? Or is he for real? But suddenly Dae rushed from his seat like an airplane and appeared a second in front of the guy. Gon easily repelled his attack. Dae was greatly surprised and said that opposing force. Can he finally use ki? Gon told his uncle that he seems to have lost his mind along with ki, right? Nothing has changed in him. He's still underdeveloped, but the principle of enhanced theta is working for him. Dae could see that the guy's light punch art wasn't too bad, but opening his back, how defenseless he was. Gon attacked and injured his uncle, saying that his father wouldn't have sent him without any plan. Dae said the guy was an arrogant bastard, and he realized that his body was unable to catch up with his former swordsmanship. On top of Gon's sword skills being better than he expected, he wouldn't be able to deal with the meteor sword with an ordinary sword. Gon pounced on his uncle and said it was over. Dae smiled and dodged his attack. Turning around, he got upset and said the guy has protective armor? Gon looked at him and smiled. He told his uncle he could do without him. Now please let him keep his promise. Tae said their identities. About that, he would only tell him in hell. Gon said he had decided to behave like this until the end. And then the chief came in and told his men to cover for him. And he thanked his son for the good work he had done. The head said that regarding Jindae's body, they will cremate it. The manager said that they would give the message to young Master Baek Il. Gon asked the master, would the uncle go to hell? The master replied that yes, if hell even exists. He doesn't know though since he hasn't been there. But suddenly the warrior started screaming, approaching Tae. The head asked, what is it? The guy replied that he had something under his face, and in the same second, a strange creature came out of it and tore his head into small pieces. Gon didn't hesitate and cut it into pieces at the same second. The master said it was a beetle. It's a parasite that controls ghosts. A forbidden parasitopoison used by the cult of calamity, which used to be a common enemy of the Murim. Back in the old days, the calamity cult tossed the poison parasite to countless scholars of the martial arts world. When a respected martial artist suddenly went crazy and killed his entire family and then ended his life by suicide. Each time a bug crawled out of their throats. Since no one knew how they slipped the parasitic poison, the parasite controlling the ghosts was feared throughout the Central Plain. 200 years ago, the leader of the calamity cult was beheaded with an immortal divine sword, and the main building of the calamity cult disappeared in a fire. The reappearance of a long-vanished ghost-controlling parasite can only mean the revival of a common enemy of the Murim, the cult of calamity. The head said that they would make sure that not a single word about today's events would leak out. And Day seemed to have finally died. The parasite controlling the ghosts had escaped from his body and died. At this time on the mountain, a stranger was watching everything and saying that they had wasted their time. In any case, if the parasite controlling the ghosts was exposed, they faced huge losses. The guy asked, how about killing them all right now? The stranger replied that no, let them keep them. After all, then all the 7 great clans would come if the patriarch died. Even though they couldn't find the soul of the immortal divine sword, since they had released the poison in the Yuden, they had awakened the blood in Nangong and created a fog in the imperial garden. Then everything would be fine. The guy thought at this moment that he looked pretty cute. Baek Ryu-san announced that Baek Day had been executed. The tragedy caused by Day was shocking, but as time went on, his name was no longer mentioned in society. With Day's death and the Grand Elder's resignation, there were more changes in the clan's power structure. As the patriarch recovered from his illness, his authority was strengthened and the power in the circle of elders was divided into a duopoly between Baek Do Eom and Baek Sooke. The work of the then disbanded Red Dragon Group was taken over by the Flying Lotus Squad, and Soarbi also transferred to the Flying Lotus Squad. Baek Ha officially became a junior patriarch. Started the process of becoming a junior patriarch, which confirmed his eligibility. And just like that, a month passed. Ryu asked if young Mr. Gang had already left for Chonglim. But she came to Hua and said the camellia flower she likes is blooming. It's already spring, time flies so fast. She tried to avenge her, but in the end she failed. Since young Mr. Gon had left for Chonglim, she would be the only one to visit Ani's grave for the next few years. Ryu said that at least she would be coming. In a moment, she stopped at what she saw and realized that Gon-san had done it. He had brought several flowers at once for several years. And now she's made a decision. She's going to get stronger. She's going to get stronger. And she's going to protect the man she's been protecting, too. In the moment of saying goodbye, Ha asked his brother to take him with him, too. Let him give it some meaning. But if Gon left now, he would not return for at least a few years. Guy replied that he would return one day when he had finished his process of becoming a junior patriarch. The head told his son to send letters from time to time. The master at this point shouted that he couldn't see Run. Why should she go out if it's so cold today? She's about to turn 120. The master said she must hate him because he is a sinner. Gon asked him, didn't he say goodbye yesterday? Immediately he told his own that he was departing. Gon thought that a few years ago, going into exile at the estate, he was all alone. It's nice to have so many people seeing him off. But suddenly Run came out to see them off and waved her hand. When master saw her, he was happy and said that it was Run. And it's so cold today. Let her go back inside. Gon shouted that he would return after sending him on his good journey, and relayed to the master that he bade her a final farewell for him. The master said he had no more regrets. Gon asked him not to speak further. A clear spring came to Chonglim as well. However, There were no third-generation disciples to rest in the vicinity of Mount Hung. Sung Hee Il told his younger brother that they would hope for the best for their future. Jun Meng replied, "What's the relationship to his older brother's future?" Il asked the guy who he called his little brother. His joke went too far. Meng replied that they would find out now during the first flower promotion test. One flower promotion test, the test that Chonglim students take to be accepted as official practitioners. There is a reason why the disciples prepare for the test with such enthusiasm. The test that Chonglim disciples undergo in order to be accepted as official practitioners. Chonglim determine their rank based on the results of the one flower promotion test. Therefore, it is not uncommon for someone who was previously treated as a younger brother to be called an older brother for the rest of his life. Once a brother student is a brother student, he will forever be a brother student. Thus, his lifetime rating is determined based on 1 month's test results. His lifetime rating is determined based on 1 month's test results. And then someone yelled out that they were in big trouble. Meng smiled and said it was Rin's apprentice sister. The girl said, "This is no time for jokes." Rin said that it looks like Gon is coming here in a week. Meng was surprised and asked, "What? Already?" The girl replied that yes. They might lose their place as a great disciple because of him. Rin said that she had heard that most people born with torn vagina disease, they can't let it take over starting with the written test, and they have to get together and spend the whole night. Il replied that no matter how smart he was, the written test would be next week. After all, the Book of Changes and the Encyclopedia of Treasures can only be found in Chonglim. How do they think he read them? And since she mentioned the disease of severed veins, let her bet that his martial arts are good for nothing. Rin got angry and said that they were both acting completely inappropriate. Il replied that they should just do what they've always done. Min suggested to the girl that they just leave him here and get ready themselves. Rin immediately agreed and they left. But Il stopped them and told them to wait for him. Let him join him. And so, while the third-generation students cut back on their sleep time to focus on their studies day and night, just 4 days before the written exam, Gon's group finally arrived at Chonglim. And now the day of the written test had arrived. The teacher was telling the students that the test was over, and have everyone turn in their answer sheets. After leaving the classroom, Meng fell to his knees and said that it was too hard. Il was also supportive and replied that even though he had tried very hard. One of the students said he felt so relieved, and asked how did Il do. The guy was surprised and asked Chan. Chan replies that he's actually just inheriting the yin from his father, and he thinks that's the end of it for him. But suddenly someone was saying he wanted to see some reaction. Maybe he had come on the wrong day. Rin immediately realized that she knew that voice. Rin looked over and shouted that junior uncle Jin Mu and disciple Auntie Yen, the great disciple of the second generation Mu, asked their nephews and nieces, how did their test go? Meng immediately replied that they had only managed to fill in 4/10 of the answer. Mu was surprised and asked, "Is it really that bad?" Mu said that he didn't expect him to write 4/10 of the answer. Meng asked his uncle, "That's a compliment, right?" Mu replied that from the beginning, the tradition has been that the single flower advancement test is conducted with the absolute worst difficulty. The master of the study hall releases it himself to show them the complexity of the path they will take in the future. Mu said that in his time, filling in 2/10 was considered a great achievement. Yenna also told the boys not to worry too much. Rin asked Auntie, she came as a test inspector, right? Yenna replied that was correct. She asked her how she liked Gon's answer sheet. Il said, he gave up and didn't leave until half an hour later. He must have given up. For days later, they found out the answers and said it couldn't be. Jenna answered the guys what she thought. Gon left after writing all the answers. Il said that meant she wasn't lying. Gon immediately went to the results and said that he came here to check for no reason. Rin asked him how he managed to do so well on the written test. Gon replied that it had been a long time since she had seen her. Rin said the guy was amazing. He was able to solve it all in just 3 days of classes. Il also replied that it was probably that he was a nerd who had spent his whole life studying in his room. But suddenly Du Sung came and said that maybe the guy was cheating. He shouted and asked in the crowd. Du Sung went up to the guy and asked if he was Gun. The guy didn't hide anything and replied that it was right. Meng said that if Mr. Teacher is so angry, it can only mean that. Il rejoiced and asked his brother if he could see. What did they tell him? Rin was thinking at this moment, was Gon really cheating? Du-sung fell to his knees and asked him to become his disciple, and he would make him the next master of the study hall. Gon asked the teacher to let him go first. Du-sung apologized and said that he got too excited for a moment. Gon replied that it was okay. The son asked the guy what he would say. The study hall is really great. Does he know about it? While others are running around in a field of face, he can sit on the fresh air-blown verandas. In the Taoist school, the study and research of scriptures is also very important. But simply because they do not use martial arts, the study hall has always been left out. However, a 15-year-old boy wrote these answers. And if they can bring that boy in, he can change the trajectory. Gon said he was sorry, but he had no plans for that. He has an appointment with Mr. Golden Needle Medical Abnormality, so he's leaving now. Il spoke at this time, acting arrogant just because he did well on one written test. Does he know who is good in the study hall? The son heard this and said it was a thankful statement. And what is this guy's name? The kid answered that his name was Il. The son was surprised and asked if he wasn't the kid who came in third place. He told the kid to join the study hall. He would treat him politely. Il was surprised, for that wasn't part of his plan. But then Sun came over and told big brother Sun to try to save face. Kong also came and asked Sung if he hadn't seen that boy. Gon, use a sword. Surely the house of Jigam must accept him. The disciples shouted at this moment that it was Mr. Meng-il and Mr. Jigam. They really want to get into their house. The son saw that the children became rowdy after the headman of the two popular faculties came here, and now he decided to try to recruit at least one. The son asked the guy, he said Il, right? And now he remembered him. Turning around, he was surprised, for he didn't see where the boy had gone, and he took him in. The doctor asked the guy that this proud old man was trying to recruit him out in the open. It looks like Gon actually did pretty well on the test. Gon replied that he was writing as well as he could. The doctor looked at the boy and said that his body was in complete decline. Wasn't he overworking himself for the sake of his studies? Gon replied that he didn't have much time. He had not slept a wink since his arrival in Chonglim and had read nothing but books for 4 days straight. The master told the lad that no one in the Peng family had ever succeeded in his studies. Did he understand? And so said the ancestor, surprised by his diligence. Gon said that treating these kids as older siblings is a little know if he knows. The doctor replied that maybe for Rin, but that boy, Junmeng, is older than him. And then the manager came in and said that means the guy thought so. He asked, so he's fulfilled the long-standing wish of the divine sword. Gon replied that he was lucky. The doctor said that if they used the controlling energy that he would leave behind when he reached nirvana, then they would be able to cure Gon's body. The head said that since he said he needed to get good test results, they would have to start the ritual quickly. Gon said, and if they are going to do it, when is it going to happen? The head replied that it should happen as soon as possible. Maybe even tomorrow. The boy thought sharply and said that he would join the tape channel later. The head replied that it would be difficult for him to handle the second test then. Gon said it was fine, and offered to postpone for another 2 months. The master asked the guy, didn't he want his grandfather to leave him? Gon replied that he needed to fully study the Heaven's Shadow Sword. The head told the guy that since he was going to take it by putting restrictions on himself, he would have to help. Gon was surprised and asked. Someone outside the door said it was Mu Jin. The head heard him and told him to come in. Jin opened the door and asked the head, was he looking for his disciple? The head said, Jinmu is a great disciple who is leading the second generation of disciples, and this boy will help him. Jinmu felt embarrassed and told the supervisor that it was too much. He is still a student who lacks a lot. Gon remembered that Jinmu's great disciple. He joined the Last Dragon and Phoenix conference. The guy said that he could definitely feel the years of experience in his eyes. Jinmu was surprised and asked, years of experience? He's not even 20 yet. Gon replied that he could see. Jinmu told the guy that he would help him with the second test. Can he move? Gon replied that yes and said he would be under his care. The head told the guy that he didn't need to worry too much about the ranking of the test. After all, the true essence of the single flower advancement test was to find out if he was qualified to sow a flower by himself. Gon replied that he understood and would be sure. He asked Jin Moon if he could call him uncle. The teacher replied that they would decide that after he officially joined. He could just call him Hen. Gon replied to Hen that he would. The teacher said that despite his frail appearance, he had a rather energetic nature. Hen said we need to get back to the point. The second test will not be easy, because unlike the written test, it doesn't end immediately. Body easing techniques, sword and fist strikes, and the inner art of ki are all tested methods. The first of these, the test of the body easing technique, is the gathering of spiritual herbs. They go to the house of flowers and herbs to look at samples of spiritual herbs. But let him be a little careful. Gon was surprised and asked, careful? Hen replied that he would know for himself when he got there. At this time, coming to the house, Sunam shouted to Hen to leave. Hen replied to calm down. Did he look like someone who could calm down? The herbal flower master would jump with rage if he saw this bastard here. This year, the plan to build a flowering grass house was completely derailed because of it. Does it make sense that he eats up quantities that would be enough to supply not the smallest of schools? Gon said that he regretted it. He will always take miracle medicines with gratitude. Sunam asked the guy, is he laughing at him? Let them get out of here. Hen told Sunam that it was the head's order to help Gon. Sunam was surprised and asked why they would help someone like. And then there's nothing to be done. Let them follow him. And don't let them touch anything. Hen said that if someone saw this, they would think they were here to steal spiritual herbs. Gon said it was true, and everything should be fine, right? Sunam picked up the box and said, here are samples of spiritual herbs from the Yunchen Valley. Gon asked, is the test going to collect all the ones that are here? Sunam replied that yes, there are 99 of them in total. The further one goes to the right, the more rare and valuable the spiritual herbs become. And the last place is empty? Sunam replied that it was assumed that the sacred flower with 3 circles was depicted on that spot. It is a very rare spiritual flower that blooms with 3 multicolored blossoms. It was last found 60 years ago, and now it is only passed on by word of mouth. Then what is this flower? Sunam replied that it was an herb with a ghostly soul. Ghosts like it, hence the name. Do ghosts eat spiritual herbs? Sunam replied that it is said that they are difficult to gather them because the ghosts eat them as soon as they bloom. The master asked why he was staring at him, and then a boy came in and shouted to his elder brother that the master of the house was coming. The master rejoiced and wanted to see the grass with his own eyes, a ghostly soul. And then he touched the grass and something began to happen. He said he was fueled by regulating energy. Sunam told the lad that it would be better if he took a quick look and left as the master of the house was on his way. Gon closed the box and said he was on his way out. Sunam asked the guy, has he seen all of them yet? Hen replied to the guy not to worry, he is very smart. Gon asked the master they wouldn't get caught, would they? The master replied that he had to make sure that when they passed the test, they would find the very same ghost soul herb. Did master find out that bastard Gon had come here? Sunam replied that he had shown the spiritual herbs, but he left after half an hour. Master said he was an arrogant bastard. He probably only memorized spiritual herbs with high scores. Sunam replied that must be the case, right? After all, it took him a few days to memorize them all. The master told him to just open the samples, and he checked to see if he was taking good care of them. Sunam replied that he was keeping them in immaculate condition, but then he saw that the ghost soul grass had died. The master got angry and asked, does he keep them in perfect condition? Sunam replied that it wasn't like that. Everything was perfectly fine until a minute ago. The master told him, did he know how much they had worked to keep them? He drained them dry and killed them. Sunam didn't understand how this could have happened. After all, he had been watching them closely. A few days later, in Hungshan, in Yongchong Valley, teacher said that today they would conduct a test on the light and body technique. Their goal is to collect herbs in the Yunchen Valley. Depending on the rarity and number of spiritual herbs collected, they will be awarded points. The master asked the lad if he could feel it. Gon replied that yes, he could definitely see it. It was the first time he had ever seen a place so filled with controlling energy. The master said that with such a quantity, even spiritual herbs that would take 100 years to cultivate mature in only 10 years. Chong Lim bastards, to think they were hiding such a nice place. In a moment, Gon heard the guys talking about his clothes, and asked, did he really think they came for a vacation? Il asks how he is going to gather spiritual herbs all day long in such clothes. Meng told Il to try to become human first. The girl asked if he was hearing that from Meng. She said it was difficult to gather spiritual herbs if his sleeves were fluttering. Here he will tie them for him. Meng said the end of his hoe should be bent like this. Il wondered and wondered what they said they didn't want to lose. Why are they helping him? The teacher said they start as soon as the sun comes up. Let everyone get ready. This rocky cliff will be their first obstacle, and there's always someone who will break a bone during the descent. So let everyone be careful. Just then the flag went up and the teacher said they were starting. Gon had been watching them all this time as they descended and thinking. The girl said they would take away all the good spiritual herbs if he didn't come down quickly. Gon said that since she had learned the spells too, she had best copy him if she could. Gon immediately rushed off the cliff in a second without fear, and in a few seconds he was down on the ground. The girl asked, what was that? A hovering spell? No, did he lighten his body as a whole? She immediately remembered his words. The girl thought that at this rate, Gon would monopolize all spiritual herbs. It utilized the ability to be nimble, without delay in accordance with statutes and regulations. The guys saw Rin come down the cliff in a second and were saying they should go too. At this time Sunam was falling asleep from exhaustion near the rock. But suddenly the master came and slapped him, saying that he had sent him here as an inspector and he was dozing. Sunam asked him why he had come here so early. The master replied that he was sensing something. The master said that normally you can only get into the Yangshan Valley during the Unified Flower Promotion Examination. But he made an exception and went inside to take a sample of the ghost soul herb, and found that the controlling energy of the Yunshan Valley had become extremely strong. It has been 60 years since the sacred flower in the shape of 3 circles last bloomed. He believes that gradually the time is coming for it to bloom again. Sunam said that then it should be them who should look for it, not the children. The master replied that the only ones who can gather spiritual herbs in the valley are children. He had personally never seen a sacred flower with 3 circles before, so he could assume that it had suddenly leaked energy in the forest. Sunam asked the master if he had seen it. The master replied that yes, he had seen what it could be. Sunam asked the master if he thought lightning was connected with the blooming of the sacred flower with the 3 circles. The master replied that he was not quite sure. Il descended from the cliff and realized that fortunately, he had also managed to find some spiritual water. This amount should be enough to propel him to the upper ranks, right? And if he wants to become a great disciple, he needs to find even rarer spiritual herbs. The thickening fog is a good sign, but for some reason everything seems strange to him. But suddenly he heard a roar that came from the fog. Il was startled and asked what was that? He heard a scream and something fell. He ran to the scene and saw that Jan was lying on the ground. He asked him to wake up. But who could have done that? Meng also ran to them and asked what was going on. Suddenly there was a scream. Il asked, has he fainted? But he doesn't see any wounds. Meng asked Il what he had done with Yang. Il replied that he was already out when he found him. Who would do such a thing? Meng replied that actually on the way here, he saw Sutian pass out as well. It's just 1 or 2 victims. Il was surprised and asked, did they set up an ambush to steal spiritual herbs? Meng replied that no, they probably weren't. If that was the case, then Yang's pouch would be empty. What was certain was that someone had ambushed the 3rd-generation disciples. But suddenly they heard the same sound again, which made them alert. They did not run away and looked for the man. Il arrived first and saw that again someone was lying on the ground. He told men that there was another one, and in the same second, men fell in front of him. He didn't realize at first what had happened. Was he knocked out in such a short period of time? Mega's martial arts skills are some of the best, even among 3rd-generation students. Il listened to his hearing and heard footsteps. But suddenly Gon came out from behind a tree and he thought to him. Gon had said that he had eaten more than enough and suggested looking for spiritual herbs to earn points. Gon had been walking around and eating spirit herbs all this time. Master said that it was a bit of a pity that they wouldn't be able to find the ghost soul herbs. Gon said that looking at the controlling flow of energy, it looked like there must be something there. Master replied that he was absolutely right. This place is filled with controlling energy, so there must be something there. Gon saw the guy and said he thought they had an early guest. But at the same second an electric blue fox appeared and knocked the guy out. Gon was greatly surprised and asked, "Blue fox? But should he follow it?" The master said he looked like a spiritual beast. and suggested chasing after him. El began to suspect Gon and asked what was he doing? Gon immediately realized that he seemed to think he did it. The master asks how could this happen? The fox that knocked him down is right in front of him. El said it was Gang who massacred Junmen and the other kids. That's where he pointed his finger. Gon pointed and said it was all because of this animal. And then he pointed his finger at the blue fox. Il thought immediately, did this guy just call Junmeng an animal? And attacked him at the same second. Gon didn't understand why he was lashing out at him and realized that Il didn't really see this fox. Gon asked Ilya to calm down for a second. But the boy didn't listen and continued to attack. The boy was surprised, for he hadn't even seen the attack. He was just begging for it to happen. Couldn't other people be able to see spirit beasts? The teacher told Peck that he had heard that there were animal spirits that hid themselves. The boy saw the fox and replied that he was going somewhere again. The teacher said it was a thing. It looked like he was looking for spiritual herbs, judging from the way he was rummaging through the pouches. Animals may also like spiritual herbs. Higher medicines are said to be a special target for spirit animals. Gon thought and said then they would chase him. After a while, the boy caught up with the fox and followed him. Gon suddenly stopped and said that he was giving up, and he could go no further. The teacher smiled and replied that it was a pity. Once his veins are perfectly connected, let him start studying Qigong properly. Gon said he would have to do that, and he suggested to the teacher that they ignore the fox and go the other way. And he thinks that the controlling energy is getting thicker and thicker. Teacher replied that that's right, this place doesn't seem quite normal either. Heavenly talent formation techniques are used here. Gon asked if he meant that someone had hidden the spiritual herb. The master replied that it was not done intentionally by someone, but rather it happened by itself. Just as raspberries have thorns, ginseng grows in the harshest parts of snowy mountains. Few spiritual herbs use a special way of defense. Gon looked around and said that the direction of the leaves was bizarrely reversed. The teacher replied that it was because of the flow of qi. They seemed to be approaching the center of the formation. But suddenly Gon saw something familiar and looked closely. But the master asked him, isn't it a thorn bush? Gon replied that there was something about him. It is colored blue, red and yellow. A flower of 3 petals. Gon remembered and said that it looked like a sacred 3-element flower. The teacher, hearing such words, stood in front and asked the boy to let him look at it too. Guru lowered his head into this plant and sighed sharply. Gon said that it even stopped souls from approaching. Even a steel sword would have a hard time dealing with this thorn bush. And then Gon would give his sword and wanted to cut down some. But in a moment he sensed something and turned around. Seeing the flow of energy, he immediately realized it was that fox. She's trying to ambush him. Gon immediately swung his blade at him and used shadow bending, and then realized it was shallow. The teacher saw that things were bad and warned the boy. But suddenly Lisa used the energy circle. Gon opened his eyes surprised and saw that comet Fong. It was glowing. How is that even possible? The teacher smiled and said that now that he thought about it, he had experienced something similar in the past. He had been struck by lightning while holding a comet Fong in his hands. His body was perfectly fine, but his sword was glowing instead. Gon said that the comet Fong absorbs electrical discharges. Was it because it was made of meteor steel? Gon looked at the fox and said that he probably didn't expect anything like this either. And then maybe he would take his inner core. With a wave of his blade, the fox immediately rose up on his 2 paws and roared. But Gon started swinging his blade and didn't realize how his sword just went through the animal. Gon said that just as he thought, it was an unusual animal. But suddenly the fox jumped on him out of anger. But the teacher saw this and grabbed Lissa. She told the guy that he could cut him if he used the steps of Sik'in. How could he know that this lich was a pure spirit? Also, this thing can't seem to see the ancestor. The teacher replied that this was nothing new. No one has been able to see him until now, right? And let the guy ignore him. This guy doesn't seem to have an inner core. Gon asked, wondering if he had already checked him out. Gon turned around and said that they would then take the sacred flower from the 3 elements with them. Immediately he cut it down with his sword. Leaving the fox flower, he said that since it was a rather strong spiritual herb, it was best not to eat it mindlessly. Then what should they do with this guy? Gon replied that since the teacher said he didn't even have an inner core, he let go of the fox and ran into the forest. But Gon, for some reason, hesitated afterward and watched him run. The teacher looked at the guy and said he had a sour face. Why? Is he sorry they let him go? Gon replied that he thought he had just seen him make a mocking grimace. After about a quarter of an hour, Fox reached the other side of the forest and headed off to find some herbs. The fox said that Gon is a foolish man who merely cuts a flower and a stem. The sacred three-element flower signifies the sky, water, and earth that make up the world. Flower is the sky. When a martial artist eats it, he can gain a colossal amount of ki. The stem is water. When they consume it, their blood is purified and their life expectancy increases. Is where all the nutrients of the sacred flower of the three elements and the earthly power of Yangshan Valley are concentrated. And since he had spent as much as half of his spiritual energy when he attacked the weird air-talking guy, he was on a knife edge, wasting what time he had left. And he decided he had to eat the ball at once. And then Gon followed him and grabbed it and said that it was true. Gon looked at Lisa and said he knew what he was talking about. Didn't he? Just as he thought he did. He does understand him. Gon said that's what a bulb is like, although it looks pretty normal compared to a real flower. But all of a sudden, unexpectedly, the fox roared and turned into energy. The teacher said how exciting it was. Gon took the bulb and said that he had all three elements of the sacred flower. Besides, it was getting late. Guy asked the housemaster, would they be able to find the sacred flower of the three elements this time? The master replied that only the heavens could predict something like that. But suddenly Guy remembered something and decided to share about the sacred flower of the three elements. The guy asked the master how exactly does it work, but only heard that it is very rare, but he doesn't know the details. The master replied that's right, he hadn't seen him live either, so of course he didn't know. But how to explain it to him? The master said that there was a time several hundred years ago when the sacred flower of the three elements fell into the hands of one man. The boy was surprised and asked who it was. Master didn't hold back and replied that it was a heavenly demon. He meant that the heavenly demon had once gotten hold of the sacred flower of the three elements. Heavenly demon, divine cult, Ming cult, the new Ming cult. All these words refer to the same group of demonic cult, a school of Murim that radically honored a warlike, demonic cult. The supreme leader of the cult is the heavenly demon. When the heavenly demon gained absolute power in the Central Plains, the demonic cult stole the sacred flower of the three elements that was to be presented as a gift to the Prince Emperor. It is said that when his subordinate presented the sacred flower of the three elements to the heavenly demon, after a long silence said he could no longer remain on earth, and he burned the sacred flower of the three elements with the true flame of Samadhi. The sacred flower of the three elements has the effect of breaking down boundaries. If a Taoist accepts it, he becomes a divine sage. If a monk accepts it, he attains nirvana and becomes a Buddha. And if he were to be taken by a demonic man, he doesn't know what would happen, but he's sure it wouldn't be normal. Guy asked if a spiritual herb could really have that effect. The master replied that if you believe what they say, yes, but it is probably an exaggeration. At least there is a case similar to that which is passed on by word of mouth. It is said that the patriarch of the Namgung clan had taken the sacred flower of the three elements some time ago, and had become younger through skeletal rebirth. However, it is said that after that, he no longer felt much influence from the holy flower of the three elements. Whether it was because of the way he had taken it or because he had gathered it before the flower began to take effect. They will not know this until they see the sacred flower of the three elements for themselves. And then the boy told the master that the children were rising and he felt fine. Master said that in the year of the promotion exam, there came a day when they looted the vault of the House of Herbal Flowers. But suddenly he saw that there was something wrong and asked the boys what had happened to them. All the children answered that suddenly everything went wrong. And when they woke up, the sun was already setting. And that's why they couldn't gather many spiritual herbs. The girl turned to the master and said that before she fell, she saw something like a blue fox jump on her. The master was surprised and said that since only a Tao flower disciple had seen it, did that mean it was Yekai's work? The master thought and realized that this had never happened in all the exams so far. But one of the boys stepped aside and thought, was this really Yekai's work? And does that mean that the one who attacked Junmeng was not Li Kong, but Yekai? But what he did to an innocent child? Il said that Gon was also acting like he could cause misunderstanding. And then Gon came up to him and asked him what he had done wrong. Il pulled away from him abruptly and asked how he'd gotten here. Gon replied that he would say it again, but he wasn't the one who ambushed the boys. Il took it all in and said he was wrong. And then he saw and warned the guy that the tip of his sleeve had heated up a bit. Gon looked down at his hands and replied that he seemed to have gotten a spark when he chased the fox. Il wondered and asked, "Did he chase it? Could he have seen it?" Gon replied that yes, and he couldn't let him continue knocking the guys out. Il immediately thought that this was why he had been chasing after Yekai even during the exam. And judging from how thin his sack was, it seems like he couldn't gather many spiritual herbs. Compared to him, he's just a small thing. Gon told the boy he was on his way out if Il had nothing more to say. Il stopped him and held out his sack. Il told the guy he owed him a debt of gratitude. He misread the situation and attacked him. So he's willing to trade his sack for his own, and he had gathered enough spiritual herbs. Gon immediately waved his hand and pushed his sack back. He said for everyone to look at this thief. Il was surprised and didn't expect that. He knew he was trying to be polite in his heart, but what kind of reaction was that? Gon immediately gave the master his bag, and upon opening it, the master shouted that it was the sacred flower of the 3 elements. Il heard such words from the master and remembered how he had offered to trade with him, and realized it was a shame. Yen told Gon that he couldn't believe it, that he had won first place this time too. Gon replied that he was just lucky, because the sacred flower of the 3 elements was in the place he had gotten to when he was chasing the blue fox. Jenna was surprised and asked, "Did he say fox? Did Gon see that something was wrong here?" Their faces darkened. He asked, "Did they know anything about this fox?" Yenna answered him that he probably didn't know, but 2 years ago the head archivist had an apprentice. Gon asked her if she meant the apprentice of the Flower of Honor. Yen replied that that was correct. His name was Dam Hen. Eldest brother Hen was an extraordinary person, and because his talents were great, Mr. Chief Archivist treasured him very much. But the older brother was bewitched by a fox to slaughter his master. This is already a somewhat serious offense, that banishment cannot be avoided. But at the urgent request of the Chief Archivist, the measures taken by the elder brother Dam Hen ended with his imprisonment in the penitential cave. Gon said, "So does that mean the fox he saw is the Akai that enchanted him?" Yenna replied that it wasn't certain yet, so they would have to check it out. And the master leader told her not to tell him about it, but she tells him about it because he's going to be an honorary flower disciple. The teacher told the boy that Chonglim was becoming like that for him, and what did he think? Gon replied that it was better than their home. Yenna said that in the past, the older brother Hen had been. And then Master appeared in front of them and told her to stop talking about this unpromising boy. The master asked the girl how great she thought the idea of telling this to a boy who hadn't officially joined them yet was. Yenna immediately replied that she apologized to the master of the herbal flower house master. He immediately went up to Gon and said that he was the best and hugged him. Master said that the imperial court had been asking for the sacred flower of the 3 elements for so long, and thanks to him, they would finally be able to offer it. The master told the guy he was feeling generous. Let him tell him whatever he wants. He will grant him any wish he wants. Baek replied that he would then like to know more about the sacred flower of the 3 elements. The master prepared himself and told the boy to listen carefully. Gon realized that since he had given the flower and stem of the holy flower of the 3 elements to Chonglim, he would at least use the bulb for his health. The master was telling the guy that rather than taking it in its raw form, it was better to synthesize it with various medicines, and for that you need a bronze pot. At this time, in the workroom of the Big 5 Flower Archives, Archivist was saying that since he already had to make 8 more of them, things would be much easier if Dam Hen was here. He realized in his head that he didn't. Thinking about his former student wasn't going to change anything now. So he decided to just think about how to heal Gon's body. And some time ago he came unannounced and borrowed a bronze pot. The archivist asked him if he was studying for the Synthes exam. Gon replied that yes, something like that. The archivist realized that he was already studying for the Flower Apprentice exam, which is a wonderful boy. At this time in Gana's guest house, Master was shouting to the guy to wait for him too. After all, his master would also try his best. His teacher had told him that only after he relaxed his body and mind and checked the state of the heavens would he have any problems. Gon replied that since he would be living in a group on the main mountain when he became an official practitioner, Now was the only chance, wasn't it? Such an energy emanating from the sacred flower of the three elements raged as if it was going to burn his insides. The teacher told him to concentrate on feeling the warmth and controlling energy in his body. Then slowly, calmly let him distribute it throughout his body. Although right now it seemed like pouring water into a broken jug. As if the soil was becoming fertile, the same would happen to his body. One day, he would be able to harness the inner strength that soaked into every fiber of his being. Gon said that they said that the sacred flower of the three elements is an herb that can destroy the boundary. The teacher replied that no matter how good the miracle cure may be, a person cannot break his own boundaries and become someone else just by using it. And how is the guy's body now? Gon looked at his hand and replied that he didn't think there was much effect. The teacher replied that he thought so. Suddenly, all of a sudden, Gon, with his good hearing, heard footsteps and told the teacher that someone was coming. The teacher replied to the boy that he usually had a very good sniff, but this time he heard it very early. Suddenly, someone came to the door and knocked. Gon opened the door and asked what was wrong. The girl replied that there was an emergency, but he had changed a bit. The girl immediately snapped at him. Gon asked if he was the one who changed. The girl replied, should she tell him the atmosphere? No, rather anyway. That was not what was important now. Gon was surprised and asked her again why she had come here. And Dudu, the girl, answered him that she was offering him sparring. Gon replied to her that it was too sudden. The girl said not now. At the sparring test, the guy heard about the test replied that she had come too late. He had already promised Ilya that he would spar with him. The girl got upset and said that it would be better for him not to fight him. Since he can't use ki, he doesn't stand a chance against him. Il's sword is a fast sword. Since he can't see it, it will be hard for him to parry or reflect the blow, and the match will be decided quickly, which means he'll get fewer partial points. And so she offers to do it with him. Gon asked that according to the current total score, he's first, she's second, right? So if they sparred, the current rankings wouldn't change much. Is she not making this offer for him, but for her ratings? The girl replied to the guy that he was right. But it's true that they're not a good match. She says it would be good for him to spar with her too. Gon thanked her for the information and said that he had no plans to change what he had already decided once, since he will still win the sparring test. On the next day of the sparring test, the referee was saying that the next in order Il on the blue side, Gon on the red side, let them enter the ring. Jun tells his friend that you can't look down on Gon just because he can't use ki. Il replies that he knows. After touching their wooden swords to each other, the judge gave them permission to begin sparring. Il decided to be the first to attack, but Gon saw it coming and easily dodged it. Gon was surprised that he was able to dodge. Gon immediately launched an elbow attack and Il fell to the ground, not expecting this turn of events. Jun was very scared for his friend and immediately stood up. The master told him to sit down. There is nothing wrong with this child. Il asked him how he could be so fast if he couldn't even use the art of relief. Gon replied that it's not about being fast. Technically, they say he moved early. Il immediately clenched his sword and said that the guy was just playing with words. Did he just decide to mess with him? And attacked at the same second. The teacher asked Gon if he could see. Gon replied that he did. A breath that stops for just a moment. A gaze pointing upward, to where he will strike with his sword. The big toe that holds his weight. The teacher said that since his keen sense and experience had now increased, he would be able to see even farther and wider. Master said during the fight that Gon is amazing. It's more than he expected. Gang asked him, did he mean Gon? Master replied that yes. And this child Il, he is also very good. His swift sword is well developed. He has the talent to never stop improving. Illinois is also a child of a swordsman family. Is it the same as Gang? Gang replied that even born with the disease of severed veins, the Baek clan remains the Baek clan. He reads all the steps of the Il sword and only strikes effectively. Master asked Gang, a martial artist with the name Gang is often strong. Gang replied that his name was not Gang, but Li Gang, and his last name was Baek. Master told him to concentrate. The master said that it looked like the outcome of the match was about to be decided. He stood up and said that was enough. The master told Il that if this was a real sword fight, his legs would have been chopped off by now. Il realized that he couldn't hit him even once. The master continued that however his swordsmanship was outstanding in itself. 9 points. Il thought at once that if he had 9 points, so did Gon. The master moved on to the participant Gon and said that while the lack of stamina and strength is excessive as he has eyes matching a swordsman, he gets 10 points. Everyone was surprised and said that Il had lost in this sparring match. But how was that even possible? The master told Gang that it was now certain that this child, Gang, would take the first place. The second master replied to the first that this would not happen. Gang asked, wasn't the last test, the key test, based on cutting a blue stone? Master replied that even if Gang didn't possess ki, with the sword technique he had just demonstrated, he thought he could at least get a few scratches. Master said that Dusung had changed the test. Gon was surprised and became very angry and asked how? Master immediately whispered in his ear. Gang said that if that was the case, it would definitely come out that way. The master replied that that was exactly what had happened. This will be the biggest hurdle for Ghana, and he's going to have a tough time in this test. On the day of the test, Key Judge said that Chonglim in Taoist schools aspire to become sages. Cultivating martial arts and reaching the divine sage stage is the ultimate goal. And for this reason, they place more emphasis on training the internal arts of Ki than on training the body, which is why the key test has the highest score distribution of all the advancement tests. However, since they cannot fully determine the level of attainment of their key through conventional methods, he himself came up with a new testing method. It is a method that minimizes the cost of sword wielding and strength, and can only explore the key that one possesses. It's Banjun of Topaz. They need to gently grasp the dragon head carved on the end of the pole. Direct their key energy through the center of their right palm and release it immediately. And then the master released his energy and all the bells rang. And that's all they have to do. Some in the crowd said that Gon has no key at all. After all, he has a disease of severed veins. And if he scores the lowest here, the ranking will change. And then he'll probably have to become a great student. All the kids started walking up to the dragon and releasing their energy. The judge told Zhong that he had scored 6 points, but his master stopped him and told him to do it again. He couldn't hear the bells ringing because he was yelling too hard. And then the master said that he would have to check with his own eyes what would happen next time. And lo and behold, he said that June had only scored 3 points. And finally the master said Gang Kong is coming upstairs. He told the guy that torn vein disease, this test will be difficult for him. Gon replied that he still had to do his best. The master replied that instead of putting his short life in the hands of an object with a blade, how about joining an even deeper world? After all, the world of Tao and spells is also endless. It is worth it just to come to Mengil Tower. Gon replied that he didn't think that was something they should say right now. The master told the boy he was right. Now let him try to do it. Master told Gon that topaz is a key-sensitive gemstone, and that was most likely why he had made Bianzhong from this precious topaz to experience ki. The teacher told the guy that even though he couldn't cultivate ki in his ki center, it didn't mean he didn't know about the flow of ki. Let him try to harness the energy that topaz possesses. The guys were asking each other what he was doing. Had Gon really given up? He heard that he couldn't even use ki because of the disease of his severed veins. The master heard a soft, vibrating sound. The master told the guy to show his skill to these little teenagers. Gon immediately used his energy to its full potential. The master was greatly surprised when he saw this, and saw that he was moving the meager energy that Topaz possessed. It was possible that the bells would ring if he did it some more. And immediately the bells rang, but one of them began to fall apart. When the master saw that the bell was cracked badly, he was sad. After all, the person who gave it away said that this Bianzhong topaz was worth a third of this city's budget. If they break it while using it, Jiam said let him just know that he would cut his belly fat off and sell it to the butcher. The master stopped the guy and said that his attempts were unusual, but what they were trying to measure with this test was the accomplishments of his ki. And then the master told everyone that Gon had no calls. The guys were saying at this point that even the one who did the worst got 2. And now his rating must have dropped even lower. The master realized that topaz was not the softest stone, so he wondered if it had been too hasty. But he has to use it carefully the next time and the ones after that, so he has no choice. But suddenly, unexpectedly, the master decided to adjust the topaz and was surprised to find that when touched it began to crumble. And then the guys wondered and asked why it broke. Maybe it was because they had used it too much today. Gon sighed lightly, for he felt that it had cracked. The master told the lad that, and yet it was unfortunate. On the way, the master asked Gon if he had done well in the last test. Il was walking beside them at the time and told the guys they had to get back together. The master took all the boys and told them that they had all worked hard. But Il replied to Uncle that they weren't, and he wanted to ask him something as soon as he saw him. Master asked, and what was it? Il replied that he had been watching over them all this time as the curator of the testing ground. Which one of them does he think will make a great apprentice? The master thought and told the boys that soon they would know everything. And only one of them would become a great disciple. In a few days there will be an award ceremony, a day of one flower. And the masters told the disciples that they should become evil, and let them not forget the path and always develop strength. They need to be all ready to confront the great evil that may one day appear. The students stood in front of their school's flag and responded to the leader that all was right. They will imprint it deep in their hearts. June suddenly said that he thinks his clothes are a little small. He thinks he has grown up during this time. He asked if he needed to change his clothes. Sue replied that they were just now sewing a flower onto those clothes. Tailors must be busy, so he'll probably have to wait at least a month. Not suddenly Il came up to them and told them to stop fighting and be quiet. Let them look ahead. The master of the control house was coming out. Before Biob came out and said that he believes they have mastered what Mr. Manager said as the gold and jade rules. He is the master of the control house, and he wants to ask them one thing. Ob said that before they got their flower, he turned a blind eye to the fact that they called each other by their first names and remained friends. Showing proper respect between students is the foundation of the school. If anyone dares to show disrespect to their master and contempt for their predecessors, he will personally give them a beating. Did they understand what he wanted to say? The pupils immediately, and with all their voices, answered that they did. Ob said to the great disciple, as well as the second and third rank, have them come to the regulation house at 4 o'clock. And on that, everyone is dismissed. At this time, the guys came to the control pavilion, and Il said that he had arrived at the call of the headmaster of the control house. And they greet their youngest uncle. The master immediately saw in Isla that he had pure etiquette to which there was nothing more to add. Show respect to the control master as a great disciple, a representative here, and treat the younger Lala Jean Mu with more moderate etiquette. And then Il seeing Gon thought immediately, what is this guy doing to him, a great disciple, in front of his eyes? He just needs to clench his fist for a moment to greet him, so why is he standing still? Or they had called him over to teach Gon or something. Gon immediately patted him on the shoulder and said he was glad to see him. Gon suggested that they had done well? Or was it not, he asked. El wondered what he was doing in the presence of the headmaster of the control house. El immediately yelled at him and told him to come to his senses. Can't he realize where he is? He wasn't a guest anymore, so tell Gon to stop acting like a redneck. Ob couldn't take it and immediately slammed his fist on the table. Ob told Il that he was an arrogant and insolent bastard. Are these actions he performs in front of him a way to humiliate him, or does he take the school rules as a joke? Either way, he's going to be flogged for it. El told Gon to come to his senses, and let him do it properly. Ob immediately went over to him and lifting him by his clothes asked Ilya, does he think he's being joked with? Did the head tell him that he was acting towards his younger martial uncle, that he should have been treated like heaven? Jean had told all 4 of them about the results beforehand. He couldn't even get 3rd place. Master asked Gon why he had such a depressed look on his face. Gon thought, how could he feel on top of his game if he had to treat these younger ones like big brothers all his life? The master told the guy that he hadn't asked him about it yet because it seemed like fun, but he'd be joining them as the only candidate for archivist of the Great Archive. And then, because he joins them as a direct student, a first-generation student, he will enter school not as a 3rd-generation student but as a 2nd-generation student. And then Gon was surprised at such words and asked what? But Master answered him that he had asked him to call him Hen, since they would still be brother disciples. But it seems it didn't get to the middle, and now Gon understood. That's why Mr. Manager had told him so. Hen had told him that they should tell Il and the boys too. But he asked Gon and he told him no. Gon suggested to him that they leave them alone. Hen asked if he even needed to do that. Hen realized that he was keeping his mouth shut because it looked funny. But this guy, how could he make a mistake in front of the master of the control house of all people? Hen decided to intervene and told Master Ob to calm down. It seems that apprentice nephew Il had made a mistake. It seems he thought that Gon had joined him as a third-generation disciple. Hen asked Yil, right? The guy replied that it was right. He didn't know anything about it. If he knew he was his younger uncle, he wouldn't have done that. Ob said that, leaving aside all exceptions, how can the laws be just and are just rules for masters and apprentices? The master said that he would take his situation into consideration and end it with only 5 palm strikes. At this time, Illinois only hoped that someone would save him. And then Gon suggested to the master, how about leaving Il's punishment to this disciple? Ob asked him what he wanted to say. Gon replied that his student had carefully read the rules of Chonglim a few days ago, and among them was such a verse. Punishment for being disrespectful to superiors can be replaced by etiquette training. Ob replied that he understood and Gon was right. He is the first child to truly familiarize himself with the rules. Ob told Il that he would serve his younger uncle every day and be trained in etiquette for a month. Il immediately replied that he understood. Gon told the guy not to be afraid, he won't make him work too hard. He'll let him go if he wins. Il wondered and asked, win? The spirit teacher said, a much-needed sparring slave. He means he just got a sparring partner. The head of the house spoke in the dungeon, saying that Gon was mastering the last form of the heavenly shadow sword. It seems that one kid from the third generation of students spars with Gon every day. The master replied that he was a little surprised that the head had allowed him to continue his study of the Baek clan sword. The head said that since the only immortal divine sword helping him was this child's fate, leaving him alone would be the right thing to do. The master thought it must have been a difficult choice to be the manager of Chonglim. He really treasures Gon. The head said that the ritual should end safely and he is very worried. The master replied that they had prepared so much for it, so he was sure that everything would work out. And he suggested to call the older brother Jen and Gon. Gon said that he had finished his preparations to help the immortal divine sword reach nirvana. At this time Guy was standing by the porch playing with the birds. He said that the air of the mountain had changed. The master must have lit the candelabrum of the sky god. But suddenly his pet sat on his shoulder. The guy said he didn't know what he was trying to do, but either way he would fail. He'll be here soon. Let the pet remember his missed spot. Il worked on himself and practiced with Gon. He was sure he lost by a wide margin after making 300 forms on the first day. But after that there were 200 forms, 100 forms, which then turned into 50 forms. Immediately Gon saw the guy attacking him. He decided to use the 8th form of the heavenly shadow sword. Heavenly pure white light. Then the 9th form of the heavenly shadow sword followed. And a devastating blow. Gon asked the guy after his attack if he was okay. And now Il realized that the duel was decided by just 2 forms. Gon dragged the guy and said that he had worked hard for a month. The teacher told the disciple that with that too, he had transferred the entire form of the heavenly shadow sword and could now leave. There must be a limit to how long he can prolong his life with his controlling energy. He may meet a spirit like him in the future. Gon told him that there would never be anyone as energetic as him and called his teacher grandfather. And Gon understood that last night the steward had delivered the news that the preparations for the ritual had been completed. The teacher replied that it was probably so. Soon the grandfather would begin the ritual and reach nirvana. The doctor immediately started wiping Gon. And the boy said he felt a little cold. Gon told his teacher that this was not as pleasant a forgiveness as he had thought. The teacher laughed and replied that he was right. And then the master came up and told Gon to lie down where he was now sitting. He's going to read the spells now. Gon answered without fear that he had. The master told the lad that since he had passed the test of his life, he believed he would now let go of his lingering attachment. Let Gon say at this time what he says to him. Dan Yuan's heart spirit. Immediately, the boy began to repeat after the master, and having resolved the resentment lodged in his mind, he believes that he will enter Sukhavati. He tells him to unite with the truth. He tells him to be united with the truth, repeated Gon. The master continued that with the controlling energy he left on the ground, they want to heal his descendant. Ling Bao's talisman commanded, and then the doctor said there really was a spirit. For now he had seen it with his own eyes. Gon at this time felt the controlling energy surging within him. The master saw that things were bad and told his elder brother that he could not control the controlling energy. The master saw and said that something had gone wrong here. The doctor ordered Yung Shin to make his decision. But Shin replied that he hadn't found the cause yet. The doctor asked Shin, Are they trying to kill this boy? Gon was in his subconscious at this time thinking who should die. Shin thought and suggested to his older brother that they should stop it. The doctor immediately waved his hands in front of Gon's face. Gon came to his senses and asked what was going on. The doctor answered him not to move. They were stopping the ritual. Shin realized that Gon's spirit was stuck between this world and the afterlife. And now he would stop the ritual for starters. The doctor told Shin that he had taken out the golden needles, but the controlling energy was still emanating. Tell him to hurry up. The doctor saw that it was serious and asked Gon if he wished to leave any last words. Gon was surprised and asked what? The doctor answered him that his body would soon explode and he would die. Gon was surprised and asked why his body should explode. The doctor replied that it was obvious since he had received so much controlling energy without any cultivation. And now they're out of time. Have him make a will right now. Gon asked he's still perfectly fine. Gon said it was true and now he swears his honor. But how would he tell the Baek clan about it? The doctor immediately embraced him and replied to give him peace of mind at least in his death. And in a moment they had all said goodbye to Gon, and there was silence in the room. The boy started screaming that he thought he was really going to die. The doctor couldn't believe such a thing and told him he should be dead right now. Gon asked him why they were saying that. The doctor told the guy that he's not a Kai or a divine sage, so how can a person deal with this? Did he go through a complete skeletal rebirth or something? Gon thought about it and realized that it was due to the 3-element holy flower bulb. He asked the doctor, wasn't it because of the unique feature of the moon slit veins? The doctor thought for a moment and replied that no, it was something completely different. The doctor immediately saw that Shin had lost consciousness and ran to look. Shin said that the ritual failed in a state that doesn't match either of them. He almost killed him because of his lack of skill. Shin replied, using the candelabrum of a heavenly god with the banner of a soul killer? His life expectancy must have been reduced by at least a few years. Shin asked his elder brother, this was an emergency, wasn't it? Once the entire tribe on the candelabra of the heavenly god holding the soul extinguished, the great divine sword would turn into a ghost wandering through the 9 heavens. If he wants to finish the ritual on time, he'll need a helper. He'll have to call Damn Hen. The doctor was greatly surprised and asked him. Gon asked, didn't he strike the chief archivist? Shin replied that Damn Heng's behavior was criminal, but he had stabbed him unwillingly. The dark key that spilled out while handling the forbidden treasure drove him to madness. And when his madness subsided, he himself asked to be locked in the cave of repentance. He'd just been through a lot of bad stuff, and when Gon gets to know him better, he will see that Damn Hen is a very soulful guy. Gon understood and knew that Damn Hen didn't like people, but he didn't feel awkward with Li An or Su Lin. Let Gon bring Damn Hen with the 2 of them. He asked passers-by on the way and they told him to go that way. Jenna greeted her older brother and said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Dam Hyun greeted her as well. Su came in with the elders and started calling Hen names, but Yenna shut her mouth in time. Gon introduced himself to his older brother at this time. Hen looked at him and said that he was wondering what the master was doing with the heavenly god's candelabra. The disease of cut veins, right? Gon replied, that's right. They are the moon's slit veins. Hen asked, then won't he soon disappear into dust anyway? Even if he used the heavenly god's candelabra, he still wouldn't be able to cure the disease of severed veins. Jenna told her older brother that it was too rude. She immediately called him a swear word. Hen was surprised, because it was the first time he had ever seen Aina yell at him. Gon said he needed the help of Dam Hen's older brother. The chief archivist will explain the details. Gon answered the lad to extend his hand to him before doing so. Immediately Gon shook his hand without fear. Hen told the guy to let him ask him one thing. What method did he use? Gon asked him what he meant. Hen asked what diabolical method he had used to glamorize his master and those children. Gon felt a sudden warming of spiritual energy, but he held his hand and did not remove it. Gon was tired of putting up with this and removing his hand asked him what he was doing. Hen didn't understand how this could have happened. After all, he had definitely pressed his yang flow path. Shouldn't that cause pain right in the nerves? Hen started to panic and suddenly dropped his wooden doll. Su said he was so sloppy, is it really a dog? Hen replied that she's a dumbass. After all, Chong Ho is not a dog. It's a fox. Su said that Big Brother told Chong Ho. She thinks he even gave him a name. Hen picked up the doll and said it turns out his name was Chong-ho. To think that he was inside the doll. Hen was surprised and said it can't be, he can see Chong-ho? Fox at this time was angry and said the guy let him down. Su saw all this and asked, "Does this doll move?" Yena replied that it was the same Foxy Akai who had bewitched her older brother. Gon told the fox that he could even talk now. And Ho answered the boy that he couldn't hear him last time. Gon got a new ability after eating the onion that he stole from him. The guy answered him that nothing really changed. Gon asked the guy, can he even talk to Ho? Hen asks how he can hear things that even he can't hear. He's sure that only the nicest people can do that. Gon told his older brother that it would be great if he helped him. That's what that fox said. Hen asked Ho this, saying, he seems to take him for a fool. Ho doesn't follow anyone but him. The reason is that all people are scum. Gon listened to Lissa and said that he wanted to tell him this. That, unlike other people, he is a very good man, so let him do what he can to help. Gon wondered if he should tell them about Fox electrocuting the children. Ho immediately answered that no. Does he really want him to help this guy? Gon asks the fox what he's doing. He let him nod. The fox answered him that he is a human demon. Gon told his older brother to take care of him then. Hen said along the way that people are inherently weak. Only a minority has a pure heart, and the rest are those who do not deserve life. However, unlike humans, animals are innocent, and from that point of view, he is willing to consider those people who value animals. And people who love animals really deserve it because the instincts of these people are very sharp. And so he is someone who is capable of being his little brother. Gon thought, should he really trust him? Isn't he just a strange man, he thought? Hen asked Gon if he had any sweets. Hen got his goodies and said the problems were entirely due to the shaping technique. It seems that they constructed the formation equation using the small sky yang divine formation. Shin replied that since they weren't dealing with ordinary control energy, it required him to use such a large formation technique. Hen said that building a formation technique with divine yang as the center is reasonable, but mere soul ascension is not the goal, right? Let them do it in the following way. Since the soul is in the center of the 9 palaces, he thinks it would be best to arrange this formation according to the course of the nebula. Let them better hurry up as much as possible. The soul is ready for ascension, but the creature is still bound to the earth. Let them all take a look. His gaze has moved here, and now, while the consciousness of the soul is still intact, this is the last chance to attain nirvana. The doctor was telling his brother that this guy is more docile than he thought. Maybe Hyung has finally come to his senses. Shin said that if they could dislodge the dark key in his head, he'd be a good man again. The doctor replied that, in his experience, there was never a time when he was good. The doctor looked at him and remembered the past, how he had told the head that he was already unstable because of the dark wuya. Would that really be okay? The head replied to him then that Hen is an anxious and lonely child. This will be good for him. That's what he guarantees. The doctor thought and understood that, just as the head had told him, his condition had stabilized. But whether it could be called stable, the doctor immediately decided to address him. Hen turned around and asked. The doctor saw that it's still very doubtful, but he's the talent needed for this ritual, so he thinks he has no choice. He told the boy not to shrink back. It was time to get started. Hen immediately stood up and replied that he understood. The doctor told everyone to let him explain again. This time they changed the procedure. It goes up his fingertips, will pass through his hand and end up right at his nose, in the opposite direction from the hand meridian system of the higher yang large intestine meridian. Just as he pierces the head trenovator through the pectoral clavicular mastoid muscle, Gon will lose consciousness. And then they'll use the dream soul herb, and it will sink into his mind. That's the only way he'll be able to internalize it. And since the controlling energy is completely different from the internal key, Gon listened and replied that he agreed. Hen immediately used the mind herb and the guy slowly closed his eyes. The doctor picked the right moment and pierced the needle. At the same second, Gon woke up in his mind. And then the master met him and told him that he had come. Shin at this time said that the wind was so strong, and told Hen to cover the candelabrum of the heavenly god. And then Hen used the wind flow extension and said he was going to throw salt to stop random ghosts. Shin replied to him that it's a great job, and saw that Hen is the same as before but also has a limitation on that key. And he had spent many years locked up, but his skills hadn't rusted in the slightest. Even if ascension was easy, transferring such a huge amount of control energy was a difficult task. But it will be an easy job if things go the way they are now. This time they will definitely succeed. Hen looked at the spirit and said that all they were doing with this huge controlling energy was just to extend a person's life by 3 years. That is so disgustingly wasteful. Gon told the teacher that he had gotten a little younger. The teacher replied that he also felt that this was where his prime was. He must have become like this just when it was time for him to leave. Gon told him that he was really leaving. The teacher replied that even when he left, let the guy train until the end. The large moon stand and the heavenly shadow sword form. Even if he only trained these 2 techniques, he would become a true expert. And let him be careful of his big brother. His face is like a wolf's. Gon replied that, and yet he had bailed him out. The teacher said that his skills were superior on their own, so it would be nice to have him by his side. Gon replied to him that he had just said he was like a wolf. The teacher was surprised and asked how could one chew only sweet things and spit out sour things? Or the path he will take will be difficult and he will not be able to walk it alone. Let him get acquainted with experienced masters. Gon replied that he would. Teacher said that if they started to bully, let him beat them to death. That was the surest way to deal with the beast-like bastards. Gon replied that after all, he was his older brother. The teacher said it was no big deal. He should just take him somewhere where no one would see him and beat him until he pissed himself. And the boy who would become his master worked very hard to save him too. Let him learn much from him. Gon asked him, was he not his master? The teacher asked in reply, how could he be his master? The teacher replied to him that he was his family. But Gon could not stand it and gave a slack expression. The teacher saw this at once and asked him if he was crying. Gon asked him, did he think so? The teacher smiled and replied that he was so unfunny. Gon said goodbye and wished the teacher a happy journey. He would visit him later. Much later. The teacher told the guy to do it. Let him not think about following him for at least 100 years. And lastly, let him ask him for one thing. Let him call him grandfather just once. Gon asked how could he not? And immediately he called him grandfather. It's for saving him from assassins, for teaching him martial arts, for always believing in him, for treasuring him so much, for everything he left him until the very end. He was very grateful to him for that. Teacher told Gon to live a long life. That's what a Baek family member should do. And straight out of the guy's sight. The doctor saw all this and said he couldn't believe such a thing. He would actually see him reach nirvana. Shin said it was a great job. They finished the job they were supposed to do. Hen thought at this time that they were all telling him that after all this, he was just extending his life by 3 years, making them go through all this trouble, and in doing so, taking so much controlling energy for themselves. That's a tremendous amount of control energy. If a plant contained it, it would become a miracle cure. If an animal contributed it, it would become a spiritual beast. And if an ordinary man had facilitated it, he would have ascended to deity. Ho could have gotten his old body back, if he had gotten it instead. The doctor looked at Hen and saw that he didn't seem to be in the best condition. He told the guy to come to his senses. Don't even think about any mischief. Hen said that it seems like little brother Gon is a really good guy. But he changed his mind and immediately threw the grass at the physician. Shin said it's the banner of a soul killer. They can't waste that much control energy for only 3 years of life. And if Hen does it, and then the guy replied to the master that he was sorry. He's going to meet his little brother. Hen did so and moved into space. When Gon saw him, he asked. Gon laughed and replied that it looks like this soul has reached nirvana, right? Gon replied that yes, he had sent it on a good journey thanks to him. Hen said that he was glad to hear that the guy was grateful to him. That way, there would be no need to regret it. Gon was surprised and asked what about? Hen replied that no matter how he looks at it, spending so much energy to fix his body is a waste, does he realize? And he plans to give it to Ho. He's already made his decision, so don't let Gon take too much offense to it. He's a good guy, so he's sad that it's ending like this. Gon asked his elder brother. He means to say that he's going to seize the controlling energy that the immortal divine sword left him, right? Hen replied that for Gon's information, this place is inside the mind, so the key restriction doesn't affect him, but it doesn't matter even if he resists, so just let him stay still. Gon said that his grandfather had told him that his older brother looked a lot like a wolf. Hen immediately thanked him for the compliment. Gon asked that they wouldn't know what happened here from the outside, right? Hen replied, that's right. Why is he cleaning himself up? And then Gon remembered his grandfather's words and said that there was indeed the wisdom of the elders. Gon attacked him and realized that now, without restrictions, it would be difficult for him to react to his speed. He would press his chi channel and knock him out immediately. Immediately, Gon stood to the last and punched him in the head with his fist. Gon thought afterward, did he really die? Gon asked the guy how he uses guiding energy using only his body. He can't use control energy with someone's body without a treasure. His body shouldn't instantly react to it, and Gon wasn't even an absolute expert. Then how did he do it? Gon thought that this was the effect of taking the bulb of the sacred flower of the three elements. Gon asked Hen that he said he was going to give this control energy to this foxy Yakai, right? What happens when he gets it? Hen replied that he would regain his original appearance. Great Yakai, who can't even be compared to most ordinary spirit beasts, he will regain the body of a heavenly lightning hundred-tailed fox. Don't hundred-tailed foxes have white fur? Hen replied that it would turn white when it matured. Gon asked the older man, does he happen to know how that great Ikai got stuck in that old doll? Hen replied that before he explains the reason why. Let them see if he can block that too. Immediately he pulled out some knives and threw them at Gon. Gon used his strength and dodged the attack. Hen was surprised when he saw this, because the guy had disappeared. Gon got close to him and grabbed his arm sharply. Hen saw that the guy was fast. Just as his restraint was removed, Gon doesn't suffer from the disease of ruptured veins. Gon started beating up his older brother and didn't even stop. Suddenly he said that the fox had just told him that he didn't need any controlling energy. Hen was surprised and asked the guy what? Gon replied that it said that it really needed control energy and thanked him for worrying about it, but this method really wasn't suitable. Hen replied to the guy that he was trying to trick him. Ho will gain the power of the great Yakai and destroy the evil people. It's all for Ho's sake, so why should that stop him? Gon replied that then he had no choice if he didn't want to believe. He immediately smacked his hand over his head. Hen lands a large number of punches, and finally tells Gon to stop. Gon looked at him after so many blows and was surprised he still hadn't pissed himself. After a few blows, Gon hit him right in the skull and Hen fell down. But suddenly a strange liquid began to come out of his skull. He was surprised and asked what it was. Is it really non-meaningful ki? But is it cleansed with control energy? Immediately, ki started coming out of Hen's nose, and he was in a lot of pain. Hen felt his consciousness slowly coming to rest. And in a moment he remembered a fire from his childhood and people saying it was a rat hiding there. But someone put the wood away and asked Hen, had he been here all the time? Isn't he a cowardly fellow? The man asked him, does he keep hiding just to survive when his family is dead? He's even worse than his family dog who died after fearlessly barking at their boss. The man insulted him and told him he was a coward, and he would carve his name on his own belly. And from then on he always said he hated evil men. Waking up, he immediately started screaming. Gon told him that it looked like he had broken the barrier by blowing out the candles. What an absurd thing to do. He's not gonna steal and stuff anymore, right? Hen replied that he wouldn't do it anymore. Gon said that Ho also said so. It's still not the kind of controlling energy that can be stolen. Gon went over to him and held out his hand, but the guy got really scared and started screaming. He told Huck to take it. Gon shook his hand and felt that he had been properly trained. Then he looked forward to the future. The doctor was telling the head that the bastard had finally done it. He had seized the barrier and chased them away. He thinks Hen is planning to steal Gon's controlling energy when he's alone and give it to that fox puppet Ikai. Coming to the barrier, the doctor said it's here. It will be hard to get through there, because the magic is very strong. Glavu immediately pulled out his blade and told the masters to step aside. Shin was surprised after this and asked the head how he was able to shatter the barrier with just a sword. The doctor also said that this horrible disciple of his was opening his eyes wide today. The doctor saw the guys and walked up to Gon and said, is his body all right? All his severed major veins are now connected. He had completely absorbed the controlling energy. Heavenly luck. It's just heavenly luck. The doctor got angry and asked Hen what he was doing. The boy got scared and replied that it was his fault. Gon told his older brother that he should apologize properly. Hen immediately fell to his knees and replied that he was sorry. He made a huge mistake. He shouldn't have done that. The head immediately came up and addressed him. He said he heard about what happened from Du General as an older brother. He shouldn't steal his younger brother's things. The head asked him, was he trying to transfer control energy to the puppet? This puppet is a stoic-tailed lich of heavenly lightning. Is that what he was thinking? Hen replied that that was correct. The head told the guy that he was wrong. He never once said it was a kai. It would have been better to hear it himself than to have him explain it to him. He immediately dropped the drum and told Hen to put the doll on it. He immediately set it down and finally he hears Ho's voice. But what kind of voice would it be? Yekai's voice or the voice of a child? Suddenly Ho spoke and greeted the boy. Hen was greatly surprised to hear a woman's voice. Ho said it looked like the guy had a misunderstanding. But there was no way to resolve it. She's not actually a kai. She's human. Although to be precise, she's a ghost. She died a long time ago. Hen didn't believe it and said she was lying, and asked why her spirit form looked like a fox then, and how was she able to summon blue lightning. The doctor was checking on Gon and asked him that this doll was something between a human and a heavenly lightning fast hundred-tailed fox. Gon replied that even stranger things happen in this world. The doctor said that the insight of this guy, Hen, was not wasted after all. Gon said that since she said that her grandfather is a kai, it means she's still not a quarter a kai, right? So Big Brother doesn't need to worry so much. The doctor replied that the opposite meant she was 3/4 human. Anyway, Hen avoids people quite often, not to mention that this person was a blue-eyed mad demon. Chong Soho. And there was a time when there was a bloodbath in the Murim. It was caused by a human demon who was known to have been expelled from the demonic cult. The common enemy of the Class 1 Murim, the blue-eyed mad demon Chong Soho. She, who had fought the Murim and enemies of the Central Plain for 2 months, stopped breathing after killing many dozens of experts at the Kunlun Mountain crossroads. On that day, only one person survived among the Order Chaos Alliance experts. If she hadn't become a common enemy of the Murim, she would have been strong enough to claim the first place under the heavens. The doctor told the guy to let him see if his pathways were properly connected. Checking, the doctor saw that it was indeed mysteriously wide open, even though it only opened from his right hand about the Chihai path below his navel. It was the first time he had seen such a strange system of paths. If they connect the major veins throughout his body, who knows, maybe he'll become an amazing expert, though he doesn't know if they will ever have enough luck to reconnect his veins. Gon replied that he wasn't going to give up, and probably one day he will find a way to get his body completely in order. The doctor replied that's right. He too would help him to the end. Gon said that since Mr. Manager was calling him, he would go. The doctor was surprised and asked him to wait and asked if he could ask him one question. The doctor said it got to the point where he started thinking about skull trepanation, which is where you open up the skull. He must have given him a severe physical blow or something. And how did he heal? But Gon immediately turned around and replied that he was in a great hurry. After all, he could not tell him that he had cured him by beating him. The head accepted the boys and said that now that Gon was here, he could finally talk. As this child said last time, what is inside this doll is not a kai. And he knows that Hyun might take offense to it, but he's going to tell him that for sure. The reason he hid her identity is because Seo Ho wanted him to. Hyun was surprised and asked what? The head replied that besides him, no one knew who Seo Ho was, because she told him that she would hide it forever, and yet she told him who she was. Now did Hen realize what that meant? Let him forget about the fox that had been on his mind until now. Did he have no other feelings left in him? Heck replied that yes, he did. He's fine on his own now. The head said that they should then say their final goodbyes. Just then, with a wave of his fingers, a blue fox appeared. Hen bowed to her and thanked her. The head asked Gon if he could see this child. Gon replied that yes, he sees everything. Ho said he has to live on his own now, right? And he's quite old. Does he realize that? And life doesn't end there. There's a difficult period ahead of them.